Alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, it is Little Brown Jug Day at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. We'll have live coverage throughout the afternoon. And, of course, the Thursday card with a Pick 6 carryover coming up here, Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, no, looking forward to talking about the races. We'll do it a little bit in two parts. We'll be on from 1 to 3. We'll be on later with the last couple of races, but you mentioned that carryover. And I think there's some pretty interesting competitive races throughout the day.
There are indeed. We're going to begin actually with a grade 1 over the jumps in the Lonesome Glory handicap, 2.5 miles over the hurdles. So quite a fun way to kick things off. And as the board reflects, this is wide open to begin the card.
Yeah, I'm going to try my old friend Freddie Flincher. I always have a thing for. And I mean, Lonesome Glory was a pretty amazing horse. He was actually a 5-time steeplechase champion. He won over $1.3 million. He was 24 for 44, winning overseas as well as winning here. He won the Breeders' Cup. This is well before your time. There used to be a Breeders' Cup steeplechase race, and they used to run it at Belmont. And they would run it like the week before at Belmont Park. And I remember him winning it in 1993, trained by Bruce Miller, ridden by Blythe Miller. A very, very terrific horse, and we'll see if L'Imperator can get back on track, but I'm going to my old friend Freddie Flincher.
Yeah, the transform jumper who off a grade 1 win went back to the flats, now returns to the jumps. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm, as Andy said, our show in 2 parts today. We're on FS2 from 1 to 3 and then back 4:30 to 7 for part 2. That includes the Little Brown Jug, those elimination finals, races 17 and 18. That's where we'll see Nijinsky and legendary Hanover, the stablemates, do battle. With more on what to expect from the Delaware County Fairgrounds, let's check in with Jessica Auden.
Thanks, Greg, and happy Little Brown Jug Day from Delaware, Ohio. The Delaware County Fair is popping today. No school in the county of Delaware because everybody is here at the fairgrounds. They're 10 deep on the fences, and everyone in harness racing is watching today. It's a unique day of racing, of course, with 2 heats heading into the final. They have to finish top 4 to make it into the final. They're going to race twice today, and both of those races are highlighted by Tony Beaton stablemates Nijinsky and legendary Hanover. A very unique day of racing, like I had mentioned. They're going to race once, and then they're going to come back about 45 minutes to an hour later and race in the final. They have to finish top 4. It's going to be a good one. Lots of top horses on tap here today. We're so excited to bring you all of the action, and we can't wait to cover it with you.
Jessica, thank you. Yeah, we are excited about it as well. It is the premier pacing classic for 3-year-olds. That is to come later on in the evening. First things first, this grade 1 over the jumps to kick off our Thursday card in this Lonesome Glory. Get signed up, play it all with Naira Bets. Match 200, that promo code to use at sign up right there at nairabets.com. Welcome back. Good to see you again. We missed you, Maggie Wolfendale. And we'll get more on what you've been up to in a little bit. But first things first, this grade 1.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. So pleased to be back here at the Big A. The sun is shining. It's actually quite warm here at Aqueduct, but looking forward to this grade 1 Lonesome Glory. And actually, we see several horses in here, including the one I'll get to here first off the bat, kind of pivoting and when the William Entenmann race did not go, which was a novice handicap. And going into this grade 1, why not? And we'll start with number 3, Evie's Prince, who I thought was a convincing winner last time out in that novice hurdle up at Saratoga. And what I really loved about this guy is that just the way he jumped. He never made a mistake the whole way around there. He's a big kind of lumbering type, which that physical type of conformation really suits itself well to jumping. And I think this horse could be onwards and upwards. And we've seen the fact that when he travels over firm ground, he generally shows up. So a step up in class, but does get a weight break from several of the other leading contenders, including number 6 in here, Freddie Flincher, who I think looks fantastic. Now, we saw trainer Carrie Bryan pull off a little bit of an upset with Jimmy P, skipping the race in between and allowing him a little bit more time in between his races and able to get that grade 1 Jonathan Shepard. So she's going to employ the same type of tactics here with Freddie Flincher, and he looks fantastic. He's dappled head to toe, just really exuding health. So a horse that is logical on paper but makes sense out on the track too. And looking at him physically, is number 7 is L'Imperator, a horse that I'm familiar with too. He's raced several times on the flat, greatest stakes type on the flat prior to transitioning to jumps, but Arch Kingsley throws in a flat race every now and again as he comes off the back of one, and he went on to win over the Saratoga hurdles last year when exiting the Belmont Gold Cup. So he's going to do that again, exiting the Colonial Cup. Looks fantastic. This is the horse that looked best so far in the prelims, in the paddock. Really well turned out for Arch, and a horse that he has the propensity to want to make a middle move. So I think it's up to his rider to kind of keep him content, keep him under wraps until it's time to make that final. We'll see, hopefully, winning move. As, wow, surprising, Greg. We see number 3 in here, Evie's Prince, your current favorite.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Wow, favoritism just shifts right now. Evie's Prince coming off back-to-back wins, both pretty dominant, including a win over Hidden Path, who I know a lot of people seem to like today, has become the 8-5 favorite.
Coming back just 3 weeks and a day after that race at Saratoga, the last jump we ran at Saratoga, obviously somewhat lesser, but he did run very well to get the job done over Hidden Path, who's 4-1 in here. I'm a little surprised he's favored. I would have thought that L'Imperator would be the favorite, but his last effort just 12 days ago. I don't know what it means, but that was on the flat. And behind some very good horses in True Quality and Webslinger. Yeah, no, those are good horses. I'm going to hope for Freddie Flinch here, who's had a little bit more time off, hasn't run in almost 2 months. I'm going with him.
He made a nice appearance. That's the 6 for Kerry Bryan. We're set. Grade 1, Lonesome Glory over the jumps, 2.5 miles to kick off our Thursday action here at Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
2.5 miles is the distance, and the flag has been raised. And it looks like they will do a recall here as the field was getting set and starter wanted to call them back. Wasn't pleased with the start of the race there, so this grade 1 field is now.
Well, they will go again here. I like that start for the 5 going country. We got to get them all off the same time, so they'll line up again.
The old head start. Yeah, he was hoping that head start would work. And keep in mind, they don't use a starting gate, obviously, for the steeplechase races, so they break from the line. Our starter, Hector does the starting at Far Hills as well, so he does have experience doing, but it's a tricky thing for sure. You don't think it's Hector? I can't tell. Greg,
I don't know who's holding the flag. It's not Hector.
Does not look like Hector. Okay.
So, regardless,
I don't care who you are. They're hard to start.
Well, we will line up again and restart 7-5. It is L'Imperator, who is the favorite for Arch Kingsley. Here we go again. Grade 1, Lonesome Glory.
Field turning once again here, preparing for the start. The Grade 1 Lonesome Glory Stakes, and the starter does have the flag raised this time. Looks like they're going to take a touch more time here as they come to the start. And they're going to turn around one more time. Starter did have the flag raised, and again, they're just trying to get lined up here for the start of today's first. So they're going to come back one more time. Get things reset.
So we will try one more time. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, the starter today is Daniel Gutierrez. He's the assistant to Hector Soler, and we do see Parker Hendricks with number 5 going country, just unable to hold him. So really putting meaning into the saying, hold your horses, Greg.
Yeah, look, difficult situation. You're not in a starting gate. You just got to wait and hold your horse up until that flag goes down. So we will try again here, 3rd time, hopefully the charm, as you get a look there at Parker Hendricks, riding for Kerry Bryan, coming out of a very, very distant second in that Grade 1. Jonathan Shepard back at Saratoga in that 8-horse field was 34 lengths second best. We will try again. Let's go back to Chris Griffin.
All lining up for the start. And they are underway here in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory Stakes. And the 3rd time was the charm there, as this field is now underway and over that first hurdle. That would be Going Country, a little outward there on landing, and it's going to be Going Country now surpassed by Evie's Prince towards the inside, who will hold a half-length margin on Going Country. It's Going Country and Evie's Prince up to the second jump, and the entire field just clean over it as they work towards that turn. Just in behind them is Hidden Path, and Hidden Path is going to track from the third position. Actually, that is going to be Freddie Flincher is in the third position, followed by La Imperator, and Hidden Path is the trailer as they work into the turn. It's still Evie's Prince with a head in front, and Evie's Prince and Going Country. They are just loping along here, and Freddie Flincher is tracking right in behind them, is towards the inside as the front two just comfortable enough to travel together as they get set to pass the lane here and enter that lane for the grandstand side. It is going to be Going Country and Evie's Prince, still neck and neck. Could be having a nice conversation there, just kind of an easy, leisurely tempo early, and they go over another hurdle, and those two go over very cleanly. Freddie Flincher is still well settled into third. Just in behind them is La Imperator in the red cap. Here comes the favorite, starts to progress forward. It's just moving along at a very comfortable tempo, and the trailer is Hidden Path. They get set to approach another jump, and now Going Country is a neck in front. It's Going Country who just didn't land as quite as well as Evie's Prince and Graham Waters. Graham Waters and Evie's Prince have now put a length margin on Going Country and Parker Hendricks. They're back to a clear second. Still remaining in third, Freddie Flincher. Stephen Mulqueen is comfortable enough, is still 2.5 off those leaders. Then at the back there is going to be La Imperator, and the trailer continues to be Hidden Path. They start to pick the pace up just a touch, and towards the inside, Evie's Prince. Going Country is not letting this leader get away as they approach another hurdle, and there's Evie's Prince over it cleanly once again. Going Country sticks with this leader, and watching all this action right there in third still, that's Freddie Flincher who watches that leading duo. They continue to bandy back and forth as they get set to go over another hurdle over this 2.5-mile journey. It is Evie's Prince still with that head there in front. Going Country, though, is not going away, and Going Country has now put a nose back in front on that outside. Freddie Flincher has gotten the journey, has been right there in the third position, just watches this early tempo. La Imperator as Hidden Path makes the first move, and now Hidden Path from the back has taken that fourth position, is under a very tight hold here as they continue to travel in their positions. They all seem very comfortable with where they're at, and La Imperator is the trailer, but only 4 off the lead. Here is the leader. Going Country is now back in front, and Evie's Prince is not going anywhere. It's been this way throughout so far as Freddie Flincher starts to pick up the tempo, wants to hold that position as Hidden Path made that move, and now Hidden Path lands very well, and Going Country took it much better there than Evie's Prince as they get set for one more lap here in the Lonesome Glory Stakes. Going Country, Evie's Prince, Hidden Path is going right back and forth now with Freddie Flincher. La Imperator is going to pass the entire field. We'll have to pass them all to win this Grade 1. Landed well enough, but is in that 5th position and is about 4.5 off the lead as they really start to pick it up now. Going Country, Evie's Prince, still there Freddie Flincher. Hidden Path is in 4th. The trailer La Imperator as they get set to go to the backstretch. Just a few more hurdles to jump over here in the Lonesome Glory. Evie's Prince, Going Country continue to just duke it out head and head. Freddie Flincher can hit Freddie Flincher. Parlay this perfect journey here in behind. Where will they choose to go here from that third position? La Imperator starts to inch closer. Hidden Path. They are the two trailers. They are set to clear another hurdle, and here they come. It is Evie's Prince, who didn't land quite well, bobbed a little bit upon landing. Going Country took it much better. It's Going Country, Evie's Prince, La Imperator much closer, and now they're very tightly bunched as they work into that final turn one more time. Tipping out wider there is Hidden Path within range, and Freddie Flincher. They're all still in the mix, and here comes that launching run here from Hidden Path, and Hidden Path has put a neck in front. Going Country is in between horses. Down towards the inside there is Evie's Prince. La Imperator was at the back, is in the red cap, just looking for some room. They are still tightly bunched, and Freddie Flincher is going to hold the position and get the jump here. La Imperator just had to steady. It is going to be Freddie Flincher and Mulqueen. They're approaching this final stretch, and here up on the outside, La Imperator is running out of ground. It is Freddie Flincher, La Imperator, down to these two. Freddie Flincher, La Imperator. Freddie Flincher wins the Lonesome Glory over La Imperator. Finishing third was Hidden Path. Final running time, 4 minutes 45.31 seconds.
Freddie Flincher for Kerry Bryan. Grade 1 Lonesome Glory winner, holding off La Imperator down the stretch.
Ryder had this horse in absolutely perfect position the entire way around, just sort of stalking those leaders, saving ground. L'Imperator, who was the cause really of all the false starts, just really not lined up that well, gave up a little ground to the winner at the start. And Stephen McQueen, who rode the winner, couldn't have ridden him any better. He saved ground behind horses. He sort of kept him in there. He kept L'Imperator trapped in behind horses. An absolutely perfect ride here, getting the job done. And he accelerated once he sort of felt like he had L'Imperator trapped. And while Imperator made a little run to him, Freddie Flincher just had too much ground for him to make up. Great ride, nice performance, great win.
4th win over the jumps for this 6-year-old, and comes in a big one here in a grade 1. 6, 7, 1, 5. It's Freddie Flincher. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Carrie Bryant. And Carrie, you're no stranger to these grade 1s but over the jumps. But Freddie, he gets his first grade 1 today. And talk about the trip he was able to pull, just stalking those leaders early.
Yeah, it was perfect. That was kind of our plan. Send Going Country out. He just stays. Unfortunately, it turned into a bit of a sprint because they slowed it down on the lead. And actually, I was a little bit worried because he got sort of pinched back after the last fence. But he does have a good turn of foot, and he was able to kind of switch off the whole way. I think he had a lot left, obviously. So got the jump on Arch's horse. And yeah, that's great. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for the owner, Patrick Lewis. He bought this horse off my recommendation as a 3-year-old, and he was not that expensive, and he's been very patient with him, and the horse deserves it, and the owner deserves it. So this has been great.
Carrie, we saw you take a similar path to winning the Jonathan Shepherd yet again last month at Saratoga with skipping a race with Jimmy P. You did the same thing here with Freddie Flincher. Why does this work?
This is hard on them. They're not used to running and jumping and sprinting home a half a mile. It's a different type of training. It's a different type of running style. It takes more out of them. So, we kind of came up with this plan, and it doesn't often work out, to be honest, but it's worked out where we've been able to split them up ever since the Steinman, which was here in June, I believe. We were able to split them up, and now they've both gotten their grade 1s, which is just, it's magical, really, that it's worked out this well.
Incredibly well done by you and your team. Enjoy this win.
Thank you very much.
All right, as we see Freddie Flincher, he does get his first grade 1 guys over the jumps in this Lonesome Glory.
Thank you, Maggie. Never went over the flats, but going longer over the jumps, been a different story.
No, I agree. I'm glad she mentioned the owner, Patrick Lewis, who I've gotten to know, as he and I like to hang out at the same restaurant in Saratoga, a place that you like to frequent as well. Hamlet Ghost in Saratoga, and Patrick and I have spent quite a bit of time chatting about the horses at the bar, so happy to see him get the win. Congrats to him.
Yeah, big one here. Grade 1 Lonesome Glory to this horse right here, Freddie Flincher. Carrie Bryant, Stephen McQueen, and a 4-1 upset. 8-5 favorite, winds up second co-favorite. Evie's Prince, who was at same price, winds up 4th. Hidden Path in between. 6-7, 1-3 finish. Freddie with the grade 1 win in this Lonesome Glory with Stephen McQueen for Carrie Bryant to kick off our coverage.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races in a Grade 1 over the jumps to begin this Thursday action in the Lonesome Glory Handicap. It's Freddie Flincher, first Grade 1 win of his career.
Got a perfect trip, a perfect ride, gets the job done. Congrats to the connections. Carrie Bryan with the Grade 1 win in the Lonesome Glory.
Who, of course, took over for the great Jonathan Shepard, and she has had instant success, and it's just continued on.
Yeah, no, and this was a nice win by him and a good move by her. Skipping the other race, got the Grade 1 in Saratoga with another horse, but gets the Grade 1 here with Freddie Flincher, and they're on to Far Hills. I always get them right. Fair Hills Train Center, and we'll be covering those races, right?
Yes, we
Late
will.
October.
Joe Clancy going to be rejoining us?
Well, Joe's on my. Well, Joe did send some information, but I don't know. I was hoping to see Joe. I'm a little hurt.
$10 for the win. Freddie Flincher, the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory. Congratulations to those connections. La Parator, Hidden Path, complete that trifecta. So we get into our first flat race of the day, race 2. This will kick off the early pick 5 since it's the first flat race. 6.5 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming field, and this is a difficult race. The horse you like, the Power of Andy Serling, has opened up the 5-2 favorite, 24 Mamba.
Right, but the Power of the horse that you like, the entry, Power of Greg Wolf, they are favored in the doubles. I imagine the odds will go up, and I'm just hoping 24 Mamba, a horse who had not had a break in 15 and a half straight months of racing. Charlie Baker, the trainer, gave this horse about 3+ months off since the last start. Feels like there was probably nothing major, just giving a little time to a horse who had been racing consistently, and his form wasn't terrible, but it tailed off from his best races, and I'm hoping his better races, he can get to them off a little bit of a freshening.
Pick 6 carryover today begins in race 4. This sequence difficult enough for you today?
The pick 6 sequence?
Yes.
It's a tricky sequence, and one thing about the sequence is, and there's a $48,000 carryover, there's no heavy favorite in the sequence. I'm going to say, oddly, one of the horses I think might not be a bad horse to sort of lean on, even though I'm trying to beat Egyptian Quest in the 6th with the 7 stars in the city. I think Egyptian Quest is one of the more likely winners in that sequence.
Yeah.
Do you think that's
maybe
fair?
the last?
Maybe the last, but the thing about the last race with the number 5, you're referring to 5 Bourbon Milk Punch, there's so many unknowns in here. First-time starters, pedigrees, cutting back in distance. That horse got bred first time, so I know that horse is solid off the first race, but there's a lot of unknowns in there.
Of course, our big one coming up later on this evening, Little Brown Jug Day, Delaware County Fairgrounds. Let's get to a preview with Jessica and Jenna Otten on the big race.
Thanks, guys. It is a beautiful, sunny Thursday afternoon here in Delaware, Ohio. I had mentioned earlier, this is the place you want to be every third Thursday in September. In harness racing, a fan. There's no other racing in Ohio, Jenna, because this is the place they want to be.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a beautiful day here, like Jess had mentioned. And no other places racing today. All eyes will be here in Delaware, Ohio, the Little Brown Jug. And where else would you want to be?
I don't want to be anywhere else except for right here covering all the action. Now, the main storyline heading into this race, Jenna, is Tony Beaton has both of the favorites in each elimination in Nijinsky and Legendary Hanover. What a ride those horses have taken him on this summer.
Nijinsky coming into the Little Brown Jug elimination on a 3-race win streak, coming off of a win in the Simcoe where Legendary Hanover was just second to him. And what a ride these two have taken the team on this summer. They're two type of different horses. Nijinsky seems to be like a little sports car. He's so quick. Legendary Hanover, on the other hand, he just carries himself so smoothly. He's a bigger horse, and he gets around the track so well with a huge set of lungs.
Yeah, as you can see, the Simcoe right now, this is Nijinsky's most recent win. He had to work for it a bit after Legendary Hanover cleared to the front, like you had mentioned. They've met up a few times. The score is 2-1. Of course, the Legendary Hanover being the Meadowlands Pace winner. Nijinsky has now taken the Simcoe and the North America Cup. And, you know, I think a lot of concern is coming into this race for the bettors and the fans is two horses are coming from bigger tracks to the half mile. But Tony Beaton doesn't seem to be too worried about it.
No, he said they both trained here this week, and they both trained phenomenal. But the one thing about this jug track, Jess, we got to remember it's a half-mile track with no passing lane.
Correct.
So you might want the pocket trip But at the top of the stretch, you're not going to get any room. There's no favors here in the Little Round Jug.
Yes, and as you mentioned, both horses coming into this race very sharp as well. Of course, Legendary Hanover, like I had mentioned, won the Meadowlands pace. When I had a chance to catch up with James McDonald after the race, he said that was the worst place possible he could want his horse to be in, and he overcome that trip, and he was very, very good in that race. Both horses have good tactics, speed, and both horses are very versatile.
Yeah, Nijinsky's quick. Like I said, he's like a little sports car. So I'm curious to see this first turn here at Delaware comes up so quickly when they leave the gate. It all is about the post positions, as in the elimination. He will have post 3 due to the scratch of the 1. And I am curious to see how fast that little horse can get off the wings here.
Yes, I have to agree with you there. And another thing, too, talking to Louis and James, Tony is very confident in his 2 colts, but Louis and James are both confident in each one of their steers.
Yeah, it's, everybody dreams of having a horse like Nijinsky or Legendary Hanover, and he has them both in the same season. So it's just incredible. He has them in tip-top form coming into today, and it sure is setting up to be a good one.
It definitely is setting up to be a good one, and we're going to bring more coverage later on throughout the day. Plenty of other contenders as well. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, Jenna, thank you two very much. And yeah, head-to-head, it's going to be fun. These stablemates, Nijinsky owns the edge right now, 2-1. Over Legendary Hanover. We'll see if his stablemate can settle the score and even things up today. Our coverage of the Little Brown Jug brought to you by Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio. It's pretty incredible. It's so hard to get premier seats for this because after the Little Brown Jug, people actually lock up their chairs to the fence right up alongside the track, so they can come back the next year and get the same seats.
Seriously?
Yes.
Wow, I like that.
Coveted.
That's kind of thing in Saratoga. That I can see people wanting to do that there. Listen, I have a great affinity for harness racing, having gone to Saratoga Harness so much. And I was looking through some of the history of the Jug last night, and I saw that in '76, Keystone Ore won, and I had seen Keystone Ore set at the time a world record for a pacer and a half-mile track when he won the final of the Grand Circuit up in Saratoga with 1:55 and 2 or 3, which back then was an incredible time for horses. And even noticed that there's a horse trainer that became a thoroughbred trainer, that Lou Matinas, who won the Little Red Jug in '79. So a lot of cool stuff, actually.
Yeah, we look forward to our continuing coverage throughout this Thursday afternoon. We'll have more from Jessica and Jenna coming up a little bit later on. Of course, Acacia Clement going to be anchoring our coverage later tonight for the Little Brown Jug, part 2 of our coverage that kicks off at 4:30 Eastern. We get into our first flat race of the day, and again, our Pick 5, early Pick 5, starts here, and there is part of what should be the favored entry by post time. That is the 1A stage left, but Durante obviously imposing as well. Both halves of these entry look like they have the credentials to win.
Yeah, I thought this race was relatively wide open. I took a shots against those horses, but I'm not going to be shocked by too many results here.
We're going to take a timeout, 10 minutes away from our first flat race on the Thursday card. We'll have more on the history of the Premier Pacing Classic for 3-year-olds when we come back.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Race 2, a good one with our first flat race of the afternoon. Several ways to go as contention runs deep here in race 2. And there is part of what will be the favorite entry, Durante. David Jacobson entry, Manny Franco on the 1. We'll break in this race from post 4.
You know, as I've said before, I have no ability to read David Jacobson particularly accurately. It feels to me like frequently when they look live, they aren't live. When they don't look that live, they end up being liver. You liked Durante's last race at Delaware, but I think your feeling was that he could get maybe back to those races last year. I'm not sure we'll ever see the horse that Durante was last year. And as far as stage left, he occasionally runs well also, and he's coming off a race at Delaware that both of them give him a chance. I just prefer others, and you know me, I do not like entries. They are bad value.
No question. I mean, they both can win, and as a result, that price could be a lot shorter than what it could be if they were on their own. There's Durante, Manny Franco for David Jacobson, second off a short layoff.
I think you'll see him be aggressive here because he used to have speed.
Here is his stablemate, stage left, with Sam Camacho Jr.
He has less speed, so he'll look to come from somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Sheriff Bianco gets the rail for Linda Rice.
I'm a fan of Sheriff Bianco, and I like him a little more with less distance in here. If he gets some pace to run at, he just hasn't won in a while.
Running son of a gun as Joel Rosario.
Another horse in this race that has the credentials to win if he can refine that form from last year, though his last race, a bit of a disappointment, but it was a bit of a speed track.
Little Vic, he's talented, and he's been facing some tough company.
Finished a couple lengths ahead of running son of a gun last time. Now, he was chasing the leader who wired the field, Disco Ball. He's another horse who has races make him dangerous.
R.I.P. Kobe. There's 24 Mamba.
Yeah, I like the layoff with this horse who needed a little freshening, as I said earlier.
Factually correct. He's quick early, has Flavian Pratt.
He's the speed of the speed and a generous price right now at 5-1. He rates to come down.
And his stablemate here outside, Disarmed, who used to have a lot of speed.
Yeah, I don't know how he wins unless they decide to rate factually correct something he's never done and he's never done effectively and allow him to go to the front. Doesn't make much sense. And I thought of the two Rudies, he was the inferior one, but he has a big price if you like him.
5 minutes to post in our early Pick 5. You can download all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys with free Equibase past performances. To get them, go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. So 3-1 on the entry here in this 6.5 furlong sprint. But we talked about Maggie being away. She's back today, but she was out at the Real Ryder Cup, and we need an update on everything that happened while you're gone, Maggie.
Well, Greg, I had such a fun weekend, kind of a little bit of a homecoming that I get to take annually down to Maryland, to Fair Hill, which it alone is such a gorgeous facility. And this year in the Real Ryder Cup, it was only the Fair Hill division, as they have in the last few years had a Lexington show as well. But unfortunately, they had to cancel that. But the Fair Hill division able to raise nearly $82,000. Congratulations to Sandy Norris, who raised the most amount of money. My teammate, 91 Assault, aka Boo, he's my partner. He's one of my best friends. He's like a member of the family. So I always have a lot of fun when I get to be riding him. And please don't mind my face. I had the in it to win it type of mentality. We were 8th of 33, which I'll take, but I also had the privilege of competing with some ladies from the TRF, including fellow board member Stephanie Brennan, as well as Liz Bennett and Chelsea O'Reilly, who work for the TRF, and they took 3 horses from our program, and in only a couple months, taught them to jump. They did a cross rail round. I was so proud of them and their horses. It was truly an accomplishment and a really, touching moment at the tail end of the show that we got to celebrate these horses who, if not for the TRF, may have ended up in not so great situations, including Liz's horse, who was rescued from a feedlot, a retired broodmare, and she rocked it in the ring. So also got to participate in the Fairhill Thoroughbred Show, which we took home a bunch of ribbons. So my man Boo, he's a legend. I had a lot of fun, but pleased to be back here at the Big A's. We'll take a look at some horses on the racetrack, including the 1A part of that entry in here for David Jacobson. And while I like Durante a little bit more, as you guys were mentioning, just has the better credentials, I will say he was soft. The leader that he was able to run down that day softened up a bit, Point Doom, by his stablemate. Stage Left, I thought, probably needed that last start. Furthermore, beaten by a 1-9 favorite in Spike Zone there at Delaware, but a promising return to the races. And I say he probably needed the start because he is a bit of a heavier body sort. Has always been that way, always carried his weight and conditioning in the right kind of way, but just really looks healthy. So got the tightener, don't mind him, but as Andy said, it's tough to take an entry. But let's talk about number 5, 24 Mamba in here. I caught up with Charlie Baker and he said exactly what Andy said. Look, there were no races for him necessarily coming up the tail end of this Belmont at Aqueduct meeting during the spring and summer meet / at Saratoga. So he said that was kind of a good thing, a blessing in disguise, that he also needed a little bit of a break. He just hadn't had a little bit of a vacation. And boy, that break looks as though it's done wonders. He's moving so well out in the racetrack, but on top of that, he looks ready for this return. So a horse that has a really legitimate chance in here. And as Charlie said, I didn't want to find a spot where he would be over his head. So looking for a win coming back off the bench, guys.
Maggie, all right, thank you. So freshened up here for Charlie Baker. We'll see if the time away has done him well. This is a tough race.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. One of the problems is it's hard to know exactly how it's going to be run. I mean, factually correct is the speed. The other speed is Disarmed. They're both Rudy Rodriguez's horses. It's hard to imagine they're going to end up getting into a speed duel. Factually correct is faster, and he's better. So you'd think he'd be the one that was in front over Disarmed. I'm not a fan of the entry. I know you are. I think the 2 is very dangerous near for Linda Rice, cutting back in distance. Sheriff Bianco, if he can get enough pace. But how is the pace going to play out in this race? That's one of the problems. I do not have an answer.
Yeah, factually correct. We expect to see forward, but it's stablemates. The 7 Disarmed as well. What are they going to do with each other? Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I want to touch on number 4, Little Vic in here, Greg, as we see Arad Ortiz in the irons for the 2nd time in a row. And last time when Disco Ball, who was heavily favored that day, was able to control on the lead on a track where it was beneficial to do so, Little Vic actually broke on top that day. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for that race in particular, but I'm noticing Arad Ortiz giving this guy a massive, massive warm-up, has kept him moving throughout these preliminaries so far. So he's a horse that also could be vying for that early lead. Now, maybe we do see the 2 Rudy Rodriguez horses go out. Doubtful, but I do think Little Vic is going to be in a position to be there early, if not late, too.
He's got races. Thank you, Maggie. I mean, he is a tough customer. He faced 2 back, a horse named Dean Delivers, who's won 4 in a row, all of them stakes, grade 1 placed. So he's been against very good company. Disco Ball, competitive runner from last time out.
I don't remember this horse loading from the front of the gate when he ran at Saratoga last time.
Either.
He may have, but I believe I was on the air for that race, and I don't believe that was the case. It's something, it's funny. You used to see it much more often, Greg. When I was younger, the game, we used to see this. Not, every day, every race, but you would see it very frequently. These days, you rarely see it.
We see the blindfold a little more.
Yeah. I mean, when's the last time you remember seeing a horse load from the front? I don't feel like I've seen it in a long, long time, at least in New York.
6-1, Arad Ortiz Jr. will hop aboard after they get Little Vic in from the front side first. So he backs his way in. First flat race of our Thursday card here at Belmont at the Big A. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Son of a gun. Still 4 out here. Durante. Part of the entry there was stage left. Manny Franco aboard. Here's 24 Mamba. Dylan Davis. Factually correct. Also getting set to move in. Disarm to the outside, and then Durante will turn towards the gate here and load. 2 out. Durante being led forward, disarmed. Ruben Silvera to the far outside. There is disarmed. Early pick 5 starts here in race number 2. Goes in. All set. And they're off. That stumble there after the break. Shortly after the break, that was stage left, who took an awkward step and stumbled. Samuel Camacho Jr. out of the saddle, but right up on his feet. Was unseated at the start, and stage left is loose at the back end of the field. On the front end, there comes running son of a gun that's going to be Disarmed. Disarmed's got the lead with Little Vic. Those two are now head and head. Just in behind them comes Factually Correct, and at the rail there comes Sheriff Bianco. The loose horse is right in behind that leading quartet. Is out wider there is Durante, then 24 Mamba, and the trailer at the back end of the field is Running Son of a Gun, who is in behind that loose horse, is going to kind of follow that path. As in front, it's Disarmed. Disarmed with a nose in front of Little Vic, and they go back and forth 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Factually Correct is all in, is right there in third. Here comes Sheriff Bianco, is at the rail, is traveling nicely in behind the leading duo as they approach a quarter mile left to go. The loose horse is up on the outside. Running Son of a Gun is now taking that 5th spot as they line up, and the loose horse is now crossing over in front of this field. It is Little Vic who does have the lead. The loose horse is in front of Little Vic, and Arad Ortiz Jr. is going to have to weave towards the outside, and here on the far outside is Running Son of a Gun and also Sheriff Bianco. Little Vic is running very impressively here with some traffic, and Little Vic, this is a nice performance. Little Vic wins it. Then came a photo. That's Running Son of a Gun. There was Sheriff Bianco, Factually Correct, finishing 4th. Inquiry sign will go up. Running time, 1 minute 17 and 3 in race 2.
Little Vic with the win and having to deal with a loose horse as well. Rad Ortiz Jr. for Juan Avila. We saw Sam Camacho Jr. thrown off of stage left, the 1A right out of the gate.
Obviously, we hope that Sam Camacho is okay, and that's the biggest concern coming out. Fortunately, the 1A didn't seem to really get in too many horses' way at pivotal moments, and a very good ride by Irad Ortiz, because they got the horse. The horse fine. We don't know about Sammy. We'll get an update, hopefully. I don't understand the tactics by Rudy Rodriguez. He went to the front with the weaker half of the two. They rated the 6, Factually Correct, something he's shown he cannot do. You say he ran badly, but he can't win without the lead. But Irad was intent, and when it looked like Disarm was going, Irad said, no, I'm going to force Little Vic. And he was aggressively ridden. He got the money in a rare 6-1 on Irad Ortiz with Little Vic, who a very good ride, an aggressive ride, and it got him the winner's circle. My horse did absolutely no running. That layoff did him no good whatsoever.
Former Grade 3 winner, Little Vic, 7th win of his career. Talked about the incredibly tough company he'd been facing of late. Handles the adversity, too, with the loose horse. And gets it done with an aggressive ride. 6-1. Let's go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the 1A and Sam Camacho Jr. on stage left. There it is.
I don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah, tough to tell from that angle. Here it is with the head on the 1A, stage left where the rider gets dumped.
He actually bumped a little with his stablemate inside, and not even sure. He just sort of bobbled, and Sam fell off. But fortunately, the horse is fine. Sam's he's sitting up, so hopefully he's okay, and things happen.
And as we showed you, Outriders caught up to this loose horse, stage left, so good news there. We'll try and get you an update on Camacho as soon as we hear anything. Winner, though, to begin our first flat race of the afternoon, Little Vic. For V-Mart, his Victoria's Ranch. Victor Martinez, former Major League All-Star, with the win.
And a very close finish for second. It looked like, watching live, that the number 3 Running Son of a Gun may have gotten it over Sheriff Bianco, but they're certainly taking a while. Not exactly sure. Maybe it's closer than you think.
So Little Vic kicks things off here on the first flat race of the day. Race 2 to kick off the early pick 5, 6-1. Right at his morning line, and Arad Ortiz Jr. with the victory for Juan Avila. We're going to take a timeout. She is back in action. Torpedo Anna, first start back since that narrow Travers defeat to Fierceness. We'll have a preview next.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1,000,000 a fee to your mama. $1,400,000 a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $1,600,000. $1,500,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Good to have you with us on a beautiful Thursday afternoon here at Belmont at the Big A on America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. Little Vic. For Victor Martinez's Victoria's Ranch, Juan Avila, Arad Ortiz Jr. winning connections here. Our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Phasing Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Little Vic, 7th win of his career. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Arad Ortiz Jr. And Arad, second time on this horse. What did you learn from him in his last start that you applied today?
I mean, I never rode him before last time. He got me, I think, the first couple jump out of there. He kind of jump a little slow out of there, and then I have to ride him the whole time, and he keep fighting. So I come back, and I told the trainer I will love to give him a little more distance and try to break better next time, and he did today. I take him away from the pony today. I know him better, and that helped him. I think I joke him a lot, and after that, he get into the gate. He was standing good, and he break on top. I go from there.
It really looked like you'd learned a lot from him last time and you applied it. And there was a loose horse. And two, I think, battling on the front end, it almost was like he was emboldened being on the front. But the loose horse, it almost looked like he wanted to go after it, too.
Yeah, I mean, when he saw him, first of all, he kind of look at him and intimidate a little bit. So I know I have to get out of there. And it looked like the horse was going to the rail. So I don't have to check. But at the same time, I just try to be outside of him. I was nobody around me. So I was able to put him outside of the loose horse, and then he re-break again. He was a little brave when he does that.
Really well done. It was fun to watch him. And talk a little bit about backing him into the gate. You had told me that he has been doing that.
Yeah, the trainer told me. I mean, that is one of those kind of horses. I mean, that's the first. I think that's the only horse I've run in the whole year. But he don't do nothing. He like that, and he was relaxed, so he don't stress. That helped the horse. I mean, he get in there with no problem, nice and relaxed.
Beautiful. Well done to you. A nice little upset, too.
Thank you.
All right, Rider Tees Jr., like you guys said, you don't often get that kind of prize, but you did today with Little Vic.
Closing in on 250 wins for the year for Rider Tees Jr.
I think he has a good career ahead of him, I predict.
$15.
I expect big things from that young man.
80 cents. A rare occasion where you actually get the morning line upheld on a Rider Tees Jr.
Yeah, and Irad really did give that horse his best chance to ride. Not only an aggressive ride, he was not allowing the 7 to clear, and he made it clear that he was going to stick in there for better or for worse, and it worked out. While the 7 finished well back, he was able to get the victory.
Race 3 started the early pick 4. It's on the turf at 1 1/8 maiden special weight, and 6 to 5. You will not be getting that at post time.
No.
With the entry here for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Passive management, the key part of this entry, who was second to talented Legitimize last time out when gate to wire.
Yeah, Legitimize was able to wire the field, but obviously that's the potential Achilles heel of both halves of the entry, where passive management is the more likely of the two horses. Going to have to get him a bit closer, and I think Flavien Prat will probably do that. But it's really going to depend what you get from the first or Gun Barrel City. And while Chad Brown, the heavily bet favorite, he was the trainer of the dam, Gun Barrel City. And actually, sort of interestingly, she is involved in a race that has a story early and a story late, because Mrs. McDougall, who's the dam of the number 3, she was third in a very, very quick running of the Justa game in 2016, which was won by Celestine, and Celestine is the dam of a firster for Clement stable in the last race. I just like it when those things all sort of come together, and she was a good runner, and if the number 3 has speed, Gun Barrel City, she could have an advantage on the favorite entry.
Rider Tees Jr. will be on that first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, who right now is 3 to 1 on the board. Grade 1 Cotillion coming up in this 3-year-old filly division on Saturday from Parks. And before she became horse racing sensation as the best 3-year-old filly in the country, there was one problem with Torpedo Anna. She needed a name. Her namesake tried, as did her mom, and I'm sure Anna's glad that one did not work out.
I swim year-round, and I have been swimming since I was 5 years old. My coach, he started calling me Torpedo because Ian Thorpe, who was a famous swimmer, had the same last name, and they called him Torpedo, so he thought it was a good idea to call me Torpedo too.
Ryan Hernandez and Torpedo Anna dominate the 150th Kentucky Oaks.
I knew Kenny was at the sale, so I called him up and said, Kenny, you got any horses that you bought today? And he said, I've got 20% of a fast Anna filly. And so I said, Anna, I can work with that. I said, I'll take her if I can name her. And he thought for all of about half a second and said, okay. And so then I tossed it to Anna and said, you got to come up with a name. And she mulled around with it for a few weeks and said, I can't come up with anything, you name her. Her mother thought it should be Anna's Attitude.
She never told me that.
Yeah. I said, well, why don't we go with Torpedo Anna? I like that one better.
But it's Torpedo Anna. She is simply brilliant.
It's much more fun watching Anna swim. You know, I have a more of a vested interest in her. But it's more lucrative when Torpedo Anna wins.
It's a good part of it.
Yeah, it is a good part of it.
I'm like pretty excited for most of the day up until about like 30 minutes before I start to get really nervous and my stomach starts to hurt, and I don't know, I just get really nervous, and I don't know why, because I always know that she's going to win, but still get nervous for it.
But I'm like her, I'm always confident when she runs, but it's a horse race. I mean, you know, you don't know what's going to happen. And some other horse might step up his game that day. But yeah, it's always nervous, but confident.
But it's all Torpedo Anna. The leader of the division is simply spectacular.
I never expected that it would go this far. I think it's really cool, like just to be a part of it is cool, and then to watch her run and win by how much she wins by,
Yeah, it's been great. Exceeded every expectation I ever had when I started doing this stuff. I wouldn't say it's a dream come true, but it doesn't suck.
I think in the end they nailed it. What a superstar performance that this filly against the boys matchup turned out to be. It exceeded expectations down the stretch.
I agree. That's so rare in life and racing and in general that hype plays out that way on the racetrack, but with last year's 2-year-old champion featuring, obviously the 3-year-old champion filly, Torpedo Anna, and having it come down just a matter of inches to the wire. Excellent horse race. Great ride by Brian Hernandez. I don't think there's anything he could have done differently in there to get it done. I thought he rode extremely well, getting good position from the inside post, and Torpedo Anna did not lose anything in defeat. She actually gained a defeat.
Superstar performance from her. Now off, look, she took a huge step up too, just in fact of how fast she ran, having to deal with the incredible Fierceness who ran his best race. Now to come back this quick in the Cotillion, is there any red flags here?
Well, I mean, I don't know that I'd use the term red flags, but she is coming back just 4 weeks after a very, very tough race. And listen, you'd believe that Kenny McPeak would not be running her back unless he felt she was doing really well. She has been basically a machine on the racetrack, so if the good Torpedo Anna shows up in here, everybody else is running for second. There are some nice fillies in here, but she's not a nice filly. She's an exceptional filly.
Superstar. I mean, she is... Right now, you got to say she's the biggest star in our sport.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and I hope that nobody holds that Travers' loss against her. And I think if you look at some of the better horses in the game, you think about the great Seattle Slew. Oddly, one of the races he's remembered for the most was his incredible performance in defeat in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Zenyatta lost nothing in defeat. She lost a streak, but the streak was set up by carefully manicuring her career. The best race she ever ran was the race that she lost. It's no disgrace losing to Blame as good as he was, and I think in defeat, horses show more of what they're capable of doing, and Torpedo Anna showed just how good she can be, and she got a good trip, but she lost to another very good horse who got an extremely good trip.
So Torpedo Anna back in action, Grade 1 Cotillion on Saturday, 5:20 Eastern Time. Best 3-year-old filly, one of the absolute best 3-year-olds, period, in the country.
Best horses in the country, period.
Back in action this weekend. Stay with us.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And we're going to move into This 1.125 turf race made in special weight for 3-year-olds and up in the entry as we expected. Now odds on for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Take your seats, and the more favorite of that entry, Passive Management. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Passive Management is breathing fire down here in the Aqueduct paddock, but I'm going to take a look at a horse who, in their last turf meeting, they faced each other, and that includes number 2, Stop the Press. Well, that day up at Saratoga, as we often say, Saratoga, the energy there is night and day to what it is here at the Big A, and it will get horses a bit fizzy, a bit unraveled. Definitely did that to Stop the Press back on August 8th. And he was a little bit, not headstrong per se, but really tanking kind of into the bridle with Jose Lascano. And then in the end, going the 1.125 over that course that did have a good bit of give into it, he just was a bit one-paced in the end. Well, today I'm looking at a completely different horse. He's definitely done a 180 when it comes to the prelim so far in the paddock. He was easy peasy to get the tack on. He's very relaxed. He looks fantastic, so I think a better shot, given his mental disposition, with those blinkers on today here at Aqueduct. So Stop the Press, I'd give him a second look. Moving on to a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, number 3, Gun Barrel City, and what a lovely pedigree. A son of Frankel, the Dam. She was one of my favorites, mainly trained by Chad Brown, Mrs. McDougall. She won her first start, but she was also a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, and she's produced a horse, a half-brother to Gun Barrel City SEAL team, who's won a graded stakes on the turf out in California. Well, Todd has him looking really ready, and this is one of the bigger Frankels I've seen, so not too much, hesitation to recommend him going the 1.125 first time out, because he's by a conditioner who does tend to get them really fit, and physically and pedigree, he's meant to do this, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We start off with the odds-on entry. Here's Take Your Seats for Chad Brown.
He's the lesser half of the entry. Actually, his best effort was on a synthetic course. We'll see what happens here.
And the one they're playing here, this is Passive Management, start number 3.
He ran well first time out. A little disappointing last time as a heavy favorite, but he was wired by a horse that actually had credentials.
So Rail with John Velasquez for Shug McGay. He stopped the press.
I mean, if you don't like the first-time starter, this is the biggest threat to the favorite, but I think it just shows how much you'll have to improve to beat the favorite.
Pedigree play, Gun Barrel City debuting.
Yeah, there is a ton of pedigree for this homebred. Miss McDougall, a very, very nice runner for trainer Chad Brown. She won, I think, the Lake George.
She did, and the Noble Damsel. Mr. Flowers went by. Party was Smarty. One of the biggest prices at 29-1. Here's LC Go Lucky.
Yeah, they're really one of the reasons that you're seeing such disparity in odds is just not a lot to recommend about some of these. And this one's been running in maiden claimers.
First Trumpet, 50-1 here. Jose Gomez.
Could be a little bit forwardly placed, but the one turf race is a disaster.
So approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Third on the card. And I doubt we'll even get 4 to 5 here, do you?
No, I think you'll be getting around 1 to 2 by post time. That's the place you want to be. Oh, they're getting ready to lock their chairs to the fence.
Jug Day, yeah, those spots, as we told you, they are coveted. They lock them up after this race, and they come on back the next year. Let's hear from the crowd on hand. Let's go to Jessica.
Thanks, Greg. I have a fan that's been coming to the Little Brown Jug for quite some years, but this is a place you want to be, Tom, every third Thursday in September. How long have you been coming to the Little Brown Jug?
14 years. 14 years now.
And you bring your family with you every time?
Oh, yeah, every time, yeah.
It's such a different experience here with the fans. Just kind of walk people through the day here, any day. Monday through Thursday, it's just a great place to be.
Monday, Tuesday, it's not that busy. Wednesday, it gets pretty busy. Thursday, you got to get here early. Like, we've been here since before, 8 o'clock we got here this morning. Make sure we set up our tents. I set these up last Saturday. We just leave them here. We chain our chairs up. Just get here early, set everything up, and just have some fun, party.
I don't think you've missed this spot in 14 years, have you?
No, this has been our spot, yeah, the whole time. Everyone comes, stops by, may have a adult beverage or 10 with us.
And always good food, too. They got a lot of good food trucks over there.
Oh, yeah, the food over there's been really, really good.
It's a unique experience here at the Delaware County Fair because you get to interact with the horsemen. How cool is that? Being not only yourself being a horseman, but how cool is it as a fan to get to meet some of the top guys?
That's incredible. They're so nice, stop. Hey, can I get a picture? 10 years ago, got a picture with Casey Coleman and my son. And, he's like this big. Now got a picture and he's towers over her. It's a cool thing, and, you just see everyone and talk. And, when they're done, they stop by, hang out. Like John Campbell always stops by here and hang out with a couple of us. So it's cool, man. A lot of fun.
It's a good 2 groups of fields that we got for the Little Brown Jug. Who are you going to go with this year?
Nijinsky should crush.
Should crush?
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Tom, and enjoy the rest of your Little Brown Jug Day.
Thank you. Bang, bang.
Jessica, thank you. I think a lot of people feel the same way, that it's Nijinsky's Little Brown Jug to lose.
Well, thinking back to the original Nijinsky's, one a ballet dancer, the other one a famous horse from the last Triple Crown winner in Europe. My friend Andy Beyer, I believe, saw him win the 3rd leg of the Triple Crown over in Europe. I just love that, though. I mean, I just like the whole thing. It's got a little bit of a Saratoga feel to it, doesn't it?
It really does.
Talking to the trainers, and obviously a lot of the trainers are drivers as well. And just coming back every year, and I'm glad it's such a beautiful day out there as well, and the enthusiasm and younger people. I think that's just terrific.
Meanwhile, back in this 3rd here, Belmont of the Big A and the 1A. Passive management here, the outside post, Flavien Prat. Enough time to get to that first turn to not worry about being drawn outside?
Yeah, I mean, there's a fairly long run. We're looking at it right now, and it's pretty much, this race is starting fairly close to the final turn. So, Flavien Prat, I think you're going to looking to see Chad Brown try to get some position. A lot's going to have to do with what Gun Barrel City does in here. Because if he's live, maybe he has speed, right? Irad Ortiz riding him, and he's got the pedigree to be a runner. He's a half to SEAL team who won the Twilight Derby last year out in California. If he's live, go ahead.
Oh, he's got to be pretty good, right? Because Irad Ortiz Jr. had the mount on passive management.
Right, and you
never know.
You don't know the story.
If they came
it's
up
possible
in the same race,
that they didn't know he was going in here, and Irad had already told Todd Pletcher he'd ride Gun Barrel City. I don't know. Maybe he's worked him. Maybe he wants to ride him. You just don't know. Maybe Chad Brown wanted, Flavien Prat to be more aggressive. You don't know the machinations, and I have no inside information on that. But Gun Barrel City's getting bet. Now, is he getting bet because he's the only real alternative, and Irad's riding him? Perhaps. Now, Maggie likes Stop the Press, who finished 2.5 lengths behind in the last turf race. I'm not a big fan, but obviously Maggie feels he's ready to take that step forward.
2 minutes of post here in this 3rd. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, when it comes to Stop the Press, I'm just seeing a totally different horse. So I thought there's just 3 logical horses, and he's the biggest price. So we'll take a look at your favorite, and that's Passive Management in here, a horse that is very aggressive in his demeanor. So I almost think that Flavien Prat and Chad Brown want to see this horse go forward. Not that he handled being rated last time very well. He was just unable to reel in a loose on the lead leader in legitimize. Why can't I say that word? Legitimize. Wow. When he was able to set such slow fractions over a very wet course. So this guy makes a lot of sense. And Flavien gave him a big warm-up, too. He's really, really fit now. Last time I thought there was an improvement. Well, this time there's another improvement again when it comes to fitness levels. Now, the other horse that will go out for this team in number 1, Take Your Seats. He's a horse I haven't seen in the past. I wasn't here for his May 26th effort. They do add blinkers to him today. A horse that was a race last time that was more dominated towards the inside and had that inside flow to it, where he was 3 wide and off of that slow pace. He doesn't make the greatest impression physically. He's a horse that lacks a bit of conditioning and strength behind the saddle, and it just feels that with that layoff in mind that he might need to start to get going. We'll add blinkers today, but I think that the 2, 3, and the 1A are the 3 that you want, guys.
Thank you, Maggie. Well, public thinking, really, there's only one they want or need, and that's Passive Management. It's going to be the shortest price horse of the entire day.
Yeah, I would have to say that's correct. Yeah, I mean, it's the entry too, but yes, I don't think there's any race that on paper. I mean, the thing about this race is, and obviously I respect Maggie's opinion, she thinks the 2 is going to move forward, is there isn't, besides the entry, the 2, and the 3, it's very hard to make any kind of case whatsoever for the others. The 3 is going to take money just because it's Irad Ortiz, it's Todd Pletcher, and it's a big pedigree. I don't know if 2 to 1's getting better or not. I can't really tell. I would agree with the public. The more likely result, if the favorite loses, is losing to the 3. But maybe Stop the Press will improve. I think Passive Management's a likely winner of this race, but so is the public. I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
And certainly a little bit easier to win going longer on the grass.
Yep.
First time out, but this is a mile and an eighth, and winning at a mile and an eighth, no easy task in your debut.
No, I think that's a great point. Right. The horse will have to be pretty good to win, because not only is Passive Management shown to be pretty good, mile and an eighth, 9 furlongs, first time out in the turf, that's a lot to ask. A lot to ask.
Yeah, 1-2 now on this
2 to 5.
Favorite entry, as I say that, switches to 2 to 5.
Even
shorter.
The price on the entry was going to be partly dependent on whether or not the 3 was super live, right? If the 3 was super live and went up 7 to 5, you might have seen 3 or 4 to 5 on this horse. But with the now 3 to 1 on the 3, this entry's got to be a very short price. It's obviously their prices are of course related. Back to 5 to 2, probably a high 5 to 2.
Outside post for the 1A, the more highly regarded of this favorite 2 to 5 entry. We'll see how Flavien Prat deals with that outside position and if he's able to tuck in here before that first turn comes up. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Waiting on Take Your Seats. Party with Smarties in. All set. And they're up. Passive Management breaking well, and towards the inside here also comes Mr. Flowers, and now Mr. Flowers puts a nose in front. Immediately tackled here by First Trumpet. Now First Trumpet will press on and take him towards that turn. Is in the 2 path, and First Trumpet, Jose Gomez, now clear off and get over to the rail. They're up by a clear length. Following them comes Passive Management is stalking right here from second. At the rail there's Mr. Flowers. Broke with the leaders, is now back to third, 2.5 off the front end. In between runners, here comes Party with Smarty, is now taken shared fourth. Is moving forward towards the outside, LC Go Lucky, and at the inside Stop the Press. Second to last, Take Your Seats, and the trailer, Gun Barrel City. Now First Trumpet lets it out a notch. It's First Trumpet 22.52 for that quick opening quarter mile. Is now 2.5 in front of a tight hold here for Passive Management. Is just watching this pace setter, letting this sprinter now press on as they are about 3 in front of Mr. Flowers is alone in third. Towards the outside, here comes Party with Smarty, starts to move in closer, wants a challenge for that third position. Tight hold here for Stop the Press. John Velasquez at the rail is in fifth. To the outside of that route comes Take Your Seats. Second to last is now Gun Barrel City, who's making a move, and LC Go Lucky is the trailer. 46.46 for the half-mile time. First Trumpet is still there. The big long shot does a half length in front. Every single stride, Passive Management is now moving in closer, and Passive Management has put a quick length on the rest of the field. And here comes Passive Management, top of the lane, kicks for home for Pratt, and Passive Management, in a blink of an eye, is now up by 3. Here comes Mr. Flowers trying to challenge, and now Stop the Press is off the rail and rolling on the grandstand side. A final furlong for Passive Management to try and put this one away. Passive Management got the jump. It's Passive Management still well clear. Passive Management gets the victory. Stop the Press up for seconds in that photo with Mr. Flowers and Gun Barrel City in 1 minute 46 seconds flat.
Passive Management graduates here. First win, third time the charm.
Yeah, a good aggressive ride to get in position, to not be compromised, and Passive Management took over. Those are not the trips that normally win turf races, kind of opening up. He was just too good. Maggie was right. I think Stop the Press ran very well. Looked like he got second over Mr. Flowers. The first-time starter had no speed, picked up some pieces for a distant fourth in here. Maybe that one needed a race. Maybe not that good, but Passive Management, obviously, best.
Had shown talent in both of the first 2 starts, and then this time, there's the move. Flavien Prat says, let's go and take this race over, and does, and able to hold off the 2 here late, who went off at 6 to 1 here, Stop the Press.
Now, you know how much I loathe what I'm about to say to you. You know, I get annoyed at you when you bring this up, so you can feel free. Probably a track record, right? I wonder how many mile and an eighth races we've run on the outer turf course here, and I think the thing that people have to keep in mind is, until last fall, we only ran here in November and in the right beginning of the turf season. So the turf courses were never really firm enough to run particularly fast times. And I don't even think we run that many mile and an eighth races. I mean, we might have run 10 or so in the history of this course.
But
so a possibility, it's a track record.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it is.
It is.
It is a track record.
Yeah.
Okay, nobody talks to me. They talk to you. They like me.
No,
they like you. Oh, it's not in my, 46 and 4. That means that the second and third finishers actually broke the track record as well. So keep that in mind before you get too excited.
Grain of salt. Passive management, though, look, impressive here in the win to graduate and get that first win, and now on to bigger and better things. Stop the press, Mr. Flowers, Gun Barrel City. We'll see second time out if that horse with that big pedigree, things go a little bit better.
Yeah,
far
just
back early.
No speed, but they were moving up. I mean, it's like the turf course is obviously very firm. We've gotten next to no rain, I think, since we were in Saratoga, none. So it's a very firm course, but they were moving up front. This horse ran very well when you consider the pace and the way the race was run. She's okay. He's okay.
1A, 2, 4, 3. Flavian Pratt for Klarovich and Chad Brown. Prices when we come back. And we'll look back with more on the Little Brown Jug in legendary Hanover. Get the better of his more highly regarded stablemate and even the score in their fourth meeting head-to-head.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It was a popular victory in today's third race as we saw passive management with an aggressive ride by Flavian Pratt, who joins me now, get the win for trainer Chad Brown and Klarovich Stable. And Flavian, he's a very aggressive horse in his demeanor, and watching you warm him up just indicated that you were going to be forward with him today.
Yeah, I mean, we draw outside. I didn't want to be caught wide, and yeah, he jumped well, so we took full advantage of it.
And a horse that you were chasing pretty legitimate fractions for 9 furlongs, but he was there for you every step of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I didn't feel like we were going that quick, but it seems like the track is pretty firm. And yeah, I mean, I was traveling well, so I was pleased where he was.
We'll see you down in Ben Salem this weekend for the PA Derby as well as some other races. You'll be back aboard Unmatched Wisdom, a horse that you won the Curlin Stakes on. A horse, too, that in the Travers things didn't go right, losing a wrap as well. What are you expecting from him and looking to get back on track? Because he showed so much promise early on.
Yeah, as you say, he showed a lot of talent. in his last 3 races, and he's been training super, and I'm very excited to get on him in the Penn Derby. I think is a race that's going to suit him perfectly, and hopefully he can run a good race.
Feels like a pretty wide open affair. Wishing you the best of luck with him. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Flavia and Pratt getting the job done today with passive management, as I had to catch him. He was doing that run before I was able to grab him, Greg.
Yeah, he's getting right back to work on Celestial Glaze in the next race. At this point, it's just, would he be able to hold off the closers? And yes, indeed.
Yeah. He ran well when you consider, it's hard to know. The rails are far out in the outer turf course, but based on the times that were posted, it was a pretty quick pace, and seems like an incredible performance, basically, considering the pace. We'll see, as they did kind of come from behind later in the race, stop the press, running well to get second there. And Mr. Flowers as well. Unmatched Wisdom, the likely favorite that's 8-1 in the morning line.
In the Pennsylvania
Don't
Derby.
see it too often.
Yeah, don't get too excited about those morning lines at parks. They will not be what you see at post time. Race 4, Pratt, as mentioned, he'll be back aboard Celestial Glaze. Part of the entry here, the 1 will break from post 2. 1 turn mile, $40,000 claiming race. This is very difficult to start off the pick 6 carryover.
Yes, not an easy race whatsoever. I prefer the number 3, St. Andrews, who's had some trips recently and seems very logical getting back to a 1 turn mile. You're more interested in the number 7, Empty Tomb.
All right, so $48,657 in this pick 6 carryover of just over $48,000 that begins in just 19 minutes. Little Brown Jug coverage continuing throughout the afternoon. Let's go to Jessica with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I'm so happy to be joined by Dr. John Moshberger of Midland Anchor Farms. John, thank you so much for joining me today.
Well, it's my pleasure, and thank you for having me.
All right, I want to know a little bit more about you. When did your love for harness racing come about?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Fox Sports for being here today to feature the Little Brown Jug. My love for harness racing really started with my livelihood. My father was a large animal vet. We started this breeding operation in 1967. So we've been doing this for over 50-some years now. So it's my love, but it's my livelihood.
How proud are you of you and your family in Midland Anchors?
Well, it's right now my family, my brother's with us and his son. So we're trying to develop a legacy there. That's a 3rd generation. So, and our wives are active. So we're very pleased to have a family operation that can make a living breeding harness racing.
Right here in Ohio. How proud are you of the state of Ohio and how far it's come, we'll say, the last 5 to 10 years?
Well, think of peaks and valleys. When expanded gaming came east from Las Vegas and they developed expanded gaming into the racetracks, Ohio was one of the last states to get that at the racetracks. Once that happened, things kind of exploded, and they've been here for about 10 years now. So everything's been on a high rise for the last 10 years. There's more mares bred in Ohio than any other state, and we're very proud of that.
And it's a really good program to get involved in Ohio.
Yes, we got excellent. We got a 3-level program. We have the Ohio Sire Stakes, we have the Buckeye Series, and then we have the county fairs. So it gives a great opportunity to race your horse here in Ohio.
It absolutely does. Thank you so much for being a part of our broadcast today.
Well, pleasure being here, and best of luck to Fox Sports.
Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Again, races 17 and 18, those 2 elimination heats to find out the top 4 finishers from each who will line up in that Little Brown Jug as we get set for this pick 6 carryover coming up. And 5-2 favorite right now, but several on this board that warrant a look.
Yeah, Skylander is the favorite in doubles over both the 1 entry, I should say, and the number 3, Celestial Gaze. I think it's an interesting race to start it off. Not an easy one. Reliability always a bit of a question in here. I prefer Celestial Gaze, who I think's had major excuses and will prefer a cutback to a 1 turn mile, and that would be a horse I'd anchor in my pick 6. Hopefully we'll have time, Greg and I, to go through the sequence a little bit when we come back.
Yeah, we'll try and do that after a short timeout. We'll be back again, still about 16 minutes to put your Pick 6 tickets together. There's Skylander, 5-2 favorite right now. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Niatros, Fan Hanover, Annihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel! Showing his heels to the field!
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. Organizations that are helping us, and I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
While the first Jug was contested for a purse of just over $35,000 over 75 years ago, today contestants are running for $525,000 in what's become the premier pacing classic for 3-year-olds. Big one to come on part 2 of our coverage. Again, that begins at 4:30 Eastern Time. Little Brown Jug, purse of $525,000. And again, the top 4 finishers from the Elimination Heats races 17 and 18 move on to that big one later tonight. 79th running. And most 6 wins from Billy Hodden. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's they still run the heats. It's sort of interesting. I remember I saw the Great Niatros race at the Meadowlands, and the way they did it was they had, for Meadowlands Pace, they had elimination heats about a week apart, and Niatros broke at the start. It was one race after he went over the rail at Saratoga, actually, which might have been his first defeat. He broke, but he still managed to get fourth and qualify, and then he won quite easily in the race the next week. Remember, they used to run the heats when I used to go sometimes to those Grand Circuit races in Saratoga as a kid. I remember What a Baron winning and then winning the final heat. I think it was may have been just the winners of the heats, like a 3-horse field in the last, but I'm not sure.
Pick 6 carryover time. And a look at the horse who's still favored right now, Skylander. Rob Atras, part of that probably. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard while you're getting the short 3-1.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure who they're really betting. Cafreo's the speed is the one who, he's moving up off the claim. And Celestial Gaze, he's the one who kind of dropping down. Once again, entry is just always a bad gamble.
In terms of we just saw the big narrow down horse, and unfortunately it was a race just outside of the pick 6.
Right.
There's not someone to heavily lean on, really, is there, in this whole sequence?
No, I don't think so. I mean, talking about it, and you and I talked about it much earlier today, I like the 3 in here. You're a fan of the 7. Empty Tomb, I know you have my 3-horse second. I would lean on the 3 here, but I'd probably use the 1 entry in the 5 as well, race number 5. I would use the 5 and 8 as my main 2 horses. I like Destined to Race, but there are others, obviously, who can win. I think one of the big leans, the pick 6, will be the 8 Egyptian Quest in race number 6. I picked the 7, but agree with you, the 8's the horse to beat. I'd use 7 and 8. Race number 7 is wide open. I would want to have the 2 and 10 as my main horses, but the 6 and 12 as some other uses. I like the number 9, Carol T, in race number 8, but it's not a pick 6 anchor. I think you like the 6, so I agree with you. I'd focus on the 6 and 9 as my main 2 there. And the last race, I think a lot of people will lean on Bourbon Milk Punch, but every vote counts. The first for Chad Brown, Silent Dreamer, the one for Clement, and the number 9 yesterday all seem like viable alternatives.
Yeah, there's After Roses for Deborah.
Take some money, cutting back in distance. So an interesting sequence, but not an easy one to put together a winning pick 6.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with your favorite in here, and that's number 5, Skylanders. He does come out of the same race as Rocco Strong, picked up by Rob Atras that day. And a horse that was fairly keen while early on and running down on the inside. And then stayed to the rail and just felt as though maybe he came up a touch flat / a touch intimidated down there after wasting some energy being against Tyler Gaffleone that day. Arad Ortiz gets in the irons this time around. He'll turn back, as many of these do, to this 1-turn mile. He looks fine, but it's not like he looks exceptionally better than any of his competition to make him favored. And yes, he is a tepid favorite, so don't want to split hairs too much. But again, I just thought there were some more interesting options as number 1, part of the entry. Seems like it's entry day on here at Aqueduct, but Celestial Gaze is going to stretch out in distance. We'll see what he does here. He does drop out of a race in which I think he faced a lot better horses first off the claim, including Bilal, who returned to win at Churchill yesterday. So he gets some class relief. He came in, he was striding out beautifully, and sometimes horses with that longer stride, granted, I'm just watching him at a walk, it's a lot different when they're in a full-out gallop, but he gave the indication that he might be able to handle at least this mile distance. It's not like I'm totally against him stretching out. He's really well muscled. It looks as though he's at least doing incredibly well heading into this effort. So one that I piqued my interest a bit as number 8 is also getting some class relief, and it's the first time we'll see Nimitz class for this 40 for George Weaver, who bought him privately, and just things have not gone particularly well since then. Now he's second off a bit of that layoff from May to August, and he looked really heavy last time over that sloppy racetrack. So yes, it was very disappointing, but I also think he needed it. He is a lot more tucked up. He's also a lot more forward here in the paddock. So giving the indication that maybe he's gotten what he needed out of that race, and with class relief, maybe that will put him more in a competitive spot. Greg?
Yeah, what do you do with this horse? I mean, this horse at one time was extremely good. He's won over $700,000 in his career. He's just not the same horse anymore, and that's the man that'll ride him.
Yeah, he was entered
Ruben
at
Silvera.
a level around this, if not lower, before we went to Saratoga and scratched. Ran that race at Saratoga, obviously a non-effort by him. I would never bet a horse like this. He's not taking any money whatsoever. He's not my kind of horse. It feels like this is a trip down in class, but he does have back races, and it's 11-1 and you like him, then you should bet on him. I'm just not. This is not a horse that's my cup of tea. I like the 3 and think 4-1's a fair price. You know, St. Andrews, 2 back was wide against a gold rail, trying to go 1 mile and 3/16. Then 1 mile and 1/8 against a better horse in Run and Ray, had a wide trip there. I love the cutback to a 1-turn mile. I thought his race 3 back would make him tough in here. And he's maintained his form since being claimed for Linda Rice. And if he could keep it together, I thought he was the horse to beat.
Here's our post-spray. We start with Flavio Prat on Celestial Glaze.
Well, he's the closer in the entry. That the other half is the speed.
Other half of the entry, Coffre. First off the claim, Rudy Rodriguez.
Trouble early with the scratch of the 2B. Look for him to be the early leader.
Remaining half of the other entry, Barese.
Boy, his form has declined precipitously. He looks like he should be forward as well.
He'll break toward the outside. The rail to this one, St. Andrews.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he's my top choice near. I think 4-1's a very generous price.
Mike Maker, first off the claim with Dylan Davis, Rocco Strong.
Mike Maker's numbers off the claim overall with dirt routers not that great, and the barn has been very chilly.
Favorite, is it the rider effect here?
I think it's IRADRT's making him favored in here for a barn. Rob Atras that has not been doing particularly well on the dirt over the last 3 or 4 months.
Perfect flight, equipment change after the one-race experiment, blinkers off.
I sometimes look for the leadership Mongo with long shots. I just don't see it with this one.
There's some big back class with Empty Tomb, and he comes off a win. That was for 20.
You like him, and he's a generous price at 6-1. They're spacing his races quite a bit.
Nimitz Class, the old class horse, but his last race, wow, not good.
Yeah, as we talked about him, if you like him at 10, jump in.
And Alternate Reality has Eric Cancel, New Gelding.
He's got a little bit of a freshening, about 2 months since his last. He's got back form that gives him a chance. Can he still run those races for these connections?
Pick 6, carry over, make your final decisions. Just 3 minutes to get those tickets together. I want to remind everyone the $40 Friday feeder contest, low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Belmont at the Big A's 3rd on Friday. Visit NYRABets.com/contests for more info. Good luck to everybody participating in a very difficult pick 6 carryover sequence. A look there at Rocco Strong, who just edged out Skylander when they met back on August 18th on the race that came off the turf at Saratoga.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to this race and take a look at it. They finished 2nd and 3rd in here with Colloquy getting the job done. I think they all ran fairly well in here. Skylander, I mean, the thing that Skylander has is he has consistency. He's been in good form, and he's been keeping it for quite a while. Like a lot, cutting back from the 2-turn mile and 1/8 at Saratoga to a 1-turn here. His last 1-turn race was a victory. He's off the claim for Rob Atras, and Rob's obviously a trainer who's won a lot of races, but like a lot of trainers, especially ones that primarily are involved with claimers, they can be streaky. And on the dirt over the last 3.5 months, Rob's only has 1 winner. He's got 3 wins, but 2 of them were with the stakes horse Neat on the turf. But he has not been delivering, and that always concerns me a little bit. And, you know, you got to sort of make decisions, especially when you're talking about shorter-priced horses. And Skylander's 5-2 favorite in this race. So while I think he can win and made him my 3rd choice, I wouldn't bet him at that price. But in the pick 6, a different story.
He's an interesting case, Rocco Strong, the 4. I know we're looking at the 7 now, but you see a lot of his recent races, they just, whoever had him was putting him in a lot longer races, a lot of those races against just way better company. Look at the last mile races.
They're good.
3rd behind Maker's Candy and Drake's Passage, 2 incredibly talented horses. 4th between Power Seeker, only beat 3 lengths. His mile races are pretty good. This might be what he wants to do. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, let's check in with a horse who's very full of himself out on the racetrack, and that's number 7 in here, Empty Tomb, a horse that projects to be forward, as we'll see what they do with Celestial Gaze, not really giving me the impression in the warm-up that with the stretch out that they're going to go with him, but he should at least be forward. But I know, Andy bringing up the point that doesn't run that often, Empty Tomb, and today he comes back in with the front wraps on, but after watching him warm up. I have no hesitation to recommend him. He looks fantastic. Empty Tomb, and he's drifting down a little bit, but I feel like he is a fairly generous price because when he shows up, he definitely runs these winning types of races. Ray Rodriguez, I think, actually has a good chance with both of his horses in here. They both have made really lovely impressions. Coffray moving incredibly well, fairly relaxed for him, carrying his weight well. That's something that he will struggle with at times. Just one of the better times I've seen this horse come into a race. So that entry taking some nibbles now at 4-1, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Getting close. Got to make those final decisions coming up. Favoritism has not moved on the 5 Skylander.
And the board has not really changed significantly in here. And pick sixes are tricky because every decision you make in one race affects a decision in another race. You look at it and you're thinking of going 2x4, which is 8 combinations. Maybe you have to ask yourself, do I want to go 3x3? In 2 races, 9 combinations, a relatively similar
and those decisions
amount.
Come back to
right.
haunt
And a lot of times people, but the thing is that people will say, oh, that horse was my next use. Well, there's always a next use in every race. And your tickets are going to go up exponentially. And I always would talk about pick sixes. If you think playing them is easy, make your tickets with a $2,000 mythical bankroll at home and see how well you do overall. It's a lot tougher than people think that don't really play them because it's not about – pick sixes are about surviving races. You want to get through each race. Short prices are your friends in pick sixes, especially ones that you can narrow it down, maybe singling or using a lot of your money in multiple tickets on a short price. Pick sixes don't depend on short prices. 1 or 2 decent prices will make a pick six pay very well. Never worry about using a couple of 3 to 5 shots. That doesn't mean the pick six is going to pay small. And don't get yourself caught up spending too much money on long shots to your detriment. And one of the reasons pick sixes often and pick fives pay good value is people play them poorly. Don't be that person, and don't go shooting for the moon too often at the expense of using logical horses.
Unless you like those.
Well,
if you really like a long shot, then yes.
That's a different story. And are you necessarily right? Do you spend $600 in a pick six, leaning heavily on a 20-1 shot, or would you better off betting that $600 to win or in that race? I think these are questions that people need to ask themselves. Every decision, there are counter arguments to it, and I don't think that leaning heavily on a 20-1 shot in a pick six is probably not your best way to make money in this game.
Empty Tomb, 9-2. Maggie was talking about him, 8-year-old. Maybe he just did wake up last start. He looked sensational warming up. We'll see if he runs to his looks here as he steps back up in class. Pick six carryover starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Perfect flight going in. Alternate reality, last to load. Start of the pick six. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Skylander is going to be in the early mix, and also Rocco Strong is right there. Joining them comes Empty Tombs towards the outside, and Empty Tomb now with a head in front. Goes right with Rocco Strong, and these two head and head as they get set to come out of the chute. Following them is Maurice, who's under a drive here, wants to move forward, doesn't want to lose touch with the leaders as a close-up third. At the rail in the red cap, that's Celestial Glaze as Skylander broke with the leaders, is now back to 5th. Up on the far outside, here comes Alternate Reality. Moving forward is comfortable enough, but is in about 5 wide here. As at the rail is St. Andrews there, and in between horses, Caffrey. Further back, far back, Perfect Flight. And the trailer, that's Nimitz Class. As they work up the backstretch, 23-3 for that opening quarter mile. Rocco Strong is a half length in front. Here's Empty Tomb right there with this leader, and 3 wide is the run from Skylander, who can wait no more, is ranging up 3 wide here as they work into the far turn, 47-4, the half-mile time. Also at the rail is Flavian Pratt and Celestial Glaze, just waiting for room, patiently ridden here at the rail. Red cap looks to have run, nowhere to go yet, is in the 4th spot. Also under drive, here comes St. Andrews. Is ranging up from 5th. Alternate Reality from the back. Caffrey tries to get going. Far back to the rest as they reach the top of the stretch, and Skylander comes calling for the lead. Celestial Glaze is still tucked right in behind rivals. There's no seam there. He's going to try and split them. Getting the jump is St. Andrews on the grandstand side, and St. Andrews now sprints away. It's St. Andrews who's quickly up by 2, and St. Andrews is just striding away. St. Andrews inside that final 16th will kick off the pick 6. It's going to be St. Andrews, Joel Rosario. They get the score. Celestial Glaze Up for second, then came Skylander and Empty Tomb in 1 minute 39 flat.
St. Andrews pulls away mid-stretch here under Joel Rosario for the Orlando Nota Barn.
Little trouble at the start. I don't know if the one came in and kind of steadied off him at the start, but after that, got into perfect position under Joe Rosario, and you could see that Joel was trying to keep Celestial Glance sort of and Flavian Pratt in as they went around the turn. Turned out it may not have mattered, but able to get it done, and you'll see him sort of steady just a little bit. Nothing
inside
major.
post the 3.
It's usual Joel. You don't see exaggerated steadies with him, but you're going to see, and it feels like the one did something, right? And he steadies back to last. But Joel very coolly gets him right back into the race, got good position, and proved to be much the best.
Did the one come in on him, or was this his own doing?
Feels like it had to be
the one bumped him.
Yeah, or did he come out and bump into the one a little?
Maybe
right?
minorly.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it was, it didn't really matter. He proved to be much the best in here, and he enjoyed the cut back and distance. As the one Celestial Glance Gaze was actually stretching out. No speed at all from Coffray, who doesn't seem to be good anymore.
So, third choice on the board. Starts off this pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, a nice horse in an open race. If you leaned on him, did okay. I did not play the pick 6. I played pick 5, and I played the late pick 5.
3157. We had talked about this horse, earlier on before we came on the air. It's probably be the most reliable horse in the race, at least most consistent. But he opened up on this field.
Yeah, he was much the best today, and obviously got the right trip after a little trouble at the start, but getting it done over Celestial Glaze. Skylander ran fine, just not quite good enough in here.
St. Andrews' 6th win of his career, just second win this year in 7 starts. But that was a tough $50,000 claiming race. He was coming out of a talented run, and Ray won that race, getting easier company here and returns dividends. High fives from Joel Rosario and the rest of this team for Orlando Nota and playing the field racing. Final turn racing. To start this pick 6 carryover, it's St. Andrews once again with the win. To start things off, we'll get back to the Little Brown Jug. Kanajinsky. He's the one to beat. Get it done in the Little Brown Jug. Stay with us.
On Friday, September 20th, Harris Hoosier Park will host the 6th edition of the $200,000 Caesars Trotting Classic. Watch live as North America's best trotters participate in Harris Hoosier Park's signature trotting event featuring 9 Grand Circuit races with purses totaling over $1.3 million. Enjoy food trucks, outdoor activities, giveaways, and more as part of our community night at the races. First post for the Caesars Trotting Classic is 6:15 p.m.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Just head over to nairabets.com to get started today. All about St. Andrews putting away this field convincingly for Orlando Noda and ridden to victory by Joel Rosario, who joins me now. And Joel, you had kind of the clear run. It felt as though there was a bit of a pace stool up front, and it just set things up beautifully for you. First time aboard this horse, too.
Yes, I mean, he didn't come out of the gate like kind of, a little bit slow. But
well, what happened at the gate? The guys were discussing that. Did you get bumped? Did you bump someone?
I wasn't sure, It looked like he didn't. It looked like he didn't come out of there exactly what I want to. I mean, right. And after that, just send him a little bit, put him a little bit in the race. I think it looked like every step of the way he got better and better for me. And just trying to get him the trip. It looked like the more in the race that he is, the more that he want to run. So. He was the best horse in the race, I thought.
Yeah, definitely. Well done to you. Another rider that we'll see down at Parks this weekend, riding in the PA Derby. Timeout for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Third in the Curlin, went against the 3-year-olds, 2 back. What can we expect from him? It feels like there's several horses in this field that are light on experience, but could be verging on big performances. Is Timeout one of those?
Yeah, I would say hopefully. hopefully. I mean, he's... going there, I think, for the first time going Parks, hopefully like the track. And, we're going against top field. But, he's a good horse, and then let's see.
You've ridden at Parks a couple times. Here, pretty much you make that annual trip down there, don't you? What's it like riding Parks? Are there tricks to that track?
I mean, it's just sort of bang, I think, in the horse, how the horse, it's probably different surface than, somewhere else. And, the dirt, when... Just all depend on your horse, how it's handling, got into the turn too. So, it's a lot to go to. So you're always hoping your horse like that.
Well, here's a Timeout liking it. Best of luck with him. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, St. Andrews gets the win convincingly here in today's 4th race.
Yeah, that was a dominant victory here by St. Andrews. Thank you, Maggie. $10.60 start to this pick 6 carryover. Now comes late pick 5 time. And it doesn't get any easier here, does it?
Well, I think this is an interesting race because a horse that I was surprised at the morning line, and as usual, the morning line maker's right. Currently the co-favorite, but like 3rd or 4th choice in the doubles, but not a big price. Bobby Jean. If this horse wins, there's nothing that's going to happen that I could win on. This horse rode a good rail in a bad race. I don't like this horse at all. I like Destined to Race, who figures to come down based on doubles. I think Destined to Race is a horse to beat in here. I used Elliptic as well in some pick 5s. I wasn't really enamored with anybody else in here.
Elliptic the 5 for Bill Morey. Dylan Davis rides there. So pick 5. Got about 19 minutes to put your tickets together. Much more coming up from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Let's go to Channel Otten with a special guest.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm joined here with the OHHA president, Scott Mogan. Scott, you took this role on about 8 months ago. Just tell us a little bit about what it entails.
Well, it's a little bit of everything. I just kind of oversee the board mainly. We have, a great staff in the office. They take care of most of the office stuff. Some things I have to, be and approve and stuff and through the office. But basically, I run the quarterly board meetings and most stuff like that with the board of directors.
Now, you have a stable of your own here in Ohio, and it just kind of proves how much Ohio is on the rise with harness racing.
I think Ohio is probably the elite place to be right now with our stakes programs. We have 3 levels, and they all, be here at Delaware. The Ohio Breeders' Championship is basically our sire stake horses, and we have the Buckeye Stallions series here, a leg of every division, and also the Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
Now, we just had our Ohio Select sale down there in Columbus, and plenty of new owners just wanting the opportunity to race in Ohio. It has to mean something.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you see now. We've got better sires coming in the state, and they've proven they can go out of state and be competitive, in the Grand Circuit and the bigger races, and you see the bigger trainers and bigger owners from out of state coming in now buying our yearlings.
Jug Day is always special here in Delaware, Ohio. How long have you been coming here?
This is my 52nd year.
And it just is nowhere better to be than the 3rd Thursday of September here in Delaware.
Right. I mean, especially when you grow up 40 miles south of here, this is where you want to be the first week or 3rd week of September. I've been there every year, and we had a great week of weather, and hope everybody's enjoying it as much as I am.
Thank you so much, Scott, and we wish you nothing but the best with the OHHA and everything we have coming up here in Ohio.
Jenna, thank you. Of course, this is the big matchup everyone's hoping to see in the Jug. The stablemates, Nijinsky, legendary Hanover. Will they meet again? Let's go to Jessica with a man who trains them both.
I have trainer Tony Beaton, who sends out the favorites in each of the Little Brown Jug elimination. Tony, first and foremost, just talk about the ride that Nijinsky and Legendary Hanover have taken you on this summer.
Oh, it's been an exceptional ride. It's been a lot of fun every time we get to take these boys on the road, or even at home in at Mohawk. They've just been exceptional, the pair of them so far this year.
The sport is all about rivalries, and it's kind of fun to see both of your horses kind of set up those rivalries, the North America Cup, the Meadowlands Pace. Talk about each individual, because they're alike, but they're so different.
Yeah, and like Nijinsky, I kind of refer to him as like a little sports car, and he's just got a big engine, big set of lungs, and he can go fast for a little guy, where Legendary is kind of a big, strong, like a locomotive, and once you get that engine rolling, you just let him go, and he can carry that speed for a long way.
How are both colts coming into the races today?
They've been both very good since we came down here. We landed Sunday and jogged them Monday, trained them up a little bit just so they could get a feel for the track here Tuesday, and I was very happy with them both, and let's hope today they're good again.
Speaking of getting used to the track, how do you feel coming to from those bigger tracks to the half mile? I know the Delaware County Fair is very forgiving, but how do you feel coming to the half mile?
I don't really have any concerns. Like I was maybe a little more concerned for Legendary because he's a bigger horse, but he handled the turns here the other day like exceptional when I let him pace right through the turns. And Nijinsky, he's raced on a half there at home before, and I don't have any concerns with him either. He's just a handy little horse.
They both seem to be coming into the race very good, coming off of some really solid efforts. Now it's heat racing. You have an elimination, and you come back for the second heat. Any different preparation for these guys coming into this race?
Not really. We just try to have them sound, healthy, and fit, and let them do their job, and the drivers do their jobs.
All right, best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Our coverage of the Little Brown Jug brought to you by Ohio Harness Horse Breeders, breeding the best in the Buckeye State. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. Part 2 of our coverage that includes the Little Brown Jug. Picks up on FS2, 4:30 Eastern Time. It was Freddie Flincher, first Grade 1 win of his career in the Lonesome Glory to kick off the card. Nijinsky, Legendary Hanover, the stablemates going head-to-head, and Torpedo Anna this weekend.
75, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, that help you, 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge, got to be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, 850, 75, out on $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow, thank you.
And my friend, it will be Jordan to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Horses stepping on the track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is 5 minutes away. Scratch the 2. Race 5, 1 mile. Start of the late pick 5. 5 minutes. Approach to the gate for race 5. Approach to the gate. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 5th. Princess Becca, first to go in. Destined to race, Save Us Melania. Goes in. All set. Movement from Duck Fat. And they're off. Duck Fat hopped in the air at the start is going to be the early trailer. Save Us Melania flashes early speed. It's Save Us Melania right out towards the front with Princess Becca. They're going to be 1-2 with Destined to Race. Just in behind them is tracking from third as Princess Becca is drifting out just a touch once off the rail. That's the leading trio as they come out of the chute. Here's Moonlit Weekend. It's going to move throughout that seam, is now in fourth. Traveling towards the far outside comes Elliptic and pass towards the inside from Bobby Jean. Second to last at the back end of that group is Thorny. And far, far back after the start, Duck Fat is now 10 lengths the trailer. 24-4 for that measured opening quarter mile for Save Us Melania. Save Us Melania's got the front end, is moving right along, is now 2 lengths in front of Princess Becca, who has gotten over to the rail now. It's Princess Becca's in pursuit, coming right after Save Us Melania as they've got less than a half mile to go. 48-4, that half mile time, and the front two start to spurt away here as back there in third is Destined to Race, is now dropping back. It's passed by Elliptic from in between horses. Bobby Jean is all in. From the back, trying to rally on is Thorny, but the front two still are well clear, now about 7 lengths clear from the rest. Save Us Melania towards the inside and the oncoming strides of Princess Becca, but Save Us Melania looks to have plenty at the top of the stretch, and they're still about 7 lengths clear. Save Us Melania now kicks away, 114 flat for 3/4. Princess Becca continues to give chase. It's down to these two. A final furlong left to go. It's Save Us Melania towards the inside. Princess Becca to the outside, far back to the rest. Elliptic and Bobby Jean battling it out for show, but inside the final 16th, it's all Save Us Melania who gets the score. Save Us Melania wins it over Princess Becca, then Bobby Jean and Elliptic. Final running time, 1:40.4. Order finish, first the 9, Save Us Melania, second the 1, Princess Becca, third the 4, Bobby Jean, fourth the 5, Elliptic, 9-1-4-5 in race 5. Into the winner's circle, the 9, Save Us Melania. She's a 3-year-old bred in Kentucky by Constitution out of Wellington Beauty. Winning owner and trainer is Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lescano. Exacta $16.20, the double $37.25, trifecta $32.50. Superfecta $131.25, and the pick 3 $58.50. Running time 1 minute 40.96 seconds. Up next is race 6, today's 6th race. Start of the late pick 4, 6 furlongs outer turf. In today's 6th, scratch the 10, Big Ego. 22 minutes away. Race 6, late pick 4 is next. Duck Fat. And they're off. Duck Fat hopped in the air at the start is going to be the early trailer. Save Us Melania flashes early speed. It's Save Us Melania right out towards the front with Princess Becca. They're going to be 1-2 with Destined to race. Just in behind them is tracking from third as Princess Becca is drifting out just a touch once off the rail. That's the leading trio as they come out of the chute. Here's Moonlit Weekend. It's going to move throughout that seam, is now in fourth. Traveling towards the far outside comes Elliptic and pass towards the inside from Bobby Jean. Second to last at the back end of that group is Thorny. And far, far back after the start, Duck Fat is now 10 lengths the trailer. 24-4 for that measured opening quarter mile for Save Us Melania. Save Us Melania's got the front end, is moving right along, is now 2 lengths in front of Princess Becca, who has gotten over to the rail now. It's Princess Becca's in pursuit, coming right after Save Us Melania as they've got less than a half mile to go. 48-4, that half mile time, and the front two start to spurt away here as back there in third is Destined to Race is now dropping back. It's passed by Elliptic from in between horses. Bobby Jean is all in. From the back, trying to rally on is Thorny, but the front two still are well clear, now about 7 lengths clear from the rest. Save Us Melania towards the inside and the oncoming strides of Princess Becca, but Save Us Melania looks to have plenty at the top of the stretch, and they're still about 7 lengths clear. Save Us Melania now kicks away, 114 flat for 3/4. Princess Becca continues to give chase. It's down to these two. A final furlong left to go. It's Save Us Melania towards the inside. Princess Becca to the outside, far back to the rest. Elliptic and Bobby Jean battling it out for show, but inside the final 16th, it's all Save Us Melania who gets the score. Save Us Melania wins it over Princess Becca, then Bobby Jean and Elliptic. Final running time, 1 minute 40 and 4.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Field steps on the track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is 6 minutes away. 6 furlongs, outer turf, late pick 4. Race 6, 6 minutes. Field stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 6. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 6. Matzi. Price is Truth. Stars in the City. Egyptian Quest, Braca. My Life Story. Is in. All set. And they're off. Egyptian Quest has early speed, and also right there, Stars in the City. Joining them, Awesome Force. They line up. It's on the far outside, My Life Story. And also the gray is at the rail. Price is Truth. 5 of them up front. And now emerging, it's Awesome Force and Lane Leslie out in the center of the course, but is up by a half length. Now I'll call it a full length as Awesome Force will press on. My Life Story is right to the outside in the pink cap, and tightly at the rail is the gray. That's Price's Truth. Losing some ground with Stars in the City as they move into the turn now. 22.52 for that opening quarter mile. At the rail, it's Matzi is tracking from 5th. Outriders Egyptian Quest is trying to keep up, is in the 6th spot. Towards the back end, Braca. The 2 at the back, 7th. Race Shake and Jim Bob. Now head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go, and My Life Story is trying to pounce on Awesome Force. These two are still now head and head as they are at the top of the lane, and here trying to join them. Here's the gray, Price's Truth, and looking for a seam. Matzi nowhere to go, just had to steady. Matzi now sees a seam. Stars in the City on the grandstand side. A 16th left to go. 4 across the course. Matzi down to the inside, now finds the room late, and Matzi's going to get the victory. It's Matzi who waited for the room, got it, and gets the score over Price's Truth. Then came Stars in the City and My Life's Story in 1 minute 9 seconds flat. Unofficial order finish. First, the 2, Metzi. Second, the 3, Price is Truth. Third, the 7, Stars in the City. Fourth, the 9, My Life Story. 2379. Running time 1 minute 9.19. Hold all tickets until race 6 is official. That'll be another victory on the afternoon for Joel Rosario. Hall of Famer, Joel Rosario, 2379. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 6th race, the 2, Metzi. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in New York by the Factor out of Way Smart. Winning owner is Bond Racing Stable, winning trainer Kevin Bond, the winning jockey Joel Rosario. 2 wins on the afternoon, Joel Rosario with 2 wins on the day. Race official. Exacta $45.75, the double $33.25, trifecta $197.50, the superfecta $901.50, the pick 3 $263 even, and the pick 4 $249.25. Early pick 5 comes back at $2,536 even, running time 1 minute 9.19 seconds. Up next, race 7, late pick 3 time. Race 7 in 23 minutes. And they're off. Egyptian Quest has early speed, and also right there, Stars in the City. Joining them, Awesome Force. They line up. It's on the far outside, My Life Story. And also the gray is at the rail. Price is Truth. 5 of them up front. And now emerging, it's Awesome Force and Lane Leslie out in the center of the course, but is up by a half length. Now I'll call it a full length as Awesome Force will press on. My Life Story is right to the outside in the pink cap, and tightly at the rail is the gray. That's Price's Truth. Losing some ground with Stars in the City as they move into the turn now. 22.52 for that opening quarter mile. At the rail, it's Matsi is tracking from 5th. Outriders Egyptian Quest is trying to keep up, is in the 6th spot. Towards the back end, Braca. The 2 at the back, 7th. Race Shake and Jim Bob. Now head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go, and My Life Story is trying to pounce on Awesome Force. These two are still now head and head as they are at the top of the lane, and here trying to join them. Here's the gray Price's Truth, and looking for a seam. Matzi nowhere to go, just had to steady. Matzi now sees a seam. Stars in the city on the grandstand side. A 16th left to go, 4 across the course. Matzi down to the inside, now finds the room late, and Matzi's going to get the victory. It's Matzi who waited for the room, got it, and gets the score over Price's Truth. Then came Stars in the City and My Life's Story in 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Field steps on the track for today's 7th race, race 7, 7 minutes away. Race 7, mile 16th, inner turf. Scratch the 8, 14, 15, 16. Race 7, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 7. Start of the late pick 3. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 7. Field stepping forward, there's Mr. Mendelssohn. Feathers Road, Our Country. Modica. Sugar Gray Leonard. Sugar Gray Leonard. Moves in. All set. And they're off. Front man right out towards the lead, and front man now they cross over as they come out of the chute, and Morvino is in front. It's Morvino with Born Dancer, and those two now challenge one another as Sugar Gray Leonard wants to join them from that outside draw. It's going to be about 3 wide, trying to tuck right in behind these leaders as they move towards that first turn. It's going to be Morvino and Moreno. They've got the front. Morvino's in front by 3/4 of a length. It's mild pressure now from Born Dancer towards the outside here from second. Rankin wanted to go there as Feathers Road. Just had to steady briefly, and that hampered Modica, who's now back to the 5th spot, is traveling on that outside, and 4th is Sugar Gray Leonard. They sort themselves out as they work to the backstretch. Here comes Heathguard. Heathguard has got some forward momentum as well as they're with Our Country, and they progress. Then in behind them at the rail comes Kick a Buck. Scat to Tap is in that mix. The two at the back, front man and Mr. Mendelssohn. The leader, Morvino. Morvino is in front and right there ready to challenge his Born Dancer at the rail. Now more settled is Feathers Road. Moving up alongside. Feathers Road up on the outside here. Now trying to progress his Heathguard, and behind them comes Ghostly Prince, who's tracking from 5th. Out wider on the far outside. Here's the run from Scat to Tap. Nowhere to go yet for Modica. Is now in traffic. Is now going to ride the rail here from the 5th position, but does have some forward movement. And in behind that, following that move, is Kick a Buck. They are very tightly bunched, 47 and 4 at the top of the lane. And Born Dancer now kicks. It's Born Dancer with Morvino towards the inside. In between horses, here comes Modica. Squeezed in tight there. No room as Feathers Road is holding that position. And now sprints. It's Feathers Road to the outside of Born Dancer. Modica's going to try one more time. Heathguard on the far outside is there as well. It's Feathers Road still battling on. Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it over Feathers Road. It's a big photo there towards the outside. Kick a Buck is in there with Modica. At the rail was front man, and in behind them, that was Heathguard. In 1 minute 49 and 4. Order finish, first the 10, Born Dancers. Second, the 4, Feathers Road. Third, the 11, Kick a Buck. And fourth, the 5, Monica. 10-4, 11-5 in race 7. Running time 1 minute 41.90 in today's 7th race. Winner is number 10, Born Dancer. He's a 5-year-old gelding, bred in New York by War Dancer out of Arguably. Winning owner is Saratoga 10. General partner, winning trainer Michelle Nevin. The winning jockey, Kendrick Carmouche. Winner's bred in New York by Ann Morgan and Chavot Racing. Race official. Exact at $37.50. The double $31.50. Trifecta $167.50. $1 superfecta, $1,600 even. Pick 3, $128. Running time, 1 minute 41.90. Up next, race 8. Today's 8th, 21 minutes away. Race 8 is next. And they're off. Front man right out towards the lead, and front man now they cross over as they come out of the chute, and Morvino is in front. It's Morvino with Born Dancer, and those two now challenge one another as Sugar Gray Leonard wants to join them from that outside draw. It's going to be about 3 wide, trying to tuck right in behind these leaders as they move towards that first turn. It's going to be Morvino and Moreno. They've got the front. Morvino's in front by 3/4 of a length. It's mild pressure now from Born Dancer towards the outside here from second. Rankin wanted to go there as Feathers Road. Just had to steady briefly, and that hampered Monica, who's now back to the 5th spot, is traveling on that outside, and 4th is Sugar Gray Leonard. They sort themselves out as they work to the backstretch. Here comes Heathguard. Heathguard has got some forward momentum as well as they're with Our Country, and they progress. Then in behind them, at the rail comes Kick a Buck. Scat to Tap is in that mix. The 2 at the back, front man, and Mr. Mendelson. The leader, Morvino. Morvino is in front and right there ready to challenge his Born Dancer at the rail. Now more settled is Feathers Road. Moving up alongside. Feathers Road up on the outside here. Now trying to progress his Heathguard, and behind them comes Ghostly Prince, who's tracking from 5th. Out wider on the far outside. Here's the run from Scat to Tap. Nowhere to go yet for Monica. Is now in traffic. Is now going to ride the rail here from the 5th position, but does have some forward movement. And in behind that, following that move, is Kick a Buck. They are very tightly bunched, 47 and 4 at the top of the lane. And Born Dancer now kicks. It's Born Dancer with Morvino towards the inside. In between horses, here comes Monica, squeezed in tight there. No room as Feathers Road is holding that position. Now sprints. It's Feathers Road to the outside of Born Dancer. Monica's going to try one more time. Heathguard on the far outside is there as well. It's Feathers Road still battling on. Born Dancer gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it over Feathers Road. It's a big photo there towards the outside. Kick a Buck is in there with Monica. At the rail was Frontman, and in behind them, that was Heathguard. In 1 minute 49 and 4.
watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You're seeing sights from the Delaware County Fair, home of the Little Brown Jug, a marquee race for 3-year-old pacing standardbreds. And we'll get a chance to learn a little bit more about the rich history of the Jug and some of the main contenders coming up in that unique format for one of harness racing's biggest days of racing. As I'm your host, Akeisha Kamal, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, our harness expert, Paul Verderosa. Andy, I know that you are here with us for the last couple of races, Belmont at the Big A as well, but I'm sure you're a little bit familiar with the Jug and the excitement of big races like this do hold.
No, I was talking about it a little bit on the earlier show. I remember seeing Keystone Orr, who won the Jug in 1976, set then a world record for a half-mile track, winning at Saratoga shortly before winning the Jug for Stanley Dancer. I was even pointing out, did you know that there is a trainer who's won races at NYRA, Lou Martinez, who won the Little Brown Jug in 1979 with Hyder?
I remember coming around here, too, in the mid-'90s, and Louis Martinez being around as well.
He's
so
a
it's
big-time
a great,
harness
it's
trainer.
a great tie-in, too. He's a great harness trainer, great thoroughbred trainer, too, around these parts.
And we're going to get a chance to see some big names potentially lining up today. Of course, they do those elimination heats into the Little Brown Jug, but we could see two of the big dogs in Dajinski and Legendary Hanover lining up a little bit later on in the Jug. So a lot of excitement to look forward to, and that's one thing we love about Andy Serling. He is a walking encyclopedia.
Well, I spent my childhood at Saratoga Harness. Are you kidding me? I didn't ever need a babysitter. I just went to Saratoga Harness and rode my bike there.
Place, yeah. I actually got my husband to Saratoga Harness for the first time this summer. We watched a race while we were waiting for dinner, and we had a great time.
No, it's a terrific track. And I mean, you know, I grew up as a kid when racing was, you know, people went to the racetrack. And in Saratoga in the 70s, there was never less than 1,000 people there on a night during the week. And a Saturday night in October at Saratoga Harness, 5,000 people. It was a great time and good racing, too.
It's still a great venue now, too. I just love the mom-and-pop feel of it, too. You're right on top of the action, and that's what those little venues do. And it brings together everybody that's been locals and have been there a long time. It's great to see the community turn out for
My
these
favorite horses there was a horse named Serrata Anderson, who actually came down to New York in the 70s and won some big races.
Pretty cool. Well, we'll get a chance to certainly have that community feel at the Delaware County Fair, which is where the Little Brown Jug does take place. Anything with fair in the name means it's bound to be a good time, as we'll take a look at race 16, which is our first live action here in this segment of the show. 1 mile pace for 3-year-old fillies, the Ohio Breeders' Championship here. And Seaside Diva right now, Paul, a horse that's been in terrific form as of late. No surprise, it's the favorite.
No surprise here. I mean, 4 of her last 5 and 10 wins on the season, too. I mean, listen, when you look at the Courageous Lady 3 starts back for her, she had no shot from that post at Northfield, was too far back. And the thing that concerns me here, though, is you're talking about a half-mile track, and you're talking about the far outside post here, and she's going to launch from off the pace, and she's 3-2. And really the sneaky horse that's taking the money is the 2, Calypso Pearl, who's got that good tactical speed in here, and who I like a little bit because this horse can leave for position and be in front as they head into that first turn.
Was second to Seaside Diva last time out. What can she do to turn the tables? Lining up for race 16 with the 3-year-old fillies. Here's Roger Houston with the call.
The end to the day. Best of luck.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Pacers are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. That's I'm a Beach Lady going right out for the lead. On the inside, Calypso Pearl. 3 wide into the turn, Daisy Star. 4 wide, Wasted on You as they battle to the first 8. Getting away on the inside, Bad Girls are racing. Down the backside they go, racing 6. Katie's up, racing 7th. Up on the outside, go on to the first quarter mark. Daisy Star as they race over to the first quarter in 27-1. Around the turn, Naked on a Hill, racing 9th and trailing the field. That is Zuma Beach. They're by the 3/8 and into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. Showing the way on the front end, Calypso Pearl. Up on the outside, it's Daisy Star racing 3rd. I'm a Beach Lady at the halfway point. halfway home in 54, 26 and 4, second panel. It's one of the fastest second quarters we've had in a long time. Go on to the backside. Dan Noble opens up with Calypso Pearl by 3 lengths. I'm a Beach Lady is there second. The outside, Daisy Star third. Down the backside they go, trapped in on the inside. Bad Girls Racing. Matt Kagele needs some racing room. At the 3/4, 1:22 and 2. 28 and 2, third panel. Midway around the final turn, Calypso Pearl the leader. Closing on the outside with each and every stride. Here comes Chris Page with a final surge in the last 1/8 of a mile. Seaside Diva making herself known. Calypso Pearl, Seaside Diva on the outside. Calypso Pearl.
They made it exciting down to the wire. Calypso Pearl holding on. Paul, a nice call. You said that you liked this horse to turn the tables, and she really dug in with some quick fractions.
I'll tell you one thing. As Roger Houston said, those were fast times, and it's been warm down there, and the track's been lightning fast, but she was dead game to win this race, especially going 54 and 1 to the half, which, as Roger said, was one of the fastest ones that they've had so far.
That horse made that move to her on the second turn, and that horse completely evaporated shortly after. This horse earned the victory. Impressive win.
Nice performance from Calypso Pearl, who was able to turn the tables on your favorite, Seaside Diva, taking the Ohio Breeders' Championship there for 3-year-old fillies. We're going to take a quick pause and welcome in our viewers on Fox Sports 2. Be sure to stay with us. FS2 coming up momentarily as we continue our live coverage of Little Brown Jug Day at the Delaware County Fair. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for your patience and tuning in with us here as our program is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. There are some beautiful sights at the Delaware County Fair, the home of the Little Brown Jug. We'll have live coverage of the Jug coming up a little bit later on, and some great races as well on the program there from Delaware, Ohio. I'm your host, Acacia Klump, pleased to be joined by Andy Sterling, Paul Verderosa. We'll have a couple of races from Belmont at the Big A to come as well, but Paul, a lot of sights set on the big performances we're going to see surely for the Little Brown Jug today.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week down there, and it culminates now with the Little Brown Jug. And the great thing about it is not only the great racing, and this being one of America's premier pacing races, but the fact that the whole town shuts down for this race. Banks are closed and schools closed and volunteers come out. You could line up in the turn to watch this race, which is so cool, and stake your spot.
You got to love a town that shuts the schools down for a horse race. I'm all for that. I mean, we race in Saratoga in the summer, so it never happens, but sort of like the Melbourne Cup in Ohio.
Absolutely. We love to see that. We love the celebration and the great atmosphere that takes place over the Delaware County Fair, as Paul mentioned, one of the marquee races for 3-year-old pacers. The 79th running coming up today in the Little Brown Jug in Delaware, Ohio. It's a little bit of a different kind of format of what you might be used to seeing. 2 elimination heats, the top 4 of which will go into the final. And we'll get a chance to see some connections who have had a ton of success in the Little Brown Jug as well. We've got boots on the ground, though, as Jessica Otten and Jenna Otten with us at the Delaware County Fair. Ladies, great to have you with us. We were just talking about the wonderful excitement and atmosphere that the Delaware County Fair does have for the Little Brown Jug.
Yes, absolutely. And Jenna, I feel like you're going to have to agree with me on this, or maybe you would. You know, the atmosphere throughout the day is getting stronger and stronger, and the vibe is just getting more exciting as we go on.
Yeah, we've been here all day now, but the people just keep pouring in, and I'm sure we're getting close to post time, but I've seen some people still keep pouring in, and the grandstand's filling up, the backside's filled up, the third turn's filled up, and it is all coming together to be a great Little Brown Jug.
Yeah, I heard them talking earlier. You know, after this year's Jug, they'll be chaining their chairs on the fence for next year, and I just think that's such a fun tradition to have here at the Delaware County Fair.
Plenty of people have told me all week how they tie up their chairs about Saturday just so they can secure their spot. And they've been doing this for years. Some people have been coming here for as long as 30 years just in the same exact spot. And again, nowhere else we'd rather be on the third Thursday of September.
Absolutely not. Now, we've had a chance to watch some of these horses heading into the 2 heats of the Little Brown Jug warm-up. Of course, the big storyline here is Nijinsky and Legendary Hanover, of course, coming from Tony Beaton's barn. 2 very nice horses in their own right, 2 very different horses.
Yeah, and the action, it's pretty hot here, Jess, but the action's hotter. We've broke a few stakes records, so I'm curious to see both Nijinsky and Legendary in the elimination leg, just how fast that teletimer can be. They are speeding around this half-mile track here at Delaware today.
Yes, they definitely are. It's a hot one, and I think the races are just starting to get heating up as we head into the first and second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. The top 4 finishers will come back for the next final of the Little Brown Jug. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jess and Jenna, thank you. We look forward to seeing how it does play out and who makes it into that Little Brown Jug final. We have New York bred fillies, though, in the 8th race, Belmont at the Big A coming up in this first level allowance. And Andy, we'll get right into the field, starting off with the long shot, Big Hazel.
If you're looking to make a case for this long shot, it would be she doesn't like running in Saratoga because her last start at Aqueduct was a decent effort.
Here's first class cat for Linda Rice.
Gets Flavian Pratt, which is never a bad thing. And I thought her last race gave her a chance to get a piece here.
Starry Midnight, a big price on the board.
Boy, she's just lost her form completely, and that's a big long shot.
And big price at 58 to 1. Fabulous Fox going back to the main track.
Potentially part of what could be a fast pace in here as she gets back to the dirt. Her form wasn't that bad on the dirt. Can she build on it?
Here's the current favorite, Amazing Doty, who was on a tear up at Finger Lakes.
But she's supposed to face some pressure in this race, and she wasn't able to overcome it last time. I think she's a dubious favorite.
Layoff for Flight Control, lightly raced.
Yeah, I believe she'll come down from her 9-2. She's a very dangerous horse off the layoff.
Faced My Main Squeeze last time out. Here's My Bronx Baby, turf to dirt.
Another major speed, and Christopher Elliott's going to have to be aggressive with this one.
And Carol T, if she can find some form, she will be running late.
I like her chances in this race. She's supposed to get the pace she needs to run against, and she was too close and wide last time against a Gold Rail. 2 races back, she was on top of a pace, too close. Time before that, over her head in the mud. And her winning race in the maiden race was a race where she got some pace to run at. So I think with a more conservative ride, with a faster pace, she can get back to the running style where she's most effective.
She's a pretty generous price right now, too, at now 6 to 1, as we'll see if she can get that setup that it does look like there should be. And you talked about several that should be forwardly placed and using speed, and that does include this filly, Flight Control, coming in off the layoff for Bob Caceres, as she was quick early and quick late on debut, went right into the Franklin Square when she faced the very talented My Main Squeeze, and now has the layoff to contend with.
Of the speed, she's the one that I like, layoff or not. And the trainer, frankly, 6 to 12 month layoffs in dirt sprints, 5 for 19 and a 452 ROI, 3 for 10 actually on some angle on that. At Naira, actually, 3 for 10 at Naira with 5 hitting the board. So he's been able to do it here at Naira, doing that. It's a horse that showed enough ability first time to contend in this race, and that was her first start as a 2-year-old late in the year. She could easily improve off that, and frankly, she didn't even run that badly in her next start, involved in the pace, and a pace that really, you know, with My Main Squeeze in there, those are some pretty good horses.
Tricky Temper won a couple stakes at Saratoga this summer.
Now, she improved quite a bit from there, but still, no, those were quality animals, and I think she's a very dangerous horse, as her odds are not surprisingly coming down.
And Paul, as far as the favorite is concerned, Amazing Doty, as I mentioned, she was winning by open lengths up at Finger Lakes, though arguably against some softer competition. And then last time out facing this kind of caliber, a little bit of a stumble at the start, but she was able to still get forward position, which is the way that she runs.
Still got forward position, but in here, she's supposed to have a lot more company. And to be honest, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I thought horses that ran behind her, like Better Humor Me and Easy Play, ran better races than she did at the end of the day.
Oh, well, Better Humor Me, who scratched in here, clearly ran better than Amazing Dottie. Now, she's not playing in here, so maybe that helps her chances, but this feels like a speedy type with IRAD with back figs. The problem is those fast figures are at Finger Lakes, and I think there has to be a real question of whether or not she can reproduce those efforts at Naira. We frequently see horses that don't do well at Naira go up to Finger Lakes and improve their form. She has yet to show that she can run as well as she did at Finger Lakes if she can. She's probably the horse to beat, but I wouldn't take 2-1 to find out.
Doesn't that same question hold true for the 8, My Bronx Baby, whose lone start on the Naira circuit was on the turf, so hard to judge anything from that, but she showed speed and was running quickly up at Finger Lakes.
And 100%. She was 10 cents to the dollar, 5 cents to the dollar, where she lost 15 cents and 70 cents. And those races were from 4.5 furlongs to 5.5. So now she has to contend with utter speed and get 6 furlongs. To me, she's a dicey play, and at a similar price to the 6, I think she's an underlay.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't take her at 4-1 in here. The turf race didn't really worry me as much because the dam had a little bit of success on the turf, but now I think the distance bothers me with other speed in here.
I think the distance is a question of talent, and you've got horses in the 6 and 9 that have run their races at Naira and run them effectively. Maybe a wild card, a lot of money for First Class Cat for Linda Rice on the inside.
I was just going to ask about that one.
I will say she has a couple efforts that give her a chance, and I don't discount her as an impossible upsetter.
Leave out Linda Rice at your own risk. Flavian Pratt climbing aboard that one. Your favorite continues to be Amazing Doty with Irad Ortiz Jr. as they load in for race 8, Belmont at the Big A, fast main track. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start there was Flight Control as shuffled to the back end of the field. My Bronx Baby's got early kick. It's My Bronx Baby right out towards the front, and Amazing Doty is going to settle right there in second, moves right towards the outside. But My Bronx Baby and Christopher Elliott is quickest, is up by a quick 2.5 lengths. Lone in second now is Amazing Doty, and then in behind that comes Fabulous Foxes at the rail in third. They move quickly here up the backstretch. 4 furlongs left to go, 22-4. The opening quarter mile for My Bronx Baby. Clearly in the pursuit still is Amazing Doty, and here comes a run from Carol T. And Carol T is now engaged, has taken third past Fabulous Fox, who's back to fourth. Flight Control is in the 5th position. At the rail, there comes Big Hazel as they're trying to rally on from the back. First Class Cat and Starry Midnight at the back end of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. My Bronx Baby is now confronted by Amazing Doty, who now puts a neck in front and tries to sprint away. My Bronx Baby is hanging tough towards the inside as they approach that final furlong. A late run here from First Class Cat up on the far outside as they approach the final 16th. Amazing Doty is still in front and kicks away by a length and a half. Running up on the outside, First Class Cat. My Bronx Baby trying to hold on for second, but Amazing Doty is your winner. Amazing Doty wins it. Then came a photo, My Bronx Baby to the inside of First Class Cat, and a late run from Starry Midnight. Final running time, 1:13 flat.
Amazing Doty with the win as your favorite, but we'll take a look at the start, Andy, because things were dramatically changed with the beginning for the number 6, Flight Control, getting squeezed back, and that did change how this pace played out.
Well, she stumbled badly up front coming out of the gate, and then she got bumped afterwards, and the race was over, and 2 things happened. Obviously, it eliminated any chance she had, but then they just let the 8 go off and set a slow pace up front, and Irad smartly waiting behind him in a race on paper. It seemed like it had to have pace. Everything changed when the 6 got left, and it sort of tepid rides here, and we saw a slow pace, and speeds ended up maybe not running 1-2, as it seems possible the 2 caught the 5 right at the wire. It's very close. Or they caught the 8, excuse me, for second in there. But basically, this was a 2-speed number at a slow pace when things broke the way they did.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to Rod there because he just sat off of what he figured would come back to him in the 8 when the 8 kind of shook loose, and it actually worked out well for him. But as you said, the pace just did not develop like it should have, and it doesn't sometimes around here. So.
Yeah, I mean, Carol T was bad. She's obviously better if she got some pace to close into, but she was awful.
I mean, I don't think, well, I mean, I think she ran okay for about a half a mile, but it seemed like nobody was going to get to the leaders anyway. As Acacia pointed out during the race, they were kind of working on these horses pretty early getting into the turn.
When the 3 beat you for 4th in this race, Starry Midnight, I don't think you can say her performance was anything other than awful.
86-1 if you had that 10-cent super. 5-2-8-3 in race 8, Belmont at the Big A. Here's what's still to come. Our races presented by Claiborne Farm. We've got the nightcap at the Aqueduct, and it's a nice 2-year-old maiden special weight, and of course plenty of action still to come at the Delaware County Fair. Yes, races 17 through 21. Fast conditions, as were evident by that 3-year-old fillies race we just witnessed. Again, those 2 eliminations leading into the Little Brown Jug Final. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Amazing Doty with the win. Race 8, Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices in a moment. We'll also turn our attention back over to the Delaware County Fair, as coming up next will be race at number 17, the first elimination round leading into the 79th Little Brown Jug.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. Those flowers there in the paddock looking a little bit more towards fall. Still technically summer. Feels like summer, but the fall weather is coming. Amazing Doty into the winner's circle here in race 8. Second win today for Brad Ortiz, and to his credit, he was able to get the right kind of trip, and maybe the pace did not materialize as expected, but she wins, returning $6.60.
Yeah, you frequently get in trouble around here, hoping your horse will get a fast pace to close into, and just a tepid pace with the speeds dominating, but she gets it done for Irad, who has had some surprisingly big-priced runners today. This is not one of them. The 1, 4, and 10 are not covered in the pick 6, hard as it is to believe. Looks like the carryover is going to be about 160,000, 159,000 if one of those long shots should
if
win.
1, 4, or 6 win in
1,
the
4,
night.
10.
Okay, well, 1, 4, 10. Keep an eye on that. It is as you saw, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, into Mischief. And fun way to close out the day. sprinting on the turf for the 2-year-old fillies. That's a look at the field. Pretty wide open board right now. The number 5, Bourbon Milk Punch, the favorite. No surprise as she did run quite well on debut at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs. Talk a little bit more about that Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day in a moment. But when we come back, we'll also discuss Nijinsky, the harness horse, North America Cup champion, takes to the track in contention for the Little Brown Jug.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown on Friday, October 25th and Saturday, October 26th at the Meadowlands Racetrack. The $6.6 million Breeders' Crown has 12 championship races over 2 days. Friday night highlights the top 2-year-old trotters and pacers. Saturday features 4 divisions for the top 3-year-olds and 4 races for the world's best open trotters and pacers. Post time both nights, 6:20 p.m. October 26th also has a free handicapping contest with a $10,000 prize pool. Details at playmeadowlands.com. Must be 18 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat.
Allowance Farms, more than 3 decades of trendsetting and modern trotting. The birthplace of millionaires Fern, Muscles Marinara, Whiskey Tax, and Dewey Color in the Line. Allowance Farms is home to broodmares such as Ice Attraction, Lucky Ava, Non-Stick, and 7 Times a Lady. Check out their lineup of 21 yearlings by sires such as Muscle Hill, Walner, Chimpanzee, Chapter 7, and the first crop of Captain Corey's selling this fall in Lexington. Find them online at AllarageFarm.com or on Facebook.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we're going to take a look back to 1970. The great Nijinsky winning the 1970 Epsom Derby as we get a chance to look back on one of the truly great race horses and the last winner of the English Triple Crown.
Yeah, with the St. Ledger as the third leg here. And it's interesting, when I first got in the game in the 70s, Nijinsky, Sir Ivor, they were really the 2 great turf influences you saw as stallions. Yeah. So I knew a bit about Nijinsky from back then and winning the Triple Crown as well. And we were ranking Nijinskys off camera. We have the ballet dancer first, this one second, but the one running in the jug, pretty good as well.
That's right. Of course, named in honor of ballet dancer Václav Nijinsky, and his namesakes so far have been quite good on the racetrack as well. Paul, as we'll get a chance to see the standardbred version of Nijinsky coming up as he is the heavy favorite in the first elimination for the Little Brown Jug.
Yeah, legitimately so. It's 2-5 in here. I mean, the only thing he's done wrong this year was lose to his stablemate in the Meadowlands Pace, so we'll see next in the next elim. So he's got a good post now. He moves in 1 spot. I mean, I think he's going to win this elim. We'll see how much he leaves in the tank for later on.
Well, for more on the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug, let's check in with Jessica and Jenna. Guys, very excited to see who's going to move forward.
I think we all are very excited to see who's going to move forward from this first heat on to the final. And then, of course, the second elimination on to the final. Jenna, with the scratch of time is on my side from the rail, everyone will move in 1. Top 4 finishers will head to the final. But I think the complexion of the race changes a bit with that scratch of time is on my side.
Yeah, you would figure that he would be blasting out of there with Anthony McDonald in the bike. And Scotty Z said in an interview, it changes the whole complexion of the race. You know, you think you're going to be able to follow him. Now he's scratched. So everyone gets to slide down, like you had mentioned. And I know we've been talking a lot about Nijinsky, but there are 6 others talented ones in here.
There is, and I want to mention Captain Albano, Todd McCarthy, Noel Daly teaming up here. You see the miscue on the program last time out in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final over at the Pocono. Not quite his day, obviously. This horse has had some bad luck this season. He got locked in in the North America Cup final. Meadowlands Pace, he never had a chance to race. He was riding a 4-race win streak heading into that final of the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes. Unfortunately made a break. He'll now start from post 5. I think he's a horse coming into this race sharp. You just have to forgive that line.
Yeah, Tati said that he didn't really know what happened. He didn't think the shoeing change they made on him today could be helpful, just for the fact that he really didn't know. They asked him what happened at the 3/4 pole. He couldn't give an answer. So they're really curious. He is a horse that has went around a half-mile track plenty of times, and that is something to look for when moving here to a smaller track.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, they need to be forwardly placed off of the gate. It's aggressive racing on a half-mile track. And speaking of aggressive horses and aggressive racing, Mirage Hanover will switch from Tetrick to Dunn. And this guy faced older horses in the beginning of the season, beating them.
Yeah, and he has been there at the end of every race. He is he's had some bad post luck, and of course now coming into the elimination, he will have to start from the far outside, but it is just post 6, so we will see what Dex has in store for him. But it is a race where you do want to press forward off the wings, and we could be setting up for a wild first 8th, even first quarter.
Yes, absolutely. And another one, Travis Alexander has been on a roll, not only in Ohio, but in Kentucky, New York, New Jersey, Canada. His barn is hot right now. He always has his horses ready to go in the Little Brown Jug. He'll send out hunting for Chrome. Of course, this is the son of Huntsville, and he's been very sharp as well. The race just didn't set up for him at Yonkers in that final. Prior to that, though, he'd been on a roll.
Yeah, he got around Yonkers plenty fast enough 4 starts ago, where he was a winner in the New York Sire Stakes. So that just proves, like I said, a horse that can get around a half. We know that this guy can get around a half. Yonkers in Delaware here kind of set up a little different. Delaware has those big sweeping turns, but still, a half is a half. We know he can get around there. And like you mentioned, Travis Alexander, red hot as of late.
Yes, absolutely. And maybe just a few other notes as well. No passing lane. So if you're in the 2-hole and there's no room for you to go up the outside, you better hope the horse on the outside of you might be, fading as they come down the stretch.
You see a lot of drivers here coming off the last turn, maybe tug on that left line just a little bit to make sure that they are riding as close to the pylons to not let anybody up there, because no passing lane has been tortured in the past for a few jug horses, where you sit the pocket and somebody comes first up and you just have absolutely no room to get out. They try to keep them in there, and we've seen it in the past, and they know to snug them pylons coming around the last turn here.
Yes, they definitely do. You want to pick your brain, though, before we head into this first elimination. What do you look for in elimination races heading into the final the same day?
Like the Jugette yesterday, I thought both those horses went quick the first heat. Didn't seem to bother any one of them. So I want to see one wrapped up and hoping to finish the mile up strong. But sometimes that's not the case, because we should probably mention the winners draw 1 or 2.
Correct.
So you do the winners draw 1 and 2. So that's a big advantage here on a half-mile track. You get to stick to the rail. So if you are in striking distance coming around the last turn, you probably want to get up. Try at least to get up for the win, so it can be hard to leave a little in the tank.
Absolutely. All right, we'll have the post parade of the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Back to you guys.
Jessica and Jenna, thank you so much. There's a look at the 2, Captain Luke for Tony Alagna, but the favorite continues to be Nijinsky, as Paul will get a chance to see Quebec native driver Louis Roy get his first Little Brown Jug appearance, and pretty exciting to see what this favorite can do, a horse that obviously has a ton of talent.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out, especially now with the scratch, as Jessica and Jenna said. It puts Captain Luke in a kind of weird position now, the 2. Is he going to go, or is he going to let Nijinsky go and have somebody to follow in this race? And you got to get your position early, as we've seen here down at the fair.
There is Nijinsky at 2-5 right now. Again, this is the first elimination, moving on to the Little Brown Jug. Of course, we talked about his accomplishments. North America Cup winner, Nijinsky. And 2-5 right now. We'll see if the standard-bred Nijinsky can continue to take steps forward. Paul, there is a bit of a price hunting for Chrome.
Travis Alexander's been scorching hot, if you've been paying attention lately. And tomorrow night, we will see Howling in the Hills at Hoosier running his stablemate who beat him actually last time out.
18-1, a generous price on that one right now. As next will be Captain Albano.
Yeah,
as he's 7-2 at the moment.
Nobody expected him to break last time at 1-9, so that changed the complexion of racing. If you could get past that line, though, he's run just fine. He really didn't have a chance in the Meadowlands Pace against some of these. He's another horse that can surprise you. We'll see if he can step up today against the big boys.
Far behind Legendary Hanover and Nijinsky, as you mentioned. And then Mirage Hanover to wrap up the field of the first elimination.
you know, he's faced older early, and then there was some tough horses along the way that he's faced, and he's run okay at times, especially lately, but the problem is he just hasn't found a solution to Legendary Hanover, and he does slide in a post position today, so that does help in here. I guess he could get into fourth in here. You know, it's anybody's game. If you think Nijinsky's going to win, second, third, and fourth is basically your pick of some of these horses. So we'll see what he can do from an outside post. I would think he's probably going to be sitting about third or fourth in the early going.
And then if you make it in through this elimination round into the final heat, then we'll see what happens there. Then it's really anybody's game, as we'll get a chance to see some of the big ones potentially lining up. But Nijinsky, your favorite, as we'll take a look at him last time out finishing ahead of Legendary Hanover, and they have had a fun little rivalry going.
Yeah, and the great thing about that is, you know, you wonder if there's any kind of like rivalry talk in the barn. These horses looking at each other like, I got you this time. No, you got me. But in this race, though, I have to say, I give a lot of credit to Louis Philippe in here because Nijinsky's just so handy. When he saw that Legendary Hanover didn't go right away, he kind of went, made Legendary Hanover take over, sat behind him, then popped and came out. I personally think at a half-mile track, Nijinsky's built better for a half-mile track than Legendary Hanover is, just simply because he's a little bit more bodied-wise better for it. He's more handy for it, and you just want to be able to maneuver a little bit better with some of these horses going on a half-mile track as opposed to the mile, where it doesn't take him as long to get his stride going.
And Andy, of course, I know harness racing, not your specialty, but seeing Legendary Hanover and Nijinsky, you often talk about rivalries and how good that is for the sport. And these are trained by the same trainer, but still, they've taken some turns beating each other. And it's one of those things I think gathers a lot of attention for a sport.
No, I agree. It's always, you know, nice when you have horses that run against each other, and you know they develop that rivalry. Obviously, I go back to Firm Denaliar and you know Sunday Silence and Easy Goer and those kind of rivalries. They're much more interesting than just one really good horse.
Yeah, and what's great about them too, especially on the standardbred side, is you see these horses a little bit more as well. So it helps the rivalry build up a little bit more, and it helps them battle not only with these horses that you know will run quite often, but even the ones that you see week in and week out too. It really helps if you become a fan. It helps you become a fan quicker too.
Well, as far as Captain Luke is concerned, as you mentioned, Paul, with the scratch of Time Is On My Side, with Captain Luke now going to be on the inside, what kind of trip do you expect from him?
You know, Scott Zeron had said that he's not sure what's going to happen now because he was hoping to follow Time Is On My Side in here. Now I think he's going to have to be a little bit more forward in here. We'll see what Nijinsky does in here. Now, the race that we're looking at, the Hemp Consolation, was a good effort for this horse. He came back with a nice little tune-up down at Lexington. Nice little confidence booster for him. He's got an inside draw. He's going to have to be aggressive and hold his position in here if he wants to make the final.
Let's talk a bit about Captain Albano, because as you said, breaking stride last time out, do you kind of just put a line through that, or is he one you're not so willing to forgive so quickly?
He's never done that before, so I really don't put too much stock in it. I guess the question is was it something that spooked him that day? Was it just that he jumped it off? He was making the lead. He was on top when he made the jump, so it was surprising to a lot of people. I can forgive it. I would like to see him race in this heat, stay flat, just get in and get the job done and then take it from there. Sometimes you don't know. They break once, they may break a second time. Chances are he won't, though. I think he's been professional in all of his starts, and he doesn't have a body of work prior to suggest that this is going to happen again.
Some great atmosphere over at the Delaware County Fair. Again, we're just a few moments away from the first elimination round of the Little Brown Jug. And as we see them starting to line up here, getting ready for this 1 mile pace. Again, the top 4 finishers will move forward into the Little Brown Jug final. Paul, any final thoughts? Are you going with Nijinsky or against him?
I'm with Nijinsky in this one. I think the question is going to be, how fast is he going to go to leave himself something for later on today? But I think he's the most likely winner in this heat for sure.
First elimination heat, here we go. Here's Roger Houston with the call.
The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come for this elimination of the Little Brown Jug. They're off and pacing Captain Luke, fast out of the gate on the inside, but up on the outside as they race around the turn. It's Captain Albano to take the lead. Racing third on the outside, now second. That's Nijinsky. And looking for a spot, third at the pylons. Around the turn, fourth, Escape to America, fifth. Mirage Hanover and trailing the field down the backside, hunting for Chrome. Straight alignment as they race over to the first quarter mark. Taking them there to the quarter, Captain Albano. Opening quarter, 26-3. Captain Albano has the lead by a length and 3/4. Racing second, that is Captain Luke at the 3/8 mark. Racing up third, Nijinsky. Fourth, around the turn and into the stretch, it's Escape to America as they come to the halfway point. Mirage Hanover racing next, trailing the field, hunting for Chrome. They're halfway home in the first elimination, 54-3. Second panel in 28 flat. Captain Albano and Todd McCarthy has the lead. Racing second is Captain Luke. Here comes Nijinsky to the outside with Louis Waugh. Down the backside they go, scooting up the inside, now fourth and getting into it, hunting for Chrome. Fifth on the outside, Escape to America, and trailing the field, Mirage Hanover. 3/4, 1:22, 27-2. Third panel, and on top, it's Captain Albano by 2.5. Racing second, the end of the stretch, they come. Moving up on the outside, 3 wide. Here comes Mirage Hanover. Coming to the wire. It's all Captain Albano.
Captain Albano with the win here in the first elimination round. But Paul, a big story was the non-effort from the heavy favorite Nijinsky.
Yeah, I just hope nothing went wrong with him, because you could tell from the start, and we said it here on the set too, that he just wasn't driven aggressively at the start too. He had a chance to come up and kind of maybe sweep up going into that first turn, and he just took back, sat third, and when he popped out, he had no pop at all. So something probably went wrong, and it just was not his day. I just hope it was not anything serious with Nijinsky.
Captain Albano winning the first elimination round, though. Back over Belmont at the Big A as we have 2-year-old fillies in our Sprinter race of the day to wrap up the afternoon. Banner 18, Andy will kick off the field.
Obviously a European pedigree, you'd think it's turfy, and it is turfy, but whether it's that good enough a first foal remains to be seen.
Here is Panache cutting back in distance.
Good name, turning back. Horse ran well enough first time, but cutbacks, they don't usually work that well and have to improve.
Bossy Pants, first time on the grass.
The dam was 0 for 3 on the turf. She produced one horse, didn't run well on the turf. There's no pedigree to speak of that I could find.
Miriam's Fire, first time starter, purchased at Tattersall's.
This is one of the 3 that will cause a carryover, and not a lot to speak of to say from the pedigree side.
Bourbon Milk Punch ran very well, first asking.
Clearly the horse to beat, and 2-1 kind of generous right now.
Every Vote Counts, a very timely name.
Yeah, got to love the name, and has a real pedigree to run. We'll see if this one's ready to run 6 furlongs first time out.
By Pinatubo, also purchased at Tattersall. Silent Dreamer, first time starter.
And Celestine, the dam, was extraordinarily good. This is her second full, first to race.
Yesterday, cutting back in distance.
There is some things to like about her cutting back in distance, particularly the fact she's a half-sister to Roses for Deborah.
Turf Sprinter, and Pretty Liza also ran pretty well, first out sprinting.
The power of a name. This one is not covered in the pick 6. She did run third in her turf debut, but it's hard to believe that effort's good enough to make her contentious here.
Sprinter Farm 2-year-old race of the days. We'll take a look at the number 6, Every Vote Counts. As you mentioned, a lot of nice pedigree on this one. The dam, a sister to an Epsom Derby winner, and just sold for just shy of $280,000 at Tattersall's October yearling sale.
No, there's plenty of pedigree in the first and second dam from this one. And Pinatubo, that was a Godolphin horse, a very good 2-year-old. He never really went on with it, right, as a 3-year-old?
Right, Charlie Appleby trained, and he was more of a 7-furlong-mile type.
Yeah, so we'll see. This is his first crop, and buying this horse Tattersall, and of course Klarovich and Chad Brown have had enormous success with the horses they have bought at Tattersall's over the years, having a lot to do with the fact of how popular those Tattersall sales have come. They're coming up in about 3 weeks, is that right?
Yeah.
You going?
I'm not, but I know that be active there.
No, I'd like to go sometime.
I would too, believe me.
It's a new market, right?
Yes. Yeah, and my friend Jimmy George often tries to get me to
Who
go
doesn't
over
love
there.
Jimmy
Everybody
George?
loves
Everyone
Jimmy
loves
George.
Jimmy.
Here's the number 5, Bourbon Milk Punch. Like you said, the horse to beat. She got a good figure for that debut. You know, it's funny. I remember Maggie Wolfendale saying that she felt she might prefer some more distance moving forward, and you can certainly see that in the pedigree as well. And she ran very well at first asking to see if she could build off of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when they're good, to 2-year-old to make their first starts. The distance is less important as it is later in their careers. She lost to a very talented and promising horse for George Weaver that Alex Bregman actually owns. Was really ready to go, and she ran well. I was a little surprised they didn't stretch her out, to be honest, for her second start, but maybe this race came up and they thought they should strike while the iron hot. She's coming back just 19 days off that debut. She is the one to beat, but the 9's taking a lot of money and some money on the 6 as well.
Speaking of the 9, yesterday, as you mentioned, half-sister to Roses for Deborah. I was in the paddock for her first race, and I said she just does not look like a horse that wants to go long, so I actually really like the cutback for her.
Yeah, but she's only 5-2. It's a bit of an underlay in here. She got bet off the board first time, and people didn't have enough. They're coming in for more in here. And she did not run well first time because she was stalking a slow pace. She's strictly going to have to be a sprinter.
Paul, any thoughts here with the 2-year-olds from you?
I'm on the 5 Bourbon Milk Punch in here. I mean, it's Captain Obvious, but I just like you. The one question I had, too, was it's just interesting that she's back so quick going 6 furlongs here. But with any improvement on that first race, she's going to be a handful in here against this group. And she got a nice trip, and she still ran on late in that debut.
She probably could take a step back and still be dangerous in this race. She ran very well in there. She's way the horse to beat. I'm going to try the 6, the first-time starter. Just seems like the pedigree was good enough. I took a shot. They've done so well with these horses, and I figured she wouldn't be the favorite, so I'll take her as the alternative.
A nice price as well, 5-1 right now on the board, and every vote counts. A couple purchased over at Tattersall's, including the number 4 Miriam's Fire, who, as you mentioned, would trigger a carryover. The dam was Group 3 placed, but there's not much more beyond that, and she is a big price on the board. Very interesting if she would win and trigger that carryover.
Yeah, the 1, 4, and 10, once again, not covered in the pick 6. And listen, you don't know with these things. These are the kind of races where odd things can happen in there. But there's a legitimate favorite in here. If she runs back to her debut, Bourbon Milk Punch, she's way the horse to beat.
Bill Mott sending out 2, Banner 18, one of those not covered, as Andy mentioned, interestingly enough, not purchased at a public sale. She comes in here, though, that 2-year-old filly by Ulysses with some decent turf sprint pedigree on the bottom side. See what she can do at 15-1 as a first-time starter. Oftentimes, though, experience with these 2-year-old races, so key, and the experience is the favorite, Bourbon Milk Punch at 8-5, as this will be our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to wrap up the day on this Thursday. Belmont at the Big A. And Andy, a nice weekend coming up here. Looks like the weather gods are going to be pretty kind to us as far as Mother Nature, and it's been a great start to this meet so far.
I agree, and some really good racing coming up this weekend. Looking forward to it. And you're right, we've gotten no rain. These turf courses have gotten firm, and as long as it doesn't rain here in the fall, the racing is going to be excellent.
Yeah, just based on the body of stakes that we have coming up and just the fact that the horses that are pointing to them, you want this weather to hold out. And we paid our dues with weather, so we're due for this nice stretch that we've had along here and around here.
We're going to enjoy it on the turf course here, sprinting with our 2-year-old filly, Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. The nightcap, Belmont at the Big A, one more time this afternoon. Here's Chris Griffin.
Yesterday, unseating the rider there, rearing up, was the 10, Pretty Liza. And it looks like maybe landing awkwardly there was Frankie Dettori. Hard to see from this vantage point. Assistant starters back there behind the gate.
And a slight delay there in the nightcap as we did see the number 10, Pretty Liza, acting up behind the starting gate and Frankie Dettori jumping off. We do not have any information on exactly what's going on there behind the gate as of yet. All we know is that there is a slight delay as the 10, Pretty Liza, was without a rider. As far as I can tell, the horse is still in the starting gate. Hopefully we can get a shot of what's going on and give you an update momentarily, but often tough with 2-year-olds when there are some delays like this, and we certainly hope Frankie Dettori is okay.
Agreed. Well,
Looks
they've just, the 10 is obviously
Yes.
going to be scratched in this race.
So the number 10, Pretty Liza, a late scratch there in race number 9. Again, whenever we have an update on Frankie Dettori, we certainly will share that. No news as of yet, as we're being told they are backing out the rest of the field, as this one will be, like I said, a little bit tough on the 2-year-olds here, Paul, as you never know how they're going to react to it. I often say with 2-year-olds, they're like Christmas lights. One goes out, they all go out. They start to act up a bit, so it's going to be the task of the riders here to keep them as calm as possible.
Yeah, one acts up, they all start to act up. They see everybody doing it. And I know, and the thing is, too, they're already wound up there in the gate. Some are better actors than others to begin with as well. So
I'm mystified as to why they're backing them out of the gate.
Well, I know it's on the turf and not on the dirt. I believe it's because they have to wait until the 10, Pretty Liza, is back in the barn area. Okay. And I don't know. We don't have a reporter here with us. So I don't know if Frankie needs some medical attention or needs to be assisted in any way, shape, or form. So I believe it's because they have to wait until the horse is off the track, where there she is. As again, late scratch of the 10, Pretty Liza, so horses backing out of the gate here. Again, we will try to give you any updates as we have them. Not much information to go off as of now, as we'll head back over to the Delaware County Fair. Again, the first elimination round going into the 79th Little Brown Jug went to Captain Albano, Paul, who was aggressive early on and very game late.
Well, aggressiveness certainly paid off, and we talked about it earlier with this horse, too. You forgive the last running line. This horse has been forward. This horse can be aggressive, and boy, he went out there and aired out, and obviously something went wrong with Nijinsky, so just hope everything is all right, and it was just one of those racing deals where he just didn't have it today. But when you look at it, and now you look at it, I think the complexion has changed now completely when you look at a Jug final by seeing now Captain Albano, Captain Luke, Mirage Hanover, and Hunting for Chrome getting in. So Travis Alexander, who's been red hot, sneaks in with the 4th place finisher.
Captain Albano with the victory. Winning driver Todd McCarthy standing by with Jessica.
I have winning driver Todd McCarthy. Captain Albano takes the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug, 149-2. Todd, was it as easy as it looked?
Yeah, he did a pretty comfortable, Jess. I was really happy with the way he raced there and the way he finished up. So, no, we should have a little bit of horse left for the final.
How many, you've had so many awesome opportunities in the state of the United States. This has to be pretty cool to sit behind this guy.
Oh, for sure. You know, I've had a great affiliation with Noel, and he's been a big supporter of mine since I first come over, so I can't thank him enough for that. And to get opportunities to race these kind of horses on days like this, it's pretty special.
What happened last week at Pocono?
I really don't know. You know, I had him pretty relaxed, and that horse come quick on the outside, and I'm not sure if it gave him a little bit of a fright, but that corner at Pocono has been a little tricky for him in the past. But that was the first time that he'd made a break like that. But I was happy to put it behind me. I got so much faith in that little horse, and, you know, when he does his job, he's so good at it.
Now, winners draw 1-2 in the final. Is he pretty easy to be, versatile? I mean, I know you took the lead today, but is he a versatile horse?
You know, he is, but obviously this is just such a front-end track, so we know we're going to get away from a good spot anyway, and we'll figure out the rest from there.
Nice job.
Awesome. Thanks, Jess.
Best of luck the rest of it.
Thank you.
There you have it. Todd McCarthy wins the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug.
Jessica, thank you. Todd McCarthy with Captain Albano getting the victory in the first elimination round, as it's 6-2-7-5, the top 4 finishers from the first heat to move on to the final of the Little Brown Jug. Nijinsky not among them, but trainer Tony Beaton still has a big chance. He'll send out Legendary Hanover, who's the heavy favorite here in the second elimination round, going into the Little Brown Jug, also a 1-mile pace. Paul, as Legendary Hanover, will try to wave the banner for the barn.
Let's hope he can hold the flag up and hoist it for the barn. I think he should be okay in this heat, but we said that last race about Nijinsky. Got it, so we got to run those races, Acacia.
That's why, as they say, they don't run them on paper. Meadowlands Pace winner Legendary Hanover will take his shot at the Little Brown Jug. Second elimination round after this.
in the rough. Miriam's Fire breaks well from in between horses. Right there is Bourbon Milk Punch, who's now stalking from second out wider. Every vote counts. At the rail is Panache. Moving forward is now a shared third. And the far outside, here comes Yesterday with a move, is now going to secure the fourth spot, as losing touch of ground was Every Vote Counts, who's back to fifth. Banner 18 is towards the back end of the field with Silent Dreamer. The trailer at the back end will be Bossy Pants. They're chasing Miriam's Fire. Miriam's Fire went 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Works in the far turn. Bourbon Milk Punch with Every Shot is within range, and a snug hold here. Red Cap of Panache. Joel Rosario looking for his third on the afternoon is towards the inside, saving ground. Yesterday is out wider, launching a rally. Bossy Pants is on the move from the back with Silent Dreamer. Every Vote Counts, and the trailer is now Banner 18 as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Tightly bunched here, and they're still chasing Miriam's Fire. Miriam's Fire has got plenty so far, and Miriam's Fire is now sprinting for home. Here's Panache, who's now well in the clear, is in full pursuit of this leader. It is Miriam's Fire who's still fending off Panache, who's catching with every stride, approaching the final 16th. Miriam's Fire is very game. Panache with every shot to gun her down. It is Miriam's Fire to the inside. Miriam's Fire wins it by a neck. Panache grabs second, then came a photo. Bossy Pants and Bourbon Milk Punch. Final running time, 1 minute 8.58 seconds.
First-time starter Miriam's Fire with the win, Paul, as she was purchased at Tattersall's for the modest $71,000. Gets the win here, and she'll actually trigger a pick six carryover.
Nice pot awaits for Friday for everybody. And Dylan Davis, the legend continues for Dylan. Got to the top with this horse and just never looked back in here. You know, I kind of feel in some ways Bourbon Milk Punch was a little closer than probably she wanted to be in here. But listen, hats off, because Mike Baker's been struggling a little bit, and then just 1 for 17 with those 2-year-old first-time starters in New York fillies anyway on the turf at Naira. But gets the job done today at a big price in here.
It's kind of wild for a barn that had such a strong Saratoga.
Yeah.
But you think about horses go through conditions and then have to step up and face the next level of competition. But still had a couple in the arsenal, including this 2-year-old filly who she went gate to wire. She was aggressive, and a nice effort from Panache, who I'd written down on first asking would prefer shorter, and she just couldn't get by that one, who was very game.
No, and I think in the twos case too, you know, Panache, I mean, I think the cutback helped. Virgin Colada was a good horse that she ran into last time, and I wonder too last time too if being hard to get into the gate too does a little something. As we always know, it could throw them right out of their game if they struggle at the gate and run their race there. So good effort by the first-time starter. Good effort by the horse who finished second. I will say, though, the horse that ran second did have a nice trip up the inside. So it'll be interesting to go back and look at this race and kind of pick it apart, because I still feel like Bourbon Milk Punch is a good horse. Maybe we'll see this horse go longer next time and be off the pace and make one run instead of being closer up.
First-time starter, though, Miriam's Fire will trigger a 2-day pick six carryover. We'll let you know how much that'll be momentarily. But back over to the Delaware County Fair, the second elimination round will meet the field, starting off with the one captain's quarters.
It's a nice post on the inside, but the captain struggled a little bit lately against some of these horses. Got to step up his game today.
Currently 5-1 right now. Going from the inside, Jody Jamieson going to be the driver here. Total Stranger coming up next to Generous Price.
Punched through that last time out effort over at the Red Mile. It's burned quite a bit of money, though, in the Kentucky Sire Series races, especially over at Oak Grove, but can run on a smaller track. I think this horse that's going to be from off the pace today is a longer price. Maybe sit back and make one run, try to sneak in.
Has been stronger as a 3-year-old after going 0 for 11 as a 2-year-old, though. Here's Legendary Hanover, your heavy favorite, no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, the Kane winner, Meadowlands Pace winner, has a bit of an excuse for the Simcoe, as we took a look at that replay before. We'll look at it again, too. I think you're going to be aggressive with this horse in here. We'll see if it pays off. He's got the weight of the barn on his shoulders now, Acacia.
With a stablemate Nijinsky disappointing in the first elimination round. Legendary Hanover, a short price favorite. Cool story here with Rose Run Zane, Ohio-based driver. Austin Hanners gets his first Little Brown Jug appearance.
I'm excited to see this horse run. They supplemented this horse into the race, and supplements, as we saw yesterday, do well because Soft Shot was a supplement, won the Jugette. So these things can happen. Got to get some racing luck, but this horse has been all right, and the good news is he's won here before. He won on Jug Day last year.
For Ohio-based connections as well. Solid character coming up next, 6-1.
Race 2 back was a solid effort when he stopped the clock in minute 50. So we'll see what he can do here. He benefited with a rail trip last time in the race that Captain Albano broke him, but Captain Albano made amends for it. So that race may not be as bad as it looks based on the final.
And driver David Miller, having won the Jug 5 times. Here is Play Action Pass, a big price.
Got to go back to July to find a win for this guy. And it was against Lesser in that non-winners of 2, so he's going to be a big number in here today. Hope to get in there. Got to be in it to win it, of course, so he's got a shot.
He's involved. We'll see if he could pick up a piece and potentially move on to the final. As again, much like the first elimination round, the top 4 will move forward. And the 7, Sweet Beach Life.
Talk about being at the right place at the right time, right? So he inherited, got to that top when Captain Albano broke last time out and powered away from that group. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here from an outside post. He's not a bad horse. He just gets overlooked sometimes, so he needs a trip. It's not impossible for him to do that in here.
Well, as we mentioned, Ohio-based connections with Rose Run Zane, and a fun story here for owner John Saunders and the team. Let's head over to Jessica for a little bit more.
Thanks, Acacia. So happy to be joined by John Saunders. You are part owner with your wife, Leanne, on Rose Run Zane, who's going to be racing later on today in the Little Brown Jug. First and foremost, where did your love for harness racing come from?
Well, my father started racing back in the 70s. And he learned it from his uncles, and they learned it from his uncle, which was C.M. Saunders back in the 40s. So pretty much my whole life.
Whole life, which everybody, it's in the blood. Once it's in your blood, it's hard to get rid of, isn't it?
It's a sickness. It's an addiction. It's something that we can't get away from, and it's just awesome. Just being out here with the horses just gives me goosebumps.
Now tell us where Rose Run Zane came from.
So 2 years ago, my father and I were going to buy a horse at the Choice Select sale, and he passed away 2 weeks before the sale. We had talked about different horses, and Zane was one that we really wanted, and our trainer, Dan, had picked him out from a long time ago, and it's just been a long time desire to have a really, really good horse, and Zane is every bit of it.
And it's so awesome that you get to have a horse in Ohio, racing in the Ohio circuit, and then an Ohio boy gets to race in the Little Brown Jug. Does it get any better than that?
It's a lifetime dream, Jessica. It's been amazing. Our family has been coming here for as long as I can remember. It's a little bit of a family reunion, and to be here with all of them, and my wife and my kids, and just it's unbelievable.
Now talk a little bit about Dan and Austin, the trainer and driver behind Rose Run Zane. They put a lot of work into this guy too, haven't they?
Yes. Dan and Cheryl are two of the greatest people we've ever met. Very, very modest, very humble, but really take great care of the horse and do a great job. Austin, he's raced Zane every time the last 2 years except once, and he's been very successful and just gotten better and better, so it's been amazing.
All Ohio connections, how cool would that be?
And we're all here at the Jug for the first time together, all 4 of us, so it's really exciting.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to you, Acacia.
Jessica, thank you. So fun to get a chance to learn a little bit about the connections behind these horses, Paul. And as Jess commented, it makes it even more special with Ohio-based connections on really kind of a marquee race of what we'll see in Ohio.
And the great thing is they're hometown people at one of their hometown tracks, and you know it's all about just the camaraderie and the gathering, and that's the most important thing about these races. Sure, the racing's great, and you love seeing everybody out there, but to hear those stories and see these people do it in their own backyard, that's special to them. That's what's special about racing.
Brings a lot of people together as Jessica and Jenna are with us as we get ready for the second elimination round. And Jess loved getting a chance to learn a little bit more about that story and the special connections behind some of these horses.
I think it's so awesome. A couple of Ohio boys, getting a chance to race in the Little Brown Jug. Opportunities like that, Jenna, don't come around very often.
No, we got a chance to keep it right here in Ohio as the Ohio-bred Rose Run Zane. He could be a mild upset here. He was a winner last year in the Standardbred on the Jug Day, so it would be very cool to see him get 2 wins both on that third Thursday of September. And I know Austin Hayner's very young. It would probably mean more than the world to him as well.
Absolutely. I do want a quick hit real fast on Captain's Quarters, first-time Lasix. He gets the rail to work with. Jody was scoring him down pretty aggressively out there.
I've seen a few of them scoring down a bit aggressive. I said it last time. We might get a wild one here. A couple of them. I know the 1, 2, 4, and most likely the 7 will be battling for early position here. We could get wild as Captain Quarters kind of forgot about, but he was hot to start the season.
Yes.
Coming off of 2 very good tightening qualifiers. You know, Jody Jamison knows his way around here in Delaware. I don't know if he will be looking to the right to see who he wants to let clear.
I don't think he's going to take any prisoners on the front post. One Legendary Hanover, a much larger horse than maybe the stablemate Ajinski. Unfortunate in the first elimination, he carries his speed.
Yeah, I would be curious to see if James even wanted to maybe get away on the front end here. It doesn't seem like he's really that aggressive out of the gates. Now, this is a horse here at Delaware, what I would love to be a fan on the backside. Those big sweeping moves that this guy makes, it could be a fun one for Legendary Hanover if he's in the right spot to make that sweeping move we've all seen him made before.
The second elimination of the 79th edition of the Little Brown Jug is heading towards the gate. A field of 7. Hall of Fame announcer Roger Houston has your call.
Swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing that Solid Character, fast out of the gate to the top on the inside. Captain's Quarters is there second, 6 ahead in front and goes on. Racing third as they race around the turn, going to the backside. That is Total Stranger racing fourth. Legendary Hanover fifth down the backside. Go on to the first quarter mark. That's Rose Run Zane. As they race into the first quarter, opening panel, 26 flat. Around the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field, it's Captain's Quarters with the lead. Racing on the inside, that's Total Stranger. Hung on the outside third. Going the long mile today, Solid Character. As he passes down to the first time, coming to the half. Out to follow the cover. That's Legendary Hanover. Racing next comes Rose Run Zane. Trailing the field, it's Play Action Pass. They're halfway home in 54. Second panel in 28. On to the backside they go. Jody Jameson in command. Captain's Quarters opens up by a length and a half. Right there second, getting the trip. Total Stranger and Dan Noble. Tiring on the outside, a Solid Character. Racing 3 wide on the outside. Legendary Hanover and James McDonald coming on. 3 quarters, 121 and 3, 27 and 3. Third panel around the final turn. It's still Captain's Quarters. Closing on the outside, Legendary Hanover joining the chase. Sweet Beach Life's going to be 4 wide off the turn. Nowhere to go for Dan Noble. Total Stranger coming for the wire. Captain's Quarters ducking inside. Rose Run Zane. Total Stranger on the outside. Photo for win. 151, 3/5.
Photo finish here in the second elimination round between the pace setters, Captain's Quarters, and Total Stranger, who was right there too. Paul, I think certainly hats off to the winner, but one thing to keep in mind, it seems on this track, you have got to be forwardly placed.
Yeah, you've got to get your position early, and Captain's Quarters was scoring down like he meant it early on, and Jody Jameson took no prisoners, went to the top. Listen, Total Stranger put in a really good run in there to just miss, and in Legendary Hanover's case, I mean, he got roughed up. He was 2 wide in the flow, had to go 3 wide, and it's tough unless you've got a lot of momentum, and we talked about this earlier, to wind up on the outside on these half miles. Even though they're sweeping turns, it's hard to wind up, and the stretch is short, and you got to get there. So Legendary Hanover still made it in. He had a roughed up trip. We'll see what happens now, because remember, your heat winners, or your winners from the eliminations will draw the 1 or the 2 hole, and everybody else is going to draw outside of that. So again, we're going to see how Tripp's going to make the race a little bit later on.
Absolutely. Again, we're going to take a look at once again at this tight photo finish. So inside is Captain's Quarters, who was aggressive early on. I believe he just held on over the 2 Total Stranger.
I think he did. I think by a head he got the job done.
1, 2, 3, 7 as Legendary Hanover finishing third. So he does make it in.
Buckeye Stallion Series or the County Fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse.
This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Join us Friday, October 11th at Harrah's Hoosier Park for Indiana's premier night of harness racing. 12 championship races, $1.2 million in purse money, and the title of Indiana's best on the line. Along with an evening of thrills, speed, and glory, guests can enjoy contests, giveaways, food trucks, and much more. Not to mention cornhole and other outdoor activities. First post for the Hoosier Champions card is 6:15 p.m.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Offering a catalog of quality yearlings from the most racing-rich region of the country. A potent source of talent. Recent top grads include graded stakes winners I'm Very Busy, Leave No Trace, Nisi Marie, and Post Time. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Tuesday, October 1st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. We had an upset in the nightcap. Belmont at the Big A. Dylan Davis and first-time starter Miriam's Fire take them gate to wire, winning at first asking, Paul, and triggering some big returns.
Yeah, 21, longest price on the board, too. This horse was in here, and if you like the pick six, well, we've got some nice money on the line for you tomorrow. This was a nice heads-up ride, too, by Dylan Davis. Took the initiative when she broke well in here, and just really never looked back. Panache ran well on the cutback in here, got a nice inside trip up, and I think Bourbon Milk Punch was a little disappointing, but when you go back and watch this race, I think it was a little closer than probably she wanted to be.
20 to 1, $43.20 for Miriam's Fire. Big prices, in fact, in the top three. And that does, as you see there, trigger a two-day pick six carryover of over $159,000. Better get your handicapping hats on and do your homework for tomorrow.
Get to work, get to work. First post 105 tomorrow. So yeah, get ready.
We'll look forward to that. And back over Delaware County Fair in race 18, the second elimination going into the Little Brown Jug. It was the one captain's quarters heads-up drive from Jody Jamison. You heard Jessica and Jenna talking about how he was really scoring this horse down in the warm-up, and you saw that aggression right from the beginning, taking advantage and using the speed to his best advantage to hold on for the win.
Yeah, when you looked up and down this race, you know, you thought, all right, Total Stranger, you know, does have some speed. Maybe Rose Run Zane might have been a little bit forward, but I think Captain's Quarters was a little bit faster than he was. But really, beyond that, with solid character as well, he just took the aggression, went to the top, shortest way around on the inside, gets to that first turn.
Now, this is not the order that they will be racing in, but this is the group that will be moving forward into the Little Brown Jug, the top four finishers from the two elimination rounds. And of course, we'll let you know as soon as the field is drawn. But as you mentioned, where you finish in the elimination can impact where you're drawn for the final.
That's right. So if you won your elimination, you get to draw either the one hole or the two hole. And as we've seen today, it's super important to make sure that you are close and not hung out for a trip. I am not 100% sure. I know that they've, in the past, if you finished second, then you're the next to draw. Third, you're the next to draw. So again, as you keep going forward down the line, you're going to kind of lose position depending on where you finished, and it's luck of the draw at that point.
And what we've seen on this track so far today, as Paul mentioned, being inside and being forward, a huge advantage, especially evident in those two elimination rounds. So we have the group of horses that will be moving forward to the Little Brown Jug, the 79th running still to come. We'll let you know the draw when we have it. We'll take a quick time out and learn a little bit more about some of the Jug connections after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The Ohio Harness Horse Breeders is a group of Ohio-based
Standardbred Nurseries. Breeding the best trotters and pacers in the Buckeye State, the Ohio Harness Horse Breeders are also the group that brings you the Ohio Selected Jug Yearling Sale. The Ohio Harness Horse Breeders wishes all horse people a very successful Jug Day and the best of luck with all your future Ohio sired champions.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Little Brown Jug Day continues as we see some live action over at the Delaware County Fair. Looks like a great crowd on hand, and I have learned that since last year, Paul Verderosa has still not tried a funnel cake.
No, I haven't had one. It was supposed to be my homework, too.
It was your homework last year from last year's Jug.
Yeah, I think Mick mentioned something on the show last year, too, like he was going to find me a funnel cake, and he still hasn't. So I'm going to just blame Mick. Just blame Mick for it.
Got to get you set up with some fried treats as we see the horses entered in the Little Brown Jug. Again, these are the top 4 finishers from the 2 elimination rounds moving forward. Captain's Quarters winning the second elim, though. Jody Jamieson, the driver, he's standing by with Jessica.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing by with winning driver Jody Jamieson. Captain's Quarters takes a second Little Brown Jug elimination, 151-3. I saw you scoring down out there, Jody, pretty aggressively. You weren't taking any prisoners.
Well, that was the whole plan. As soon as the draw came out, I don't think anybody really considered us from the rail, but you got to race them. He's a good colt. Like I said in the interview, Herb and I and Rich have believed in this colt all along, and I wasn't going to let anybody go if I couldn't help it, and I was just going to let him prove himself what he is. I mean, I know we didn't get home that great, but he got run out the whole way, and we were smoking, and I was real happy with the colt, with the way he didn't give up.
You've been his primary pilot throughout his career. He's such a game little guy. Just talk about his growth maybe from 2 to 3.
Well, I mean, there's a picture of him online somewhere where he won his North America Cup elimination, and he's coming through the stretch, and the muscles are just rippling all around his shoulder and his stomach and his back. Kind of reminded me of myself a little bit, and the muscles around my stomach, but he's just filled out, and he's a little bit more mature. He was ready for this trip. It was just a matter of getting him in the right spot to do it.
Winners draw 1-2 in the final. I know you put him on the front end today, but is he a versatile colt if something may happen to shake up behind the gate in the final?
Well, I think he is very versatile. I mean, by proving and I'm proving that by winning with him on the front. He's never been on the front in his life. We've always been chasing horses. Well, I guess I've removed him to the front, but from start to finish, he's never really done that. So like I said, I was real proud of him to stick his head out there down by the wire too.
Nice job.
Thanks a lot.
There you have it. Jody Jamieson, captain's quarters. Herb Holland takes the second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Back to you guys.
Some great insight from Jody. Jessica, thank you. Captain's quarters. I thought it was intriguing what he said. I've shown his versatility with the way that he won using that aggression. And like I said, the way that we've seen this track in the last couple of races there in the 2 elimination rounds, it seems that that's kind of where you want to be.
And the one thing about Jody Jamieson is he's been around for a while. He knows what to do out there, and he was flexing those muscles, figuratively and literally. Did you hear him when he said that the muscles were like his around his stomach? Easy, big fella. Easy. But I love Jody. Jody's one of my favorite drivers in the world. But that was just, maybe that's why he had his colors open. Maybe he wanted to show off to a national audience.
Show off the muscles there.
Listen,
you have got to be strong. Yeah. You're not just sitting back there for fun. I mean, it was pretty incredible getting a chance to to see some of the athleticism from these drivers and the way that you have to hold, the way you have to be able to balance your horse, and all of the paths that you have to use in order to get the most out of your horse and put them in the right spot.
Yeah, especially. There's a lot of aerodynamics. There's a lot of physical strength, upper body strength, everything. It's a total package for everybody out there.
Well, from the first elimination round, Captain Luke is in and moving on to the final for the Little Brown Jug and for his trainer, Tony Alanya. It's not just about the wins. That's obviously an important piece of it, but it is about the horse and about the team.
We've been looking at the farm for quite a while, and we finally came up with a deal to purchase it in April of 2020 is when we officially moved in. For myself, it was very important that we had our own track, our own facility with the amount of horses we trained, and it was very paramount that the track be exactly what I wanted it to be. And we've put over 1,000 loads of material on the track since we purchased it at $650 a load. So I mean, it's so important to me that the track surface is, the #1 priority as far as our training center.
What I really like about working in a big barn like Tony Alanya, #1, we learn a lot. We have top quality horses. Facility, as you can tell, is beautiful. Horses get the best care, and we're just having a lot of fun training these young horses and getting them through their paces.
Everything is, for the comfort of the horse. Try to keep them as fresh as possible throughout the racing season. And the other thing is, with us being here at our own facility, we're able to control sickness a little bit more than we would at a public training center. So it's a lot easier for us, to isolate a horse if it becomes sick. We don't have to worry about horses shipping in and out that are maybe sick from other locations. So I think it's really helped us all the way across the board.
I wanted to be where we have the best, so I ended up in New Jersey. Ended up working for some top trainers, and now I think I'm at the best Tony Alanya.
The needs of the horses come first. Everything we do is with them in mind. Buying the farm, the track surface, the spa, everything we do, we spare no expense to make sure they're taken care of, as well as possible. We really roll out the red carpet for the horses and make sure when we put them on the track that we put them on track 100% and ready to roll.
Captain Luke, a winner, I should say, moving forward out of the first elimination round, trained by Tony Alanya. Love that feature. I love getting a chance to learn a little bit more behind the scenes. And he came into today with some strong credentials. What do you make of him moving forward into the Jug Final?
Yeah, he's going to draw a nice post, too, for the race, too. We know he's going to have one of those 2 inside posts. And I think with a horse like this, we see now he could step up against some of the bigger names that may not fire or that may actually take a step back, but he was game in that race. He won that race. He looks good going in. The question now becomes with the horses that have run, how much starch did that elimination take out of them? We're going to find out. The track's been playing fast. Some of those horses did not get that taxing of a trip. They were on the front end. They went a little bit faster, but they did it within themselves. So it'll be interesting to see now as we go forward if somebody sneakily left something in the tank when they got themselves in the 3rd or 4th spot.
Captain Luke, who finished second in that first elimination round, will get a good draw, as Paul mentioned. Scott Ziron going to be the driver once again. Again, this horse representing the Tony Alanya barn. As we take a look once again at the horses that will move forward for the Little Brown Jug. Still waiting on the draw, but this is the top 4 finishers from both elimination rounds. And you mentioned, Paul, how much starch did the first heat take out of these horses? For a horse like Captain Quarters, even heard from Jody Jamieson, didn't finish as strong, maybe getting a little bit short photo down to the wire. Is that somebody that you maybe have a little bit of concern with?
We'll see what happens. We'll see how he cools out after the race, and then they'll pick it up again when they get back onto the track and get ready for the big money. And, you know, I think if you look at the trip of some of the horses that they had, and you look down this list and you look at Legendary Hanover. Legendary Hanover was a second over trip, ended up having 3 wide, stalled out there, couldn't make much headway as the inside horses held their ground. I don't know. You know, you wonder if he draws a little bit better, maybe he sits a better trip. But from one thing we learned today, you can't really launch from too far back, or you're going to have to do it really, really early, and it burns up a little bit.
There's a shot of the Jug. You might have noticed there's some Jug themes, Jug pictures pretty much everywhere you look around the Delaware County Fair. Great crowd on a beautiful afternoon over there in Delaware, Ohio, as we still have the final for the Little Brown Jug coming up. Stay with us on America's Day of the Races.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown on Friday, October 25th and Saturday, October 26th at the Meadowlands Racetrack. The $6.6 million Breeders' Crown has 12 championship races over 2 days. Friday night highlights the top 2-year-old trotters and pacers. Saturday features 4 divisions for the top 3-year-olds and 4 races for the world's best open trotters and pacers. Post time both nights, 6:20 p.m. October 26th also has a free handicapping contest with a $10,000 prize pool. Details at playmeadowlands.com. Must be 18 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Wiglet Jiglet on the outside second. Can anybody catch him from the back? Coming home, lost for words. Wiglet Jiglet coming home, lost for words. Wiglet Jiglet, the final surge.
A thrilling rendition of the Little Brown Jug back in 2015 as Wiggle It, Jiggle It noses out, lost for words. What a performance from a super cool racehorse.
Yeah, and I mean, they threw down from about the half-mile home in this race, too, and he looked beat at a couple of points, too, and still found a way to get the job done for Team Teague and Montreal Teague driving, locally owned, too, then. And, yeah, he was a great horse, and that was definitely one of the classics when it came to the Little Brown Jug.
And you talked about horses supplementing in. He was one that supplemented.
Yeah. So you got to be in it to win it. If you know that you've got a horse that's going to peak at this day at the right time, or you feel is headed in the right direction, take a shot. You know, we've seen it before.
That was the 2015 Little Brown Jug, an absolute thriller between Lost for Words and Wiggle It, Jiggle It. We move on to race number 19 here. This is the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Odds on Valhalla, currently the favorite. Down on the inside for more, let's check in trackside with Jessica and Jenna.
Thanks, Acacia. Another division of the Buckeye Stallion Series here in Delaware, Ohio. 2-year-old Colton Geldings on the pace. Field of 9. The 9 will be a trailer here. And Jenna, it's a very good group of horses that we have. You like the one on top, Odds on Valhalla? Is that how you say that?
Odds on Valhalla.
Valhalla, there you go. Coming off a very game second place finish.
Yeah, in the Sire Stakes behind Swingtown, who will make a start up at Woodbine in the Metro Pace. So this guy's been taking on Buckeye Stallion Series and Sire State competition. And here in Ohio, every leg. You cannot start in both of the Buckeye Stallion Series and Ohio Sire Stakes, so he opted to miss this leg of the Sire Stakes, try to get some Buckeye Stallion Series points under his belt as he tries to make the final for that one, but he was second up there at Scioto Downs. After that, he was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs as well. So when he stepped up in class, he was just second best, but when he takes this Buckeye Stallion Series competition, he tends to dominate.
And gets the rail. Brett Miller, of course, in the bike for Virgil Morgan Jr. You also like the horse that will start behind that one, and that is Captain Jenna. No coincidence that your team driver Yannick is driver changed and he's in the bike, huh?
Yeah, and this is another one that was taking on Sire Stakes competition. He was super fast in the qualifiers that I was able to watch him at Scioto. He just really never wanted to mind his manners.
Yeah.
Now that he's been minding his manners for the last few starts, he finally picked up a win in the Non-Winners of One a couple weeks ago, and he did it versatile. Like to see that out of a 2-year-old, not always on the front end, not always sitting in the pocket. This one was able to track down the leader late in the mile, so that's always nice to see. Captain Jenna, he is a boy, but maybe I do root for him because of the name. But always nice to see Jason Morgan in the winner's circle as he will be taking on Buckeye Stallion Series, just one step below the Sire Stakes.
Horse that starts from the middle of the pack, accuracy by volume. Scott Betts trains this 2-year-old colt by Lost in Time. Aaron Merriman in the bike, riding a 3-race win streak. Went to the Meadows and faced Non-Winners, the One Company, and then went over to Northfield Park on a half-mile track and won the Buckeye Stallion.
He is just making his 5th lifetime start, so he's just no blemishes really in his record. First lifetime start was a 3rd-place finish, and now has rifled off 3 wins in a row. Buckeye Stallion Series sat the pocket up at Northfield on that half-mile track and was able to get past the passing lane up there. Today, no passing lane. As we've seen in that second elimination of the Jug, it can be a little tricky to get past horses on the inside. No passing lane here today, so maybe we can work out something different. But this is a 2-year-old by Lost in Time trying to ride out that win streak here in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
You always got to keep an eye out for David Miller when he comes back to the Buckeye State. He'll sit behind Mr. McDragon for Ryan Holton. Maybe a couple of blemishes on the program page 2 and 3 back. I thought it was a good qualifier last time out to bounce back, and a good group here to face. He's going to have post 4. I think he's going to have to be forwardly placed with a couple horses to his inside.
This is another one just making a 6th lifetime start. He had a couple months off due to a little bit of soreness, but he fired back at the Greenville Fair. Tough spot there starting from post 6. Then he's coming in here off of a very solid qualifier. When we've seen him in the Buckeye Stallion Series, he's been no worse for 2nd. Never hurts having the Buckeye in the bike for the first time as well.
Absolutely not, especially in Delaware, Ohio. They always say something along the lines of, it's Miller time. Maybe it'll be Miller time here in race 19. It is going to be the final division of the Buckeye Stallion Series for the 2-year-old Colton Geldings on the pace. We'll send it back to the studio.
Jessica and Jenna, thank you so much. Maybe it will be Miller time here. David Miller, the driver for the number 4, Mr. McDragon, as we see some fans enjoying the great day out there.
Yeah, nice day, warm weather, sunny skies. Can't beat that for any day at the races. The horse that's second on your screen right there, the 5, accuracy by volume, I just want to touch on for a second because this horse is coming in with a 3-race winning streak in here. This is the logical next step up in class for this horse in here, and he hasn't been fully extended yet in his starts. They really haven't asked him for his best yet. So it'll be interesting to see with the Stallion Series money on the line if they're going to give him a little bit more of a harder drive today.
2-year-olds here in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Let's go to Roger Houston for the call.
The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. That's Odds on Valhalla going for the lead. Accuracy by volume on the outside. Second from the second tier. Captain Jenna comes out in 3rd. Mr. McDragon takes a seat 4th. Fearless Delight is 5th. Lather Up Athens Racing 6th. It's a Very Good Year is 7th. 8th is B-Day, and trailing the field Pond of Dancing. They're going to settle in straight alignment as they race on over to the opening quarter. Accuracy by volume is off stride and taken off the course. Odds on Valhalla has the lead.
lead as they move into the turn. Racing second is Captain Jenna. Around the turn third, Mr. McDragon doing opening quarter in 28 3/5. Round the turn to the 3/8 they go. Fearless Delight racing fourth. Lather Up Athens, the first to move on the outside fifth. It's a Very Good Year is sixth. Racing seventh is B-Day. Bond of Dancing is the traitor as they pass the stand for the first time and come on over to the half. Odds on Valhalla and Brent Miller on the front end. Two-hole trip to Captain Jenna. First up, Lather Up Athens. They're halfway home, 57 4. Tucked away to the inside. Mr. McDragon fourth. B-Day, the outside fifth. Fearless Delight is sixth. Racing seventh. Down the backside, Pond of Dancing. On to the three-quarters they go. They're going at it on the front end. Lather Up Athens pokes ahead in front. Odds on Valhalla now second. Captain Jenna is third. Mr. McDragon fourth. It's a Very Good Year fifth. Sixth into the turn B-Day. Around the far turn, three-quarters, 125 3. Little better than an eighth of a mile. Battling back. Odds on Valhalla and Brett Miller. The outside, Lather Up Athens. Off the turn, nowhere to go for Captain Jenna. Down the stretch they come with less than an eighth of a mile to pace. Mr. McDragon on the grandstand side. Mr. McDragon keeps on coming, but it's odds on Valhalla to take the 19th, the 6th division of the Buckeye Stallion Series in 154 2.
Odds on Valhalla, hold on for the win. Quite a trip for this horse here, though, Paul, as he looked like he was passed and potentially done, and came back with no catching him.
Yeah, you know, Accuracy by Volume tried to go out and leave and ended up breaking stride, so Odds on Valhalla ended up with the lead. But you got to give credit to Hank Levon on the 3, Lather Up Athens. Again, half-mile track, make that move early.
Yeah.
And this horse has had some big runs, you know, heading around the turn into the lane before. I just had to do it a little bit longer. Couldn't stretch it that long, unfortunately. But make no mistake about it, again, horses that run 1-2 had inside trips, as Captain Jenna from the second tier ended up second in here, and Mr. McDragon had to come a long way over and ended up third.
Yeah, I hope Jenna played a little hunch bet there with Captain Jenna, the 2-year-old colt, checking in second. But odds on Valhalla getting the victory, repelling all challengers in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Bring you reactions and prices and more after this. Still to come, the final, the Little Brown Jug on America's Day at the Races.
Allowance Farms, more than 3 decades of trendsetting and modern trotting. The birthplace of millionaires Fern, Muscles Marinara, Whiskey Tax, and Dewey Color in the Line. Allowance Farms is home to broodmares such as Ice Attraction, Lucky Ava, Non-Stick, and 7 Times a Lady. Check out their lineup of 21 yearlings by sires such as Muscle Hill, Walner, Chimpanzee, Chapter 7, and the first crop of Captain Corey's selling this fall in Lexington. Find them online at AllarageFarm.com or on Facebook.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, Little Brown Jug Day over at the Delaware County Fair. It's been a lot of fun so far. Looks like a great group of fans enjoying the day of races as we saw the 2-year-old colts and geldings in the spotlight for that 1 mile pace in the 19th race, the final division of the Buckeye Stallion Series. And it was Odds On Valhalla who was odds on, Paul, and he delivered.
Yeah, good effort for this horse. Ran behind Swingtown last time, who was odds on in a perfect 5 for 5 before losing the leg of the Metro Pace up at Woodbine, too. So that horse is a pretty good horse and found the right trip today and got the job done over Mr. McDragon, who did end up getting up for second. And I thought Captain Jenna ran second.
149 in the 19th. Odds On Valhalla with the victory as we have the Miss Versatility for the older mares coming up next in the 20th, a 1 mile trot here. And taking a look at the field, Tactical Mounds currently the favorite at 7 to 5. And for more on a little bit behind the story with this 4-year-old mare, let's go to Jessica with a special guest.
So happy to be joined by Sanina Etsy of many roles, I guess. We'll start with you being the president of the Ohio Sales Company. Just tell us a little bit about that and maybe how it's progressed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we're very excited to be a part of the Ohio Select Sale. And yes, I was nominated the president, so probably nobody else wanted the role. But anyhow, we are just coming off of our Ohio Select Sale. It was last Friday. And it was up. We keep going up the last 3 years, inclined 16% over the last 3 years. So we're really happy about that. We sold, I want to say, over $8 million in yearlings, and just super excited that we keep getting better horses. The criteria is a little bit tougher. We want to look at the conformation and the pedigree, and we definitely want to sell the best.
The best has been coming from Ohio lately, and you included you and your husband manage Springhaven Farm. Kind of tell us a little bit about that and you being breeders and giving back to the state of Ohio.
Yeah, so we've been in it for a long time, and we own and breed, and we're Springhaven Farm, and it's just a labor of love. I've always loved horses since I was a little girl. We had 4-H ponies and cattle, and so I was a farmer's daughter for sure. And but we've definitely tried to improve our herd. And as a matter of fact, today, and maybe I'm going to beat you to the punch, but we have Tactical Mounds in, and we're super excited. I just went back and I petted her, and she's gorgeous, and we're just super excited to have bred her.
You beat me to the punch. How cool is it to see so many people involved with this stable in Tactical Mounds? Because it brings people from all over, and they get to enjoy so much of the ride that they've taken her on. She's become a champion across borders and states.
Yeah, we're really excited to have bred her. She's just, it's kind of once-in-a-lifetime horse. And Anthony has done a great job with the stable. I think what he does is great. And the more people we can get interested in the sport, the better. And, there's so many good people in the sport. And it's just a lot of hands-on. If you're a horse enthusiast, this is the place to be, especially at the Jug.
Definitely the place you want to be the third Thursday in September, right?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck with Tactical Mounds and everybody else that you bred this year.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Jessica, thank you. What a lovely interview with Sanina Etsy, breeder of the 3 Tactical Mounds, coming up next in this Miss Versatility. And she's currently the favorite, and I know it has to be very rewarding and very exciting to see a horse that you've been involved with right from the very beginning going into a race like this.
Sometimes the forgotten people are the breeders, right? You think of them, and they're like the true proud parents, when they see their horses' successes and even sometimes hardships and then get them back to the races. They run a top-notch operation, and they've put the time and the effort and the money into it. And not only that, but then giving back on top of it, which is a big part of it as well. So I'm glad to see this horse doing well and this horse running well, and this horse has a big chance today.
She certainly does. 4-year-old mare Tactical Mounds coming up in the Miss Versatility. But, of course, still to come, that Little Brown Jug and the voice of the Jug, Roger Houston. He's been there. He's done it all, calling his 56th Jug. More on his story after this.
On Friday, September 20th, Harris Hoosier Park will host the 6th edition of the $200,000 Caesars Trotting Classic. Watch live as North America's best trotters participate in Harris Hoosier Park's signature trotting event featuring 9 Grand Circuit races with purses totaling over $1.3 million. Enjoy food trucks, outdoor activities, giveaways, and more as part of our community night at the races. First post for the Caesars Trotting Classic is 6:15 p.m.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio. As we get a chance to see the sights and scenes at the Delaware County Fair in Ohio, the Miss Versatility for older mares coming up next, a 1 mile trot. Again, tactical mounts, 5-2 right now. Now favoritism shifting over to Nelson Bright Eagle as these two kind of the main contenders, along with Tipsy Money to the inside.
Yeah, I think the 3 inside horses are the 3 horses where you want to be, and I think they're probably going to be the ones to settle it come the end of the race.
As we'll see who can get the victory here for these older mares. We've got a chance to learn a little bit more about the story with the 3 tactical mounts and her breeder, Sanina Etsy. Again, just a great story, and especially for Ohio-based horses, based connections, horses coming out of Ohio and running well in this Little Brown Jug Day. As we check in with Jessica and Jenna, older mares coming up next here. Guys, what are your thoughts on the Miss Versatility?
Well, first and foremost, Acacia, I always love the Miss Versatility final in Delaware. You know, we see these races throughout the year at the Meadowlands. They have to earn points to get into the final. It's just such a good group of horses coming into this race. You like Nelson Bright Eagle, the Aki Svanstead trainee, on the top of your ticket, coming off of a very game win at the Meadowlands and a winner's over event.
She might have had a late start to her season, but she's opened eyes since hitting the racetrack, 5 of 5, hitting the board, like you mentioned, coming off of that impressive win on the front end. And if we've seen anything, we have seen the front end hold up here in Delaware, Ohio. I don't see it going any other way. Maybe a few weeks off, time off for the Sponsteads never bother me.
No, never. They always have their horses tip-top shape and ready to go. She'll pick up Dexter Dunn on the bike this week. Another horse to touch on, Jenna, is Tactical Mounts. I know she's a fan favorite. We had a chance to catch up with Sanina Etsy of Springhaven Farms earlier on, and you know, she loved this horse from the get-go. She's got so many fans, like I had mentioned. Really cool that the stable is to be involved with her, because she's gone from track to track and stamped. And not to mention, she's just a beautiful individual on the racetrack.
Yeah, she's gorgeous going down right now, so hopefully we can get her into play as well, as she's not shy to the winner's circle. She's got 5 wins this year, and she's always a mare that is digging in at the end of it. Doesn't matter what Scotty has to do throughout the mile. First up, follow cover on the front end. She is always digging in at the end of her mile. She is coming off of a 4th place finish in that winner's over, but a good qualifier. She's been right there in every leg of the Miss Versatility, and it'd be really cool to see them get to the winner's circle here today.
I definitely agree with you. Of course, Megan and Scotty have done such a tremendous job with her. It's been so fun to watch her all season long. You also like War Weezy, interesting year. She was a Meadowlands Hamilton's winner in the Hamiltonian Oaks a couple of years ago in her elimination. She went over last season. She was able to sneak through in the Fillies and Mares Invitational 2 weeks back, getting her first win.
She had a trotting hobbles, I believe, a few weeks back into the season, about 7 or 8 weeks ago. She's really looked like a different mare ever since adding those trotting hobbles. She was a winner in the invites at Yonkers, then was second by just a neck. Yonkers, a half-mile track, just like we're standing on right now here in Delaware, Ohio. So that always gives me a little bit more confidence. At least we know she can get around a half mile.
Absolutely, and sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. I know a lot of horsemen, coming from those big tracks to this half mile. But like I had mentioned earlier, the turns are so forgiving here in Delaware, Ohio. Up next will be the Miss Versatility Finals for those open trotting mares. It's going to be a good one, Acacia.
Certainly looks that way. Jess, thank you, as we'll see what happens in the Miss Versatility. But first, here's a look at the field for the Little Brown Jug. That's how it has been drawn. Again, in post positions 1 and 2, Captain's Quarters and Captain Albano. Those were the 2 winners of their respective heats, the eliminations leading into this Little Brown Jug.
Legendary Hanover trying this 6 hole is a little interesting because he's going to be up against it again from a trip standpoint unless he gets moving a little early, because there's quite a bit of speed that's to his inside now, and we've seen it before. You got to be close today, and you really don't want to be launching from too far back.
Miss Versatility up next, though, in this 1 mile trot. Final thoughts, top pick for you?
I think I'm going to end up going on Tactical Mounds in here. I just think she's going to end up getting the right trip this time off of a Nelson Bright Eagle.
Miss Versatility final up next. Roger Houston has the call.
Call me Goo, both out sick. 6 of them. Miss Versatility final, sponsored by Jeff and Paula Garau's Allowance Farms. They swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come for the Miss Versatility final. They're all fan trotting and firing away from the inside. Nelson Bright Eagle getting the first call. Dropping in HP Mama B. Off stride there in the back of the pack with the 6 help of the season. Up top here leading the way. Off the turn into the back stretch. Heading over to the opening quarter. Nelson Bright Eagle with the lead, and off jumps HP Mama B. Leaving Tactical Mounds to the inside, trotting in second. Adair Castle is there in third. A gap of 5 lengths, trotting in fourth. Help of the season, who's back down trotting. Fifth there to the pylons, HP Mama B, and sixth and trailing the field, Tipsy Money. The opening quarter came and went in 27 and 4/5. And up top, leading the way here, Nelson Bright Eagle. Nelson Bright Eagle leading it here by a length and a half. And to the inside, Tactical Mounds is there, trotting in second. Along the inside, trotting third. That's Adair Castle as they pass the stands and the fans for the first time, heading on over to the half. Off stride went Help of the Season again. They're trotting in fifth, HP Mama B, and sixth and trailing the field, Tipsy Money, and Gingrock can see them all as they went to half, 56 and 3/5 off a quarter and 27 and 4. Second panel in 28 and 4. Off the turn and setting sail down the backside. Nelson Bright Eagle and Dexter Dunn continues to carve out the fractions, leading it by a length and a half. Tactical Mounds to the inside is trying to stay with her there, trotting in 2. Yet to be moved. That's Adair Castle, who moved to the outside, racing in third. 3/4 and 125 and 2/5. 28 and 4. Backside, trotting the final turn here and up top of the lead, leading it here by a widening now 5-6 lengths. Nelson Bright Eagle, less than a 16th of a mile to go in the Miss Versatility final, and here they come in Delaware, Ohio, and up top, Nelson Bright Eagle. Every poll a winning one here. Nelson Bright Eagle in front wins the Miss Versatility. Second, the 7, Adair Castle. Third of the 3, Tactical Mounds. Time of the mile, 1:52 3/5. Nelson Bright Eagle.
Nelson Bright Eagle with the win. She was aggressive. She is talented. And I think perhaps most importantly, Paul, she didn't go off stride.
Yeah, I think the race kind of changed a little bit when we saw the one Tipsy Monet go off stride, and then you see you know, the 6 had problems twice, and HP Mama B broke, and you know, so I think the race changed a little bit. But listen, Nelson Bright Eagle did this the last time, got to the front, just lasted. Didn't have to worry about just lasting today because made it look easy. Tactical Mounds, you know, ended up inheriting the pocket spot, just really had nothing for your winner in here, made it look easy.
Nelson Bright Eagle with the victory. Dexter Dunn in the bike here for Ake Svanstead in the Miss Versatility, getting the victory. Up next, the 79th running of the Little Brown Jug. We'll talk a bit more about it after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. The big one's still to come.
The Ohio Harness Horse Breeders is a group of Ohio-based standard-bred nurseries. Breeding the best trotters and pacers in the Buckeye State, the Ohio Harness Horse Breeders are also the group that brings you the Ohio Selected Jug Yearling Sale. The Ohio Harness Horse Breeders wishes all horse people a very successful Jug Day and the best of luck with all your future Ohio sired champions.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, as we just saw in the Miss Versatility. Nelson Bright Eagle getting the victory. Another horse forwardly placed with a win here at the Delaware County Fair.
Yeah, Dexter Dunn sometimes gets that rap of not being able to drive the smaller tracks, but he's doing well. He had a good week so far this week. Won here. Aggressiveness paid off, and the more races we watch, the more we keep saying, you got to be up front. So it's a coin flip as to who's going to get there, but whoever's been getting there has been staying. I mean, this race did have a couple of breakers in it, but it still didn't matter. Nelson Bright Eagle wired them anyway.
A few horses who did have some problems going off stride, but at 4-5, Nelson Bright Eagle gets the victory, $3.80 winner. As we turn our attention next to the Little Brown Jug, the big one coming up, a 1 mile pace for the 3-year-olds, and here's the post positions and the odds of who is currently the favorite. It's Captain Albano, a horse who was pretty dominant, winning his elimination round. Again, Captain's quarters winning one, Captain Albano winning the other elimination. More on the Little Brown Jug in a moment, but first let's go to Jessica with a special guest.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm so happy to be joined by Director of Racing here at the Little Brown Jug, Tom Wright. Tom, you actually have a lot of hats here during Jug Week.
Oh, I don't know too many, but yeah, I had a lot of fun. I enjoy the heck out of it. Involved, I'm senior member of our fair board, which is fun, and then president of Little Brown Jug Society. So between them, I stay busy. It's good. It's fun. I enjoy it.
It's a busy week, of course, racing Sunday through Thursday, but everybody loves being here during Jug Week, don't they?
Oh, it's like old home week. It really is. I mean, people need to experience it, and every time somebody experiences it, they go, wow, I have to keep coming back. So whether you're on the backstretch or you're in the grandstand or you're in one of the nice tents, everybody's having a good time, and it's your own fault if you don't have a good time.
I agree. Let's talk about the racing a little bit. We saw Cole earlier today. Rick Wink go 6 for 6, I believe. I mean, just talk about the racing in Ohio in general, and then we get Grand Circuit action involved in today. Does it get any better?
No, I mean, we just saw a 149 and 3 where Virgil's horse went. So, yeah, Ohio, the quality of the breed is coming in. Seaside has been wonderful, but our Grand Circuits are fantastic. We had a wonderful standardbred 2-year-old, which is nice to see that race come back. Yesterday, we go back-to-back, 149 and 3, 149 and 1 world records. So that part has been phenomenal. And we have full race cards every day. I'm starting to question myself, do I have too many horses? But we only have 5 days to race, so we're going to make the best of it. But, yeah, it's fantastic. Ohio has done a great job. And the Ohio Horsemen Association has supported us like you can't believe. Not only financially, obviously that's great, but just their support. They've done advertising for us. They really stepped up, and so it's kind of fun to show off Ohio with you guys here. Show off Ohio to everybody and let them see it.
Now, before I let you go, doing some improvements here at the Little Brown Jug and the grandstand. Maybe just touch on that real quick.
And hopefully, knock on wood, he'll be here this afternoon, the governor. But there's a program in the state, and the governor was a big supporter of, along with our state senator, Andy Brenner. And we have a grant for what we would say is phase 2 of our grandstand, which is on this side. And we'll begin to rehash and rehab some of this side. We have a grant for $2.5 million. So we're excited about it. We want to be smart about how we do it. We actually have 6, they don't even know where they are. I don't know where they are. 6 architects are up there today from different companies, and they're going to give us their feedback on what they think. So we're excited. We want to be smart about it, but we also want to do what's right for our fans. So I think that'll be a nice step.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for having us here today, and enjoy the rest of your Little Brown Jug Day.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys, all right? Go Jug fans.
Thanks so much. We'll send it back to you, Acacia.
Love getting a chance to see the excitement surrounding Little Brown Jug and all of the wonderful things that, as you just heard in that interview, the way that the community supports it, the way the fans get so excited, it's so fun to see.
Yeah, and even the investment that they're making in the property as well, to be able to have the state work with them to do that, it's a great thing. It benefits everyone, you know, and it trickles on down then to the horsemen and to the fans alike. So it's really great to see, and it's great to see when everybody's actively involved, because it stinks if you're on an island and nobody's taking any interest in the product you're trying to put out. So I know they're appreciative of what we do, and it's vice versa for them putting the product out too.
A lot of excitement surrounding the Little Brown Jug, but one man I think stands kind of above the rest of it. Roger Houston, track announcer. We've heard his calls already throughout the afternoon. He's calling his 56th Little Brown Jug. To put that in perspective, this is the 79th Little Brown Jug. So most of them have been with Roger's voice, which is just incredible, the longevities that he's had and his commitment and his excitement surrounding the jug.
And such a great man and ambassador for this sport. I can remember growing up literally 3 blocks from here, you know, and I can remember first hearing Roger Houston late on a Sunday night, and people out there that are from this area would remember the old channels that used to carry the horse racing here on the cable networks, and I would hear Roger on there calling races at the Meadows, and as a kid, like, I was just into that voice, especially having, you know, doing radio and television now, and to hear him do that and talk about some of the old racing, it just drew you in. And to see him do this after all these years and not really lose step, he's still there calling races and doing it well. It's really a testament to him and just what he is for this sport.
Even throughout the pandemic, when there were no fans at the Little Brown Jug, the voice of the jug still there. Roger Houston calling his 56th jug just a few moments away. There's the packed house over at the Delaware County Fair as we get closer and closer to the marquee event of the evening, the Little Brown Jug, coming up on America's Day at the Races.
In all comes down to the Breeders' Crown on Friday, October 25th and Saturday, October 26th at the Meadowlands Racetrack. The $6.6 million Breeders' Crown has 12 championship races over 2 days. Friday night highlights the top 2-year-old trotters and pacers. Saturday features 4 divisions for the top 3-year-olds and 4 races for the world's best open trotters and pacers. Post time both nights, 6:20 p.m. October 26th also has a free handicapping contest with a $10,000 prize pool. Details at playmeadowlands.com. Must be 18 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Nia Tross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel! Showing his heels to the field!
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. Organizations that are helping us, and I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
While the first Jug was contested for a purse of just over $35,000 over 75 years ago, today contestants are running for $525,000 in what's become the premier pacing classic for 3-year-olds.
Love getting a chance to see that history of the Little Brown Jug taking place in Delaware, Ohio. And the history is rich here in its 79th running. And throughout that piece, I learned that Paul has, in fact, had a deep-fried Twinkie, though he has not sampled a funnel cake.
No, I mean...
I'm disappointed.
And I tried to compare it, the Italian in me tried to compare it to Zeppelins and all, and it just, you were having none of that.
No,
you were like, no.
Well, so I just want to set the record straight. I'm from New England. we take our fairs very seriously. Right. It's like the Midwest, you know. I mean, the Big E is going on right now. You know, we love our fairs. I grew up going to the Northampton Fair. It's where I first started watching races, things like that. So I have sampled all of the deep fried items that you would get at a fair. So we're going to fix this before next year's Jug.
Okay. I mean, you would think like a bazaars around here and everything that I've been to, but no, I stuck to the Italian stuff. But yeah, I mean, sausage and peppers and zeppelas, and I did have a fried Oreo and a fried Twinkie. I mean, there's no nutritional value across the board on any of it.
Value.
But I'll try
it. You know what a funnel cake is? It's good for your soul.
I could use that right now. I could use that right now. Not gonna lie.
I love that. As we'll take a look at the field for the Little Brown Jug Final. Here it is. Captain Albano is still the favorite. Legendary Hanover still 7-2. What are your thoughts on him, who kind of disappointed as a heavy favorite? He got into the final, but in his elimination heat, not exactly what you were expecting given how short a price he was.
I know he ended up second over, and then he had to end up going 3 wide there, and maybe that hurt him on a track like today, hoping for a better trip into the flow a little bit earlier, and maybe he has a little something left late. I know he was worked on a little bit because it got a little dicey for a few strides whether or not he was going to make it in, but I mean, he comfortably got in. Captain Albano, though, even money right now, does have an inside post, just has captain's quarters inside of him who might fire off. Maybe we'll see if Jody Jamieson wants to flex again. But Captain Albano, I guess all is forgiven, and that break was just an anomaly for him because he came back and he ran very strong in his elim. This is going to be a fun race, a fun chess battle.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we'll see what takes place coming up. The final moments away for the Little Brown Jug from the Delaware County Fair. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Join us Friday, October 11th at Harrah's Hoosier Park for Indiana's premier night of harness racing. 12 championship races, $1.2 million in purse money, and the title of Indiana's best on the line. Along with an evening of thrills, speed, and glory, guests can enjoy contests, giveaways, food trucks, and much more. Not to mention cornhole and other outdoor activities. First post for the Hoosier Champions card is 6:15 p.m.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Offering a catalog of quality yearlings from the most racing-rich region of the country. A potent source of talent. Recent top grads include graded stakes winners I'm Very Busy, Leave No Trace, Nisi Marie, and Post Time. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Tuesday, October 1st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Who will add their names to the history books of the Little Brown Jug? Last year, we saw It's My Show victorious in the 2023 rendition.
And we're going to see him tomorrow night running in the Hoosier Pacing Derby right here. So tune in with us and watch him, and that race came up solid. So you can see that these horses, it's nice to see them when they get the job done at 3, continue on, come back at 4, and still be able to compete at the highest levels and run big races. And that was a happy crowd there. Scotty's, he was the money man last year.
That's
he
right.
won everything last year.
And a big weekend for Linda Toscano as well, the trainer.
Yeah, she won the Jugette, and she won the Jug last year, too.
Winning both. Well, speaking of tomorrow, Harrah's Hoosier Park, we hope that you'll tune in and join us. We have the Caesars Trot on Friday, the highlight, 8 to 11 p.m. on FS1. Paul and I will be here on the desk taking you through and looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a really good night of racing. The Agenda's Beach Boy came up a really good race. There's a horse in there, Sabonis, who's on an 11-race heater right now 14 wins for the year. Howl in the Hills from the Travis Alexander barn, who didn't come to the Jug, is going to be in there against Sabonis, so that should be a good battle. The pacing derby came up great. The trotting race came up good with Curriculum in there as well. So should be a good night of action over at Harrah's Hoosier Park.
A lot to look forward to as we take a look at the Little Brown Jug against Scotty Ziran last year, winning with It's My Show. He will have Captain Luke. Moving forward here, the Little Brown Jug final, the favorite continues to be, though, Captain Albano, who last time out had that odd situation, breaking stride there, but he really made up for it with a dominant victory in that first elimination. As we'll take a look at it again, the top 4 finishers moving forward. But as far as Captain Albano was concerned, there really was no competition. Big surprise with how short a price Nijinsky was.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, you know, it just was not Nijinsky's day. I guess we'll find out more about that as we go on. But Captain Albano took full advantage of that and went right out to the front. And listen, he just needed to stay focused. I mean, he's won the Adios this year. He's not a slouch. He's a really good horse. And the betting public is looking at this probably from a standpoint of he bounced back well, he ran well, he's got a good draw. He's just got to beat Captain Quarters to that turn possibly. And Legendary Hanover now, who the argument was the other big name in here. Now he's out in post 6 and having to come from off the pace with the way the track has been today.
And as far as Captain's Quarters is concerned, you mentioned him, Jody Jamieson, aggressive with him early. Now, maybe stride shortening a little bit late, but he just holds on in that photo. But still, the tactics paid off. We'll be curious to see who gets to the front first early in this final.
Yeah, it should be a good race into that first turn because Jody's the type who won't take any prisoners. Now, he did say that there was a little bit of starch taken out of him late. We'll see what that does here. That doesn't necessarily mean he's not going to be in front again. It's a matter of how he finishes the mile that really counts.
Do you kind of elevate Captain Albano's performance more versus Captain's Quarters or that elimination as a whole, because it was a bit more of a blanket finish in the second heat?
I kind of think they both had questions to answer. I think that Captain Albano had more of the questions to answer just to put away the notion that this breaking wasn't going to happen again, or there maybe was something slightly amiss or something that he just was up with him that maybe he wasn't going to win again. Not saying that he was never going to win again, of course, he's going to win, but just saying in his elimination or just wouldn't look right, but he looked just fine. And in Captain's Quarters case, I mean, sometimes it's been a struggle for him lately, and sometimes he just doesn't run when the running starts. But now, you know what? There's the governor. He's there. He's excited. I think he's ready for a good battle to go on. So I think we're ready for a good one.
And as you said, Governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, as we'll get a chance to see him answering some questions there from the media. And pretty cool. We talked about the support from the community in the area, and I think that's fully on display with the governor there as well.
Yeah, you know, and you like to see that no matter what, because at the end of the day, again, it's everybody that's actively involved in this to make it work. And that's what you want to see. So they're doing the right thing in the state, and Ohio has made leaps and bounds in the last few years. A lot of the good crops now, they're coming out of Ohio. So they've really put an interest into their Stallion series, into their breeding, into their racetracks now with capital projects. So, and it's good to get the support on the state level for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to see that. We love to see how excited the whole town is. I mean, you even mentioned kind of, Andy Serling touched on it earlier, akin to the Melbourne Cup. The race that stops the nation, at least the race that stops the town there in Delaware, Ohio. As we have race number 21 at the Little Brown Jug Final, about 2 minutes away, and Captain Albano currently the favorite. I know, obviously, it's a little bit of a different type of draw here, Paul. We just saw these horses race. What are your thoughts on who you could potentially land on in here?
You know, I would like Captain Quarters. I know. I really like the 2 inside horses, to be honest with you, the 1 and the 2. And the 1 offers much better value in here. Taking a look at Captain's Quarters now with Jody Jamieson, who's got his feet down and just relaxed and trying to keep him relaxed out there. And that's something you're going to see, too. You're going to see these drivers keep these horses relaxed. They've raced already once, so you know it yourself. Thoroughbred side horses get amped up. They're amped up to run. They do their job. Now they got to do it again. So got to keep them a little bit calmer and keep them together to get them to do it here. But 6-1's a fair price on a horse who ran a much improved race in the elimination.
And you're not going to see as much of an aggressive warm-up out there as you might have before the first elimination round. There is Captain Albano. He is still your favorite right now after a pretty dominant score in that first elim earlier today.
Ears up and looking good out on track right now, too. I like the way he looks, and he put to rest the questions about him. Now, can he put the second question to rest? Can he see it home?
Here is Total Stranger. Big price on the board right now as he will try to turn the tables in that photo with Captain's Quarters.
You know, he ran well last time at the Red Mile. I don't know if he's good enough to beat the bigger names here, but he got into the finals, so that was step one done. Now he can go after it. I don't know how the trip's going to work out for him, though.
Scott Zeron won last year with It's My Show. And we'll have Captain Luke coming out here, finished second in that first elimination, though a distance behind Captain Albano.
Yeah, you know what, though? I think sometimes he's had some question marks against the better horses in here, but he's a decent horse, and he's good enough, as we said, to make the finals. Now he's got to parlay it into something. It's going to be tough against Captain Albano, but he can certainly get a piece.
There is Mirage Hanover, the 6, as he did check in third behind Captain Albano.
Yeah, you know, looking at him, he faced older early on in the year, and the last two races he ran second and obviously ran in his elim, but I don't know, he just hasn't beaten Legendary Hanover when they've met. So now you're going to be Captain Albano on top of that, and the post did him no favors.
And this is the big wild card, the big question. What do we get from Legendary Hanover, who was such a short price in that elimination round?
Sometimes he's not aggressively driven out of there, and I've noticed that happened at Woodbine as well recently. I'd like to see them be aggressive with him and rev him up a little bit and get him into the game earlier, because coming second and third over just is not going to work out unless he does have a lot left in the tank.
And some big prices towards the outside. Next will be Hunting for Chrome, as we will see Chris Lems be in the bike behind this one.
You know, when you look at this horse, too, he actually, going 2 starts back, ran into a stablemate who we're going to see tomorrow, who I talked about, that's going to face that horse Sabonis, who's hot in there. But he's going to be a price in here. I'm not sure he's 100% up against it with these guys.
And the final in the post-race, Sweet Beach Life. Matt Kakele will stay with that one.
You know, he inherited that lead when Captain Albano broke, and he ran well. So in here, he's going to have the wide post in here, though. So now he's going to have to work out another trip coming from far back in here. Post God's not too kind to him.
That's the field. It's all drawn for the Little Brown Jug final. Jessica and Jenna still with us, moments away. Guys, what do you make of Captain Albano being such a short price right now?
You know, this is the one we've all been waiting for, Jenna. It's a great group of pacers we have here. 8 on the gate, and we're going to dive right on into it. Of course, the 2 elimination winners, Captain Albano and Captain's Quarters. Kind of won the elimination similar, but different. We'll start with Captain's Quarters. We talked to Jody Jamieson after that second elimination. He said he wasn't going to take any prisoners. You know, the time might have not have been impressive, but he was run at the whole mile.
Yeah, he really was. He took pressure on throughout the entire mile, even people dipping 3, 4 wide on him. You asked me before the race what I like to see in an elimination, and it's a horse finishing up their mile well. The difference between Captain Quarters and Captain Albano, 32nd last quarter for Captain Quarters. Now, Captain Albano was in hand 27-2 last quarter. I don't know. I don't really want to pick a winner. I want all of them to win. But I'm going with Captain Albano for the sole fact that Toddy never really had to ask him to go. Jody, on the other hand, took pressure throughout the mile and put up a 51-3 last quarter, and they all walked home 30 seconds or better. So I don't know. It's lining up to be an interesting one.
Let's talk about Captain Albano. Like you had mentioned, 27-2 at the end of it. I had a chance to catch up with Todd McCarthy after the race, and you know, he said he's such an easy horse. He's kind of push button. He kind of woed him there, and you know, coming through the stretch, and he was slowing down a bit. He still had plenty left in the tank, like you had mentioned. Plugs still in. Such a dominant win, confidently coming into the final.
And dismissed a little bit due to the fact of the break at Pocono. No worries here. Kind of around the Delaware here, just perfect. Didn't really take any taxing quarters. He got down to the quarter in 26-4, half in 55-3, and he just was drawing away at the end of his mile. Very impressive elimination win. And yesterday in the Jugette, we seen the two winners going 49 in a piece. I was a little bit scared for him coming back after those taxing miles. No worries there. The same filly came back and won in 49 in a piece as well. So we could see it here with Captain Albano, and I think I may have to go with him.
Total Stranger is a new addition to the Virgil Morgan Jr. barn. It's a full brother to the world champion Tall Dark Stranger. They added Lasix. Thought it was a very, very good effort in his elimination.
Virgil Morgan's coming off of 30 straight training titles at Scioto Downs. Danny Noble coming off of his third consecutive training title at Scioto Downs. When these two team up together, they're almost unstoppable. Danny loves to leave the wings. Total Stranger proved last stop in the elimination that he can get off of the wings. I would be shocked if I didn't see Danny going forward with him.
Scott Zeron, Captain Luke, post 4. We saw Scott Zeron win the final of the Little Brown Jug last year after finishing third in his elimination. This one's got a big shot.
He was second wrapped up, so he didn't really have to ask him in the elimination to come home, really, at all. You know you're going to be second. You know you're going to draw 3-4. Wasn't getting to Captain Albano. Liked the way he finished up his mile, and we all know Scotty Z is no stranger to this winner's circle.
I thought Mirage Hanover raced very well in his elimination. Thought Legendary Hanover was a bit flat.
He was 6 off. Mirage Hanover was 6 off at the 3/4 pole and was just beaten a 3. Pace Tillman 26-4. Dexter Dunn in the bike. He's having a red hot season so far for the Grand Circuit action. Wouldn't surprise me a bit if he got to the winner's circle either.
And like you had mentioned, Legendary Hanover, obviously that heavy favorite in that second elimination. Travis Alexander sends out the 7 and the 8. We will send it back to New York as they get ready for the 79th edition of the Little Brown Jug.
Very exciting. Jessica and Jenna, thank you so much. The favorite continues to be Captain Albano. Paul, any quick final thoughts?
I'm going to go with the captain. There's plenty of captains, though, so I'll have to narrow it down for you. I'm gonna go with the 2, Captain Albano in here. I think he answered the one question he had to answer. He could stay flat, and he did it pretty much in hand and did it by a wide margin. So we'll see what kind of trip he pulls in here.
Plenty of back form before breaking stride last time out, but he answered those questions in the elimination round earlier on. The 79th edition of the Little Brown Jug. You're watching live coverage here on FS2. Roger Houston has the call of his 56th Little Brown Jug.
3-year-old Pacers in behind the Mike Wilkenberg starting gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come for the final of the Little Brown Jug. They're off and pacing as they race into that first turn. It's Captain's Quarters trying to go wire to wire. He took in second is Captain Albano racing up third. That's Total Stranger racing to the backside. Going to the first 8th. Racing on the inside. Down the backside, Captain Luke. Next racing, Legendary Hanover. Followed by Hunting for Chrome. And trailing the field, Sweet Beach Life. The field by the opening quarter, 27-2. Around the turn they go. Going to the 3/8 mark. Continuing to show the way. Captain Quarters, Jody Jameson's going to get his way. Racing right there, second is Captain Albano. Up on the outside, Mirage Hanover going the long mile third. 4th is Total Stranger. 5th on the outside, into the turn. It's Legendary Hanover with cover as they race to the backside. Next comes Hunting for Chrome, and Sweet Beach Life trails the field. Go on to the 5/8, off the half, 55-2. Second panel in 28. And here comes Captain Albano. After the leader, Captain Quarters. Down the backside they go. Mirage Hanover on the outside, third. Racing fourth on the inside. Total Stranger, 3/4, 1:22-4, 27-2, third panel. Little more than an 8 to go, and the battle's on. But it's Captain Albano going to the top. Captain Quarters is there second. Total Stranger finds racing room. Into the stretch they come. It's Captain Albano. Captain Quarters, Total Stranger on the outside, Dexter Dunn, Mirage Hanover. It's all Captain Albano and Todd McCarthy win the Little Brown Jug, 150, 1/5.
Captain Albano delivered on that favoritism and just really showed that he was the best horse today, Paul.
Yeah, best by a wide margin today because he's had a nice trip just in behind Captain's Quarters here for most of the way. And it was funny, too, because watching the drive, Todd McCarthy was kind of like a little bit in, a little bit out as they made their way past the stands again, and then he just managed to find the room and take over as needed and just drew off pretty easily in the end. Nice run, though, from Mirage Hanover to get up for second in there, but not a lot of much movement behind the 1 and 2 in there.
Captain Albano delivering as Jessica and Jenna still with us, as we heard from Paul there, ladies, just showing that he was best by several lengths and a nice performance, answering all the questions today in the Little Brown Jug. We apologize for technical issues. Hopefully we'll get insight from Jessica and Jenna momentarily. But Captain Albano, as mentioned, answering all the questions. And I think that was kind of the theme in here, as we did see Paul, Captain Albano, having to respond to those questions. Was he going to be able to step up on this big day? And he certainly did.
Well, what I liked about the final for him was he sat just so nicely. And I know he was out for a while as they made their way to the 3/4 and headed to home, but Todd McCarthy had so much horse underneath him that he pulled away when ready and got away from the horse to his inside. And there were real no danger or closers to him, at the end of the day. So he stepped up today and he ran well in both races. I look forward to seeing him now the rest of the year.
Absolutely. Certainly made things exciting as far as the three-year-old picture is concerned. Captain Albano dominant in that Little Brown Jug. And once again, just unfortunate, I think, with the post and the trip. Legendary Hanover, not a factor in the end.
Yeah, I just think the half-mile track, the post that he had, and as Jessica and Jenna both mentioned, he looked a little flat to them, coming out of the Element, used up a little bit, too, to get in for that brief moment. So probably took its toll. He's much more capable of that, and we'll see good things for him to come. But make no mistake about it, Captain Albano knows. I said when he stepped out on track, his ears were up, he looked good, he was ready to go, and he didn't disappoint today at all. And right here is what I really liked about this, because Todd McCarthy was kind of just cruising up in hand, really highlined him just a little bit right there to get him to go by, and got him right back down to the inside, which I think was good in the 2-path there, and managed to hold off a little bit of a run comfortably from Mirage Hanover late and Dexter Dunn, but I don't think there was really a threat to the winner in here at all.
Seemed kind of wrapped up, too, in the end. Captain Albano, Todd McCarthy in the bike, as Captain Albano, as you said, kind of making that big move when it counted and being able to pull away there. Pats from Todd, and well-deserved. He was impressive today. Captain Albano with the victory here in the Little Brown Jug.
And whenever you can win twice in a day, that's a good thing, too. And you're also holding your breath, too, as the connections and everything, too, especially as you're turning from home with that lead in there, too. So hats off to everybody and the team there for Noel Daly, and, good work there, and a good horse, too, who we'll probably see, in the Breeders' Crown, and we'll see moving on.
Let's head down to Jessica.
All right. Thanks so much. I have winning trainer and winning driver Noel Daly, Todd McCarthy. We'll start with Noel here. Noel, just tell us about this colt and what he's done for you over the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, well, that was great that he got to, finally get a decent trip. I said to Dottie, that's exactly how Caveat Alley, when Andy drove her, I said we drew 2 after winning the heat, and I said just don't get stuck in, just sit outside him, because he was obviously better than him in the first heat, and he was great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll bring in winning driver Todd McCarthy. You just run the Little Brown Jug. How does it feel?
It's pretty cool, Jess. It's quite surreal, and it's so special to do it with Noel on this horse. This means so much to me. So, it's going to take a little bit to sink in, but this is pretty incredible.
Sometimes the 2-hole can be tricky here at Delaware. No passing lane, but you had plenty of confidence in your colt.
Yeah, I did, and I kind of I had him out pretty early there, and I got to sort of duck a little on this turn here. But once I had him out the second turn, I asked him a little at the 3/4 just to let him know it was go time, and he come right to life. He was so good, this horse.
Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate it.
There you have it. Captain Albano takes a 79th edition of the Little Brown Jug for Noel Daly and company in 150 in 1. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Great to hear from the winning connections. $3.40 winner, Legendary Hanover in that photo for third, but it was all Captain Albano, 256 in the Little Brown Jug.
Yeah, and you know what? Listen, kudos off to the team there. Big win, 2 big wins today. Noel Daly and the team, happy faces in that winner's circle. We'll look forward to seeing bigger things from this horse the rest of this year and into next year.
That's right. As you said, could potentially go on to some of those bigger races like the Breeders' Crown, which we'll have coverage of as well. We also have harness racing action tomorrow evening. Paul and I will be on from 8 to 11 p.m. on FS1. Coverage over at Harris Hoosier Park tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll do it all again tomorrow night, and there's some good racing down at Hoosier Park tomorrow night. Got the Pacing Derby, got the Trotting Classic down there. The Jenna's Beach Boy came up solid. We'll have some fun.
We hope that you'll tune in all day on Fox Sports. Of course, we'll have live coverage from Belmont at the Big A as well. Thanks for joining us for the Little Brown Jug. It was a lot of fun, as it always is, and Captain Albano was pretty impressive. For Paul Viterosa, Jenna Otten, and Jessica Otten, I'm your host, Acacia Clement. We saw Captain Albano dominant in both that elimination round and the final of the Little Brown Jug this afternoon. Our next show tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 5:30, and then of course tomorrow evening from 8 to 11 for some harness racing coverage. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Good night, everyone.